Reaper Harassment has already done a ton of damage. Sonic sees Zealots rallying across the map. And now the Tempests are actually vulnerable. Hello everybody, welcome to the Breakout Invitational. My name is Fear Dragon and I'm joined here today with Clarity Gaming's Word. How are you doing today, Word?
Doing so good, man. I have been hyped for this tournament for so long. I'm sure everybody in the chat feels the same way, and I'm just really happy to be here.
I know, so am I, man. We have been building up to this moment. Again, this is the Breakout Invitational. It is the follow-up to Breaking Out the show. We spent a full 8 weeks, 1 week per player, getting to know all 8 of the players that have been invited to this tournament, and I am excited. This is all kind of built up to this, and man, this is going to be an awesome tournament. We actually have a $1,000 base prize pool. We've already had some fantastic donations, and we'll get a little bit more into that, but let's talk a little bit about the, what actually you can do with those donations, because you can actually donate yourself to the prize pool if you feel so inclined, or you can donate to the actual players. If you guys are watching this over on Team Liquid, you have that little box built in. You know what? Just go ahead, click on the actual stream, and then you'll be on the Twitch page. And just below the Twitch page, if you're watching this on Twitch, there's going to be links to all of the different players. We have nice little images that are pulled up for all of them, as well as one that just says Breaking Out. Now, basically how that works is each one of the players has their own donation boxes. If you like their play, if you like the player, if you just like something that they said during the interview, go ahead and give them a little bit of a donation if you feel so inclined to. And otherwise, if you don't know who to donate to, you can always just donate directly to the prize pool. And the prize pool does split up all the way. Every single player gets paid out at least a little bit, so every player gets the benefit of donating directly to the prize pool. So you guys can definitely go ahead and do that. And actually, we're going to be doing some giveaways as well. Thank you so much to actually Barcraft Apparel, who are providing us with 3 t-shirts to give away. They're really, really awesome t-shirts. And, if you guys want a chance to win one of these t-shirts, all you have to do is you can do it one of 3 ways. You can either, A, be the person who donates the most to the prize pool. You can be the player that or the person that donates the most to the actual a player, and directly to a player. And the third way you can do it is you can tweet at Barcraft Apparel and say something funny, say something clever, say whatever you want, and the winner will be randomly selected amongst Barcraft Apparel tweeters. But of course, you have to remember that you are actually following them. So go ahead and check that out, guys. And yeah, Word, tell us a little bit about more some of the other people that are involved in the production of this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, guys, there's a lot of opportunity to participate in this tournament as well as watch it. I want to talk about GoImba.com, which is an online betting site. Doesn't use real money, uses credits. I actually just signed up myself. It's super easy. GoImba.com. Register. You don't even need to validate your email or anything like that. It's really, really simple. You start with 2,000 credits. You can bet 500 at a time, and you can just see the list of matches that they have coming up. They're in sequential order. You'll see right on there. We have RM versus Sonic, and then Sarvati versus Nubrigini. So you can bet on those 2 players. Definitely, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have the stats rolling on the screen so we can see where the bets are going and what the odds are on each player, things like that. So GoImba.com definitely deserves some love there, and it's going to be a really fun way to get really interactive with this tournament. And also want to give a huge shout out to GameHeart. One of the best parts of this community probably is GameHeart, Ryan Shutter and his team, and just we're actually going to be using GameHeart's latest edition of their maps, which is GameHeart Lite. We're actually going to be the first tournament featuring them, so I'm really looking forward to this. All the new features, the best way it's laid out, you guys are going to be first to experience that here. So a huge shout out to GameHeart. I can't wait to see what they have in store for these upcoming games on these maps.
It's going to be so exciting. We're going to get to see their logos and everything. And huge shout out to the developer of GameHard, Ryan T. Shutter. I don't actually know if I'm saying his last name right, but this guy worked super duper hard to get this all working and running for us. So thank you so much to him. And, big shout out also to our biggest sponsor right now, and that is actually Let's Kung Fu. You guys can actually find links to him over on the Team Liquid thread, and I'll probably try and post some links over in the chat a little bit later on. But he actually runs a StarCraft 2 slash Hearthstone podcast, so go ahead and give him a follow. And I believe it's youtube.com/filthyrake if you want to go ahead and check that out. But guys, with that being said, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. So, I mean, do you want to just go ahead and start us off? Who exactly is going to be playing in a Group A? You can talk about what you think these players are going to be doing in Group A, because we do have, first of all, our first match, which is going to be Core Gaming Sonic versus Seeds' Arium. And after that, we're going to be watching Clarity Gaming's Saravati versus Eternity Gaming's Nubrigini. So it should be a really, really interesting day. What are your thoughts about this?
Well, I mean, obviously it's going to be great. To tell a little bit about these players, if you guys didn't know, Arium is Protoss, Sonic is Terran, and Arium's actually 14 years old, Grandmaster, and just obviously, really skilled up-and-comer playing for the Root Seed Academy. And he actually feels that PvT is his best matchup. If you guys were able to catch Breaking Out, kind of the lead-up portions to the Invitational, the interviews, the breakdown of each player, you learn quite a bit about each of these players, and Arium has actually said that PvT he feels the most confident in. So, I mean, I really look forward to seeing how he plays. We had a map veto process prior to where, once we get into the games a little bit, we'll talk about who picked what map and everything. But we'll see exactly how his play style is going to look into that. So that I'm looking forward to. Sonic playing for Core Gaming, his TVP, the way he feels about it is. He also likes it as well. Neither of these players are unconfident in this very first match of the day. It is a best of 3, of course, and I like that. Neither player is really an underdog, unless you look at Go Imba and see where the bets are being laid, of course. But the fact that they're both confident, I think, is really exciting.
Yeah, I am really, really excited to jump into this next series. As soon as we can actually get the players in over here, we'll also be able to jump into an actual, interview with the players. So actually, we do have them on. So welcome. Root Seeds' Arium and Core Gaming Sonic. How are you guys doing? You guys can unmute your mics.
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Pretty excited for the matches.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you guys a little bit about how everything is going to go. So first of all, let's start off with you, Arium. You have obviously had a little bit of time to prepare for your opponent. Of course, Sonic did have time to prepare for you. Is there anything you want to tell us that, what were you actually doing? Did you get some special practice with any of your teammates from either the main Root team or just Seed Academy?
Yeah, there's a couple people I really wanted to thank. There's this, I don't know I'm pretty sure everyone knows Max, aka Australia, and my good friend, Andrew, aka Intense. Both of them, I don't know, were really great help. I kind of totally forgot that the tournament was today because it's a Wednesday. But yeah, big thanks to them, for the last minute. Both of them helped me, concentrate and think about my games. And also another good friend of mine, Panda Bear Me, aka Isaac. But thanks to them, they're big mental help and also good, I guess, physical. I mean, I'm trying to talk about the games. They also helped me on that, so it's really nice to have them on to help me out.
All right.
So, thanks to them.
Awesome. And, Sonic, same sort of question. Did you do any special preparation for this? I know during the actual Breaking Out season, you mentioned that you weren't really practicing as much, but you were starting to get back into shape for this tournament.
I've been playing for weeks now, very serious. So nothing special, though. Just been laddering. Just regular practice. Been struggling a bit versus Protoss, but.
Oh, we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask actually, both of you guys. I mean, obviously you're featured on Breaking Out. Did you guys watch each other's Breaking Out stuff at all? All right, I guess I'll start with Arium.
Yeah, I would have watched the games, but those games are way too old. I think it was on Newkirk, and that was a really long time ago, I guess. So no, I didn't get to. I was not lucky.
Oh, the game
What about you,
weren't too
Sonic?
old, but it was a tournament map, and they just had it. It's actually fairly recent. But yeah, the games are like fairly old if you consider them. It's like a month ago. It's really not. You can't really use that against your opponent. Things have changed. So yeah. No, I didn't watch any.
Okay, cool. And I just want to ask, like, obviously you guys are right here. Like your opponent is sitting basically in a sense right next to you. But is there anything either of you guys want to tell us about what we can expect from you guys, starting with Ariam again, about these upcoming games?
I don't know. I guess the stereotypical Ariam DT GG.
DT Prism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. That's what I'm known for.
I'm just gonna play fairly standard. That's it.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to it, guys. So thank you guys so much for coming on. And, you know, guys, we will be jumping into this next series, and I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to end up going. Now, of course, we do end up having Root Seeds as Ariam, who we've actually dubbed over here the Young Blood. He's a very young 14-year-old Grandmaster Protoss player, and Core Gaming Sonic dubbed the Natural. I mean, this guy came back, as he said to himself, like he started practicing a couple of weeks ago, but even before that, he wasn't really practicing that much. He came back and was like, okay, I'm going to enter this, Zotac Cup. Goes back and beats Tefl, who's like this amazing European player, and it's really impressive. So I just can't wait to see how he does when he's actually practicing really hard.
Man, it's going to be a good series of games, and we've got our lobby ready. And we can talk a little bit, I guess, about the map choice here. So pretty straightforward. It's actually the ladder map pool, 7 maps. Each game this evening is a best of 3. So we had 2 vetoes from each player. The starting veto player in this case was Sonic. So, his 2 vetoes were Alterzim,
Stronghold, and...
Stronghold, that's it.
Yeah.
And Yansu. And then Ariam, in turn, vetoed Polar Knight and Frost. So our starting map, picked by Sonic because he won the coin toss, is Derelict Watcher.
Yeah, and Derelict Watcher is going to be a pretty interesting choice. But, what do you generally think about Derelict Watcher when it comes to Protoss versus Terran? Because I actually like to adopt that day 9 level of thinking where you think about, it's, whatever the matchup, how do third bases go on this map? And third bases on this map, to me, they seem a little bit annoying to deal with as a Protoss player.
Yeah, this map is great for an aggressive Terran, just because, from 10 minutes on, when you have those medevacs, you can just stay outside the Protoss' natural unless you take a really bad trade. You can keep running drops in whenever you scan and see there's no stalkers waiting. You can really do your best to prevent a third base and guarantee a poor engagement, because the Protoss is always going to be running out into a concave as long as you're on top of your army. So if Sonic does play that aggressive style once he has medevacs out, I think it's just a really good map for Terran to play on.
But with that being said, we are pretty much ready. We're going to go ahead and jump into the game and introduce the players as we spawn. Down here in the bottom left-hand corner of Derelict Watcher, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Core Gaming. It is Core Gaming Sonic.
And his opponent. His opponent in the upper right, playing for Root Gaming Seed Academy, the purple Protoss. He is Ariam.
And Word, this is going to be a really fun matchup. For those of you guys who don't know too much about Ariam, actually, Ariam is, again, dubbed the Young Blood. He's a 14-year-old Grandmaster level player. I believe he was the youngest Grandmaster that I'm aware of. He was actually GM at the age of 13, and he actually made the joke himself. He really likes DTs, but he says that Protoss versus Terran is his best matchup, and he likes to go for Dark Templar drops into Colossus. So, Word, what do you kind of think about that sort of strategy?
Well, I personally really like Twilight Council-based openings because they free up the robotics facility so you can make that Warp Prism, and especially if you can join it with having DTs, it's obviously very scary. Now, the fact that Ariam kind of has some notoriety for that makes it a little bit maybe less intimidating for Sonic, but at the same time that can work to Ariam's advantage because, you know, Sonic's always going to be wondering about it, and Ariam will be able to use that to his advantage. Maybe Sonic's going to burn a scan or two that he didn't need to. Maybe he's going to be a little too, you know, aggressive with his scouting, lose Reaper, lose some SCVs. Even that little bit of mind game could play a huge deal.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of those possibilities for those mind games. But, you know, while we're talking about Sonic, let's talk a little bit about his style of play. I mean, he is, again, dubbed the Natural, but he's a very aggressive Terran player. And he's actually one of the few Terran players I've seen actually make things like drop harassment and early game aggression before medevacs or you know, around the time the medevacs get out still work, even despite Protoss having that photon overcharge. So do you think that there is any possibility that we might be seeing something like that?
Well, I mean, photon overcharge is gonna just make you know, Protoss feel comfortable overall, and that's another reason, you know, aside from the fact that DTs are cheaper, is another reason you just feel safer overall opening them. A lot of the times, Wings of Liberty, for example, when Protoss open DTs, it's just you just lose to medevacs if you don't do horrible damage because your army just is not big enough to deal with bio, nor can it really get from place to place. You can't afford Colossi fast enough, etc., etc. But that's probably a reason why we're seeing, you know, DTs so often in Ariam's playstyles, because he has that kind of safety cushion to fall back in on. And hello, Twilight Council. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean DTs right away, but it's Ariam. You're going to suspect. But Blink Stalkers are very scary as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. And you think about a map like Derelict Watcher, I mean, there is just such a big ridge to do that kind of Blink harassment over into the main base. And this is the funny thing. Sonic very specifically was talking about in his interview on the show, he hates Blink Stalker all-ins right now. Absolutely hates them. If you could smite one thing in the world that wasn't a physical thing, it would be Blink Stalker all-ins.
Yes, I do remember that. It's scary, you know. The way he kind of put it is, I don't know if he's committing. I can't tell if he's committing because I'm trapped in my base. I don't know how much to invest into this defense. And then, you know, if you make the wrong choice, you either lose right away or you're just so far behind that it's easy for Protoss to come stop you.
It is going to be Blink.
Stalkers, the bane of Sonic right now. I think Ariam lied. I think he watched that interview.
I think that was a total fake out, man. I mean, people actually, it's really funny because I have heard some players say, like, yo, you know, Protoss versus Terran can be a little bit of a metagamey matchup. Actually, that's what Sonic was saying. You can get very easily tricked, and I think Ariam was definitely tricking Sonic a little bit in that opening. So, I mean, what does Sonic have to do to respond to this right now? We have a second refinery going down. We have the engineering bay finishing up. Do you think he's going to be prepared for this?
That's always a tough question. It's, you know, it's always you want to see exactly how the Terran's going to react. I mean, he saw the Nexus was a little bit later than you might otherwise see with like a one-gate based expand, so that could be something that's already putting him on edge. We don't see a reaction quite yet, just pretty standard here from the Terran. I mean, he's got an eBay up relatively quickly. So, I mean, that kind of shows, hey, he's looking out for DTs. Look at this. He's got a turret in the front already. So we see he's already prepared for this. But on the flip side, the more money you invest into anti-DT, the less you're going to have to deal with Blink Stalkers. That turret could be a bunker on the high ground, but it's not going to be because he already bought it. So, you know, it's really going to depend on how soon he realizes, because then, and only then, can he realize how the Protoss is going to commit.
Yeah, I agree with you for the most part. I will say one thing that kind of does happen sometimes as a nice little advantage of having that missile turret is sometimes if the Protoss player is not careful, they can end up having their observer sniped off just by virtue of the fact that that missile turret grants vision of the observer, and then suddenly that's killed off and you can see the observer is being made. We're not going to be seeing a Mothership Core Blink Stalker pressure play. Whoa, actually we almost saw a robotics bay coming down. I don't think that Ariam's actually committing to this.
This is interesting. So he got the Twilight Council, and you know, look at this. Sonic actually saw it, and he's getting a turret up in the main. He's bringing all his Marines up there. He's not building any bunkers though, and he's actually adding, getting his add-ons onto his barracks. So he's not 100% worried. He doesn't think his opponent's going to commit too heavily, probably because he did see that Nexus and sees the Robo. Really heavy Blink Stalker committal will just use the Mothership Core if you want to go early. So I don't hate the fact that he's not getting bunkers. I think it's a great middle road to be in. But the fact that Ariam already has Blink is going to be massively useful in the mid game. So easy to deny drops as well as pick off Vikings, which it means this Colossus play is such a great transition out of this.
Yeah, I think it's really funny. Ariam is definitely kind of playing to that fear that Sonic has where he says, I don't know how much they're committing. That was something that you said earlier that I really want to key in on. And Ariam is kind of trying to fake out his opponent. He's gone for Blink. He knows that his opponent saw that he got Blink because of the scan. and he's just not committing to it. He's just going to Colossus. And I think this could work out really well, but Sonic is also playing this out really smart. He's not really overly committing either.
Yeah, and speaking on the opposite of overcommitting, Arium is playing really, really skimpy. I mean, he's got 2 Stalkers and a Mothership Core out right now. He's watching the front with an Observer, which is nice. But I mean, if this bio did decide to roll up before these 2 gates were down, which a lot of Terrans do try to do, pick off probes in the natural, Arium could have been in a lot of trouble. But this kind of whole DT mindset could have been used to his advantage, and it's going to work out for him actually quite well, because by the time Sonic decides to attack, Arium is going to be like 2 or 3 steps into the Protoss tech tree and going towards that just really hard to deal with late game.
Yeah, and it's going to be really, really difficult for that to actually be handled right now, as you said, like, you cannot just allow a Protoss player to power up like this too heavily. But again, Sonic, if there's anyone I trust to make some damage happen with these medevacs, it's going to be Sonic. So we'll have to wait and see. He does have, I think he has a medevac somewhere on the map right now. And is he actually going to get aggressive with it? He has some Marines right next to it, as if he's getting ready to drop.
Yeah, he's probably going to be loading that up pretty soon. Interestingly enough, he has a Viking over here on his 4th base. He had a reactor sitting in his factory for a while. I thought maybe he was going to go for a Widowmine drop or something, but that hope was quickly quashed. But we do see actually, well, an empty medevac coming out.
Oh my
possibly
God.
just a scouting medevac. Some people will do this, just boost over the base, see what you can see, but it's probably going to die to Blink Stalkers. Could just be a fake out, but he's not sending an army or anything.
That's the weirdest thing to me, is that he knows his opponent got the Twilight Council and most likely went for Blink. And amazingly enough, I don't think that he's actually going to lose this medevac just because the entire army just moved out. But Sonic should be realizing, like, okay, wait, where is your army? Oh God.
Yeah, it's interesting because Arium moves out, and for the first time ever, a Protoss player doesn't get dropped by a medevac that's in his base. And this is actually a move out that is not going to be slowed down at all. We got a single bunker. If we take a look at the army supply, it's 64 to 60 in favor of Sonic, but only slightly. These are Blink Stalkers. He's got +2 weapons to the +1/+1 of his opponent, so they're on relatively equal footing. But this is a very powerful attack, and any false move by Sonic is going to be punished so hard by the Stalkers.
Oh, it is worth noting there are no sentries in this army, but a nice time warp does go down. This Colossus is doing a lot of damage. There's not really that many Vikings to actually be able to handle this Colossus count. And Arium is starting to push forward. He's already taken out the bunker.
This is a pretty big commitment from Arium. He stopped producing probes a little while ago. He's just warping in pure Stalker at this point, but it seems to be working out quite well with this many Colossi, and the fact that he's able to pick off those Vikings. The Mothership Core goes down, but that is not the bulk of this army.
Oh God, the Colossus are staying alive. They've neutered the entire SCV count. 25 SCVs left. GG gets called. And Root Seeds is Arium taking game number 1 of the Breakout Invitational.
Look at that, a 2-base Colossus Blink Stalker attack. Something that's definitely seen a lot more use in Heart of the Swarm, but not enough to the point where every Terran is really able to prepare for it. I mean, the Viking to Colossus ratio was just not in favor of the Terran at all. And we saw, I think, all 3 Colossus just lived the whole time.
Yeah, that was the impressive part is, I have to say, Sonic definitely expressed his fear about this kind of stuff, of how Terran versus Protoss can be a very, like, metagamey and mind-gamey matchup, and I really feel like that game is a good example of those mind games. I mean, Arium did a great job kind of psyching out Sonic, saying, okay, am I going for Blink Stalkers? You don't know. And then he researches Blink, doesn't actually go for the attack, waits until he gets 3 Colossus and hits a +2 weapons timing push. I mean, he could not have executed that out better in terms of mind gaming mentality.
Yeah, it put him in just a pretty amazing position. He was able to get to just pure Colossus Blink Stalker. Like, the fact that he made, I think, literally 0 sentries and 0 zealots the entire game is so risky and so dangerous, but it obviously paid off huge. And, that's probably going to affect Sonic quite a bit. I mean, that was a rollover. That was not a close battle. Sonic didn't maybe hold for a little bit. He just got completely overwhelmed from an attack that he probably didn't expect. So that could just throw him off just the teensiest bit. It's a little scary.
Yeah, it is going to be scary. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly Sonic is going to change up his gameplay, because you have to remember, Sonic picked Derelict Watcher. And now we're going to be moving on to Arium's map, which is going to be Star Station. Now, mind you, this is after 4 bans were done. We're using the ladder map pool for those of you who are not familiar with the tournament format. So that means that they banned a couple of maps, and they had 3 maps left to pick from. And of those 3 maps, Sonic felt the most comfortable on Derelict. to have the first map, because you want to get that first map out as something you feel comfortable with. So, because if you say like, oh, I'm gonna save my comfortable map for last, well then what happens if you just get 2-0'd? You don't get to even go to your comfortable map. You want to get those games out first.
Yeah, and starting down 0-1 in a best of 3 is never an easy way to begin. It has to happen to someone, but especially when it's on the map that you picked, it can be real devastating. Now, as you said, this next map's going to be Star Station, going to be Ariam's pick, and it's of course the new Star Station, the little half Star Station, which I truly enjoy. I like this map. I missed the tile set. I don't know if that's the most important reason for missing this map.
It's the same tile set is the same tile set as Derelict, isn't it?
It is the same tile set as Derelict, but I like the way it's played. There's more blue on Star Station. I don't know. I can't explain my mind. It just is the way it is.
I like it too, man. I can't blame you too much, Word. But with that being said, I think that we are pretty much ready to jump into the game. Game number 2. Go ahead and jump in and introduce the players.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rafi.
All right. Let's go ahead and jump in as we spawn down here up here in the top left-hand corner of Star Station, on top of the Root Seed player. He's currently up 1-0. It is the Protoss player, Ariam.
And his opponent in the lower right, currently down 0-1 after being overwhelmed by a 2-base Blink Stalker Colossus attack. Playing for Core, he is the Blue Terran Sonic. And I also just want to take a moment to give a shout out that I regrettably forgot to do before we started to our observer and streamer and producer, Curran. You guys, I put his Twitter in the chat, Curran TV, that's Kuren TV. He is the master of production. Everything you see today, he's going to be responsible for. So much love to him. He makes this whole operation very, very smooth.
Yeah, seriously, big hearts out to Curran. I mean, he is literally a one-man production team. If he were a unit, he would be a carrier, because he is. It's like he's controlling 4 little minions, but it's really all just the carrier.
It's true. He is his own team. He's like if he were some kind of real life thing aside from a person, he would be a one-man band.
Hey, is that probe a little bit early? What was that probe doing? I think Ariam was just. He was just scouting for proxies, I think.
Interesting. I mean, of course, on a 2-player map, you do have to be wary of proxies. But it's not something you usually see Protoss players scout for. Honestly, Terrans rarely proxy 2-racks against Protoss. It certainly does happen, but Photon Overcharge has really, really shut it down pretty hard. But of course, you will see Proxy Reaper every now and then. By every now and then, I mean once in a blue moon. Maybe Proxy Mine is probably the most common, I would say.
The most interesting part about it to me is that he went to the Zalaga Tower and, scattered around his 3rd location and everything, and then didn't bother to. He said, you know what? Okay, you're not proxying me. Then I don't care what you're doing. I'm gonna do my build, and that is a lot of confidence. And based on the fact that we already have 3 guys in each gas geyser for Seeds as Ariam, I'm thinking that he's gonna be doing a bit of heavy tech again.
Very well could be. He's going to Chrono Boost out the Stalker and his Warp Gate here. Relatively conservative, depending on how he follows it up. Usually use the Stalker to chase away the SCV, then you make your choice, either a Nexus or just go hold your opponent's base. I like the opening from Sonic here. Instead of doing what he did last game, which was a blind turret, he's going to go ahead and get a Reaper. And it's going to slow down his command center, of course, but he's going to be with the information that he needs. And sometimes that can be twice as important as economy. He's going to hide it in the corner a little bit here. Oh, but the Mothership Core is en route to snipe it.
Oh, that would have been such a smart move from Sonic. And actually, it's still going to work out decently. No, he's actually not going to run it in. I mean, he could have actually run past that Mothership Core and gotten a scout off. The Stalker was likely going to be sitting at the front of the base and, probably wouldn't be able to actually pick it off. But, Sonic just kind of playing it safe. He wants to have that unit retention because I definitely have to say, Micro is most certainly one of his strong suits.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as he can, retain that Reaper, as you were saying, it's going to become much more valuable to him. Now, the Twilight Council for Ariam is just finishing. He's going for Blink again. I thought maybe it would be DTs this time, but no. Here comes the Reaper. Mothership Core in perfect position, but he's just not willing to suicide it. Unfortunately, now Ariam's kind of got a lock on it. So Sonic isn't going to be able to get in from that position. He's got to see this Twilight Council.
Yeah, scouting that Twilight Council, that's chrono boosting out Blink. Word, you do not chrono boost out Blink unless you are intending to go for a big Blink Stalker all-in. You do not lay down a proxy pylon while doing this, unless you're intending to go for a big Blink Stalker all-in. But it's important to note that over the natural expansion of Arium, the Reaper has been taking a look at that natural expansion, saying, hey, where is your natural expansion? Not here? Oh, he sees the Twilight Cancel!
He does see it, and if the Nexus, or lack of a Nexus rather, wasn't a dead giveaway, certainly the Twilight Council is. Here it comes. It's 4-gate Blink Stalker. Pretty much the best one-base all-in build that Protoss can do against Terran at this point. Is Sonic going to be ready? He's laying down 2 bunkers in his main. Should have a good amount of time. Blink's not done for another 50 seconds, so these bunkers will finish. How is he going to distribute his units?
Oh my god, that aggressive proxy pylon right outside of the bunker vision. That is so aggressive from RM. He is definitely looking to end this. Blink is going to be finishing up in just a couple of seconds. He just warped in another round of 3 Stalkers, warping in another one, and very soon he's going to be able to be aggressive. But does he have the high ground vision from the Mothership Core? It is just now tagging along. We'll have to see. Is he going to be able to make this work?
Well, she is here just in time, and if there's a map that's good for Blink, it's certainly going to be Star Station. Well, he salvages the bunker as natural. He's probably just going to pick up and run right into his main as soon as these Stalkers show up. Probably the best thing to do here against a one-base style. Wants to gather as many minerals as possible in the meantime, but here come the Stalkers. And I like this choice from Sonic because RM is clearly going for the kill. You can expand after this, but it's so rare you're able to do enough damage without losing too many Stalkers yourself.
You know, we say that word, and it's definitely a possibility. I'm not even sure right now. But if you look at Sonic's SCV count, it's pretty low. He invested a lot into actually getting that that early expansion up in time. But look at this. Oh, Blink Stalker into the main base, and the time warp going down.
That's very nice. Double time warp, not the most effective use of them. It's covering a little bit more area, but now he does have the blink cooldown available. He is going to blink onto the low ground. Note here that Sonic Stim is almost certainly going to finish in time for this attack, so he should be in a pretty good position, but it is always scary against Blink Stalkers. No concussive shell yet, so the Stalkers aren't really going to get trapped. They're going to be a lot more free to blink around, but Arium, oh, well, he produced a probe and then he stopped, so it's a little bit hard to read into that. He's going to want to invest a little bit more into this attack. Got to be careful with that Mothership Core, though. It is down to very low health.
But I think Arya may have found a weak spot over here, nailing away at that command center. Honestly, there's no bunker down on the bottom side. He might actually decide to blink up over there and start harassing that middle line maybe. But I do like the decision to play it a little bit safe. You don't want to be losing these Blink Stalkers, especially now with Stim finished up.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, though. He's choosing to expand after this. You know, he's realized he can't break this position, so it is a good choice. But he's operating off of 12 Blink Stalkers against a stimmed Marauder-heavy army. There are more Marauders than Marines. If Sonic, you know, stims out and can grab a lot of these Stalkers with a concussive shell, Arium could lose straight up. He's got to be so careful.
Yeah, but, you know, I like that Arium is still trying to be a little bit aggressive, just a little bit. He's poking up, checking on the unit composition by getting that high ground vision, and then blinking back, making sure he doesn't lose anything. And behind this, I like what he's doing. I mean, he's transitioning out, he's getting up a robotics facility, he's getting up his forge for upgrades and everything, and as long as he delays this expansion from going down and delays Sonic from moving down, he might be able to come back economically. I mean, he's already up in probes.
Yeah, there's a, depending on how long he can contain Sonic, he definitely does have a good shot at that. Now, I like what Sonic is doing here as well. He's getting a turret not only to scare away the Mothership Core, but in case of a DT transition, which is, you know, when you go to Twilight Council to blink, very common. Arium, of course, known for that as well. So, good preparation. But we see a Sentry Warp in from Arium. He is going to contain his opponent as long as possible.
Oh, man.
And Medivacs, I mean, they're just forever away. There is no factory yet. Here it is, just getting laid down at 11 minutes. He's going to be contained for so long.
Oh my god, Arium has such a good read on the situation right now. That Sentry actually just got scouted out by Sonic, and he's like, nope, not doing that. I don't know where. Oh my god, is he gonna try and mine from that expansion right above? I mean, the pylon's gonna see this. This is not gonna work from Sonic.
No, you know, at best, it might be smart of Arium to let him drop a mule or two and then just go and kill it if he decides to go for that. But no, he sees the pylon, he knows it's not worth the risk, so it's a good move by Sonic. It's just funny, this army is so big, so gigantic for Sonic, it could crush Arium's, but he just can't move down this ramp. And the fact that his factory is so late is going to keep that as fact for quite a while.
And, you know, another thing worth noting is that Sonic really can't transition out from this. I mean, yeah, he has that natural expansion. He's had that natural expansion the entire game, but he has not been making many SCVs. He's still at 23 SCVs, and now Arium, he has a natural expansion. He has Colossus on the way. He has 40 probes.
40 probes to 23 SCVs, and we saw Sonic just scanned that. He saw it. He's like, oh, God. He knows what a hole he's in, and how is he going to get his way out of it? I mean, he's got 2 Reapers over here. I mean, there's no defense at the moment for... no, there's actually a single Colossus. And of course, you can always just warp in. So the Reaper's only able to do too much damage. At best, he can pick off a couple of probes at the cost of the Reapers. But this is still going to be so hard to come back from. What he needs is a very, very successful drop once he's able to break out of this base. But oh, look, the recall. So once he recognizes this, he can just go ahead.
Two Reapers, unfortunately, trying to hop up the ramp to escape the Death Army that was warping in or recalling back, and then encounters a Colossus that is an equally fiery death. But finally, Sonic has moved out. Honestly, I feel like this game is going to come down to what Sonic can make happen with this big push out that he has to do right now.
He does, and this is a good time for it. 73 army supply to 45 army supply in Sonic's favor. It's extremely Marauder heavy. They're going to take Colossus shots. They're going to wipe out the Stalkers. There's not a lot that Ariam has that can deal with this effectively. What he does have are force fields and photon overcharge. He can buy himself a lot of time, but is it going to be enough? There's so many Marauders in this army. This is so very scary.
Yeah, another thing that Ariam does have going for him is that +1 weapon's already finished up, but Thermal Lance is still a little bit away. It's still going to take another 50 seconds, but the army is actually encroaching upon Ariam. Is he going to be prepared for this?
Oh, Ariam is actually going out to engage the army. This does not seem like a smart move. The Time Warp going to buy him a little bit of time, but the Mothership Core is going to die, and one of the Colossus goes down as well. There's a little bit too much bio here. Ariam may have wandered too far, but the force field's holding strong for the moment.
Yeah, that Marauder count is so high. He's actually managing to retain a substantial portion of his army, surprisingly large number, but Vikings should be making their way across the map to help deal with these Colossus, but not that many, and you have to remember that there are no medevacs to heal up this army.
Oh, the Colossus from the high ground doing work. Thermal Lance not quite done, meaning the Marauders are able to hit them as long as the Colossus are able to hit the Marauders. He's chasing him back. He's getting on top of the ramp, but is it going to be enough? The army is getting cleaned up. The Vikings here a little bit too late. He picks off the Colossus, though. Can he keep up this momentum? He's lost all of his bio.
That's the thing, though, right? I mean, Sonic had to do a lot of damage with this, and yeah, he did a lot of damage in the sense that he picked off a lot of that army, but behind this, he's still sitting down a solid 14 or so workers. That is still a big economic deficit, so unless Sonic really just trusts that his macro is so much better than his opponent's, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, because third expansions are pretty similarly timed, to be honest.
Yeah, usually you'll see the Terran get that down long before, but even more important than that is the SCV count, which is just so low, just now getting to 30 for Sonic, and he threw away quite a bit of army. The actual units lost tab, crazily similar. Only 20 supply more, or 20 resources lost for Sonic. I'm not even sure how that math particularly happened, but it did. And Ariam's kind of in a very similar position to where he was in the last game. He's got a Blink Stalker Colossus army against an opponent who's a couple steps behind.
Yeah, and not to mention just being a little bit ahead on the upgrades. Ariam has got to be smiling to himself, man, right now. He's definitely mind-gamed and pressured Sonic quite heavily in the series so far. But you know what? This is where Sonic's strong suit is, the drops. He's moving across the map with a drop and is going to be able to actually do a potential bit of damage over here in the main base.
Yeah, the drop is going to be what can bring him back into this game, but you got to be so careful with the Blink Stalkers. It's almost a guaranteed commit with that army composition. We do have a cannon in the mineral line of Ariam, but it might be just a tiny bit out of position. He's going to see the drop. Is he going to react? Yes, the Stalkers get onto the high ground, and this medevac likely will not be making it out of here alive unless he leaves right now.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to pick up. Blink Stalkers do blink on top, but do not manage to pick off that medevac. 42 health points is still left over. But, that is a nice little move from Sonic. That's going to prevent any move-outs for a while, or at least keep some units at home, because you're always afraid of that possibility that, hey, what if that medevac drop that's sitting up in the airspace comes back?
Right, and I like this move by Sonic. He's sending out a second drop because he knows his opponent's going to be focusing on that one. It does get spotted by the pylon here, so the element of surprise won't really be on his side. But it's still something that'll keep Ariam pinned back and just let Sonic try to macro up what he can. Right now, the worker supply, 58 probes to 34 SCVs. Army supply, 61 to 64, still in Sonic's favor. The upgrade's actually one weapons for both players too, so there's not a huge lead for Ariam there. The only downside here is, I guess, the Viking count. It's 6 Vikings to how many Colossi? 4. So generally you want like at least 3 Vikings per Colossus, but it's hard to expect Sonic to make up this deficit so
but
well.
At the natural expansion of Ariam, the medevac drop is actually moved back in at the same time as Ariam is totally out of position to actually deal with this. He does have the Mothership Core, so he could potentially do a recall or something. No, he doesn't have the energy for a recall. He doesn't even have any units to actually warp in right now. His gateways are all on cooldown.
Oh, that is a perfectly timed drop there for Sonic, and look how much damage he is doing. He has killed 10 workers, starting to even up that deficit. More importantly, he's forced the army completely back to the base, and this is exactly what Sonic needs to do. He can now probably land his third base.
Yeah, and God, Sonic just did such a good job keeping that medevac alive for such a long period of time, forcing RM to move back with that entire army. And as you said, he's allowed himself time to also get up his own third base and everything and start to catch up a little bit in that upgrades. I mean, now RM is no longer, if he tries to move out again, he's not going to be hitting it during a time where he has this big upgrade advantage. In fact, Sonic will actually have an upgrade advantage with +1 armor on the way.
That's true, and if Sonic decides to get aggressive with that, I mean, he could potentially get some good trades. He's still leading in the army supply. Sonic's macro, incredible for someone who's playing with so few SCVs, so far behind. In fact, look how many SCVs he has pulled that aren't mining right now. He's probably going to want to get those back, but at this point, we do see RM moving out for an attack again. He's going to time it with his +2. Charge may be finished by the time he closes in. Doesn't really have any zealots at this army, though.
Yeah, that's actually really, really surprising. I mean, this almost reminds me of how StarCraft 2 players, Protoss players, were actually playing at like the beginning of Wings of Liberty. They're like, Stalkers and Colossus, that's all I need, and you know, maybe I'll eventually get High Templars, but those are pretty bad units, right? And it's like, no, pretty good, and RM realizes that, gonna get some of those Psionic Storms in the mix.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a devastating late game armor. We see Sonic has laid down his third base, 63 probes to 36 SCVs, still a major deficit, but Sonic hanging in there with the mules. His army is not particularly gas heavy anymore. He has a lot of Marauders, but most of them were made early game, so the fact that he's working mostly off of, you know, mule-based economy isn't too bad for now, but in the long run, of course, it is going to hurt him.
Oh my god, this is a really interesting move out here from Sonic. I mean, he has a lot of Vikings to deal with those Colossus, and he's actually going to be hitting before Sonic Storm is done, but hey, does he have the army to actually deal with this right now? Blinkstalker's just picking off a couple of those Vikings.
That was a nice blink there from Arium, and that takes actually a surprising amount of momentum away from Sonic. He goes from 13 Vikings to 11 against 4 Colossi. Still a pretty decent number, but it's just a few moments now until Psionic Storm is ready, and all these Templar will have Storms with the exception of maybe one of them. That is going to be a lot of Storms and, well, not a lot of army to deal with it. He's going to try to do what he can here, but his aggressive window may have shut.
Yeah, he's going to be able to pick off this 4th expansion, but, I mean, give me a little bit of I'm not amazing at math, but how many medevacs are with this army?
I'm going to say 1, unless this Viking is wearing one of these Vikings is just wearing a Halloween costume.
It's a changeling Viking.
It's a changeling Viking. But barring that possibility, just a single medevac. He went really heavy into the Vikings, which is an excellent point because he doesn't have the medevacs. He was looking for a huge Viking timing attack, and now with Storm, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough for Sonic. I mean, again, he has that 3rd expansion established now, but Arium is going up to 4 bases, and with, again, as you said, Sonic Storm, it's going to be even rougher. But, you know, I do have to say that Sonic has emphasized his love of going for those late-game Ghost armies, and I have seen him nail some amazing Ghost hits. So he's not entirely out of it just yet. He still has retained a majority of his Viking count, so he can deal with those Colossus, and as long as he can get a good engagement, even if you're far behind, this is one of those matchups where having a really good engagement can bring you back in the game.
It truly will, and you know, this game isn't quite even, mostly due to the worker deficit, but it's evened out surprisingly. I mean, the army supply has been in Sonic's favor almost the entire game. He's behind 23 workers, and soon another base as this 4th Nexus finishes up. But with his maxed out army, he can do some serious damage. But as you said, it's going to rely on those EMPs, because when Storm and Colossi both make contact, the Terran army does not last long.
Yeah, and how many High Templars does Arium have? He has about 5 right now, but they are actually lagging quite a bit farther behind. And actually, I have to say, Sonic definitely get the better end of that starting engagement. The supply count's almost evened up, even.
Absolutely beautiful trade. He has still about a 10 supply lead on the army supply tab, and he's got a nice concave here with these Vikings. They're starting to get focused on by the Stalkers, but are there too many? Not a lot of Zealots to soak up this damage, but look at the Archon count. They're able to absorb some serious punishment.
Oh man, and the Vikings just taking so much damage from all those Storms. The Archons cleaning the remainder of them up. Arium gonna be the first winner of the series and is gonna advance on to the winners match 2-0.
Wow, congrats to Arium there. I mean, he really took advantage of those Blink Stalkers, maybe knowing the fact that Sonic was a little bit wary against them. He had a beautiful contain. Sonic's factory, unfortunately, was so late that his medevacs just didn't allow him to break out quick enough, and from there, Arium, all he had to do was, I guess, you know, not lose the game rather than win, and he did that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good strategy to do that. But, you know, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and actually get Arium here on for the winner's interview. And I mean, what was, like, really the defining point in that game, do you think, that really set it in favor of Arium? I mean, obviously we're going to be thinking back to that early game aggression, but it didn't seem like it was going to work for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't able to break in with the blink. It all comes down to how effective that contain was. And even on top of that, Terrence can be contained for a while and still do fine. But the factory down so late really made it so that Sonic was just fighting an incredibly, incredibly uphill battle rather than maybe the slight incline he would have otherwise had.
Mm-hmm. But, we are going to be bringing Ariam on once again, as I said. So, Ariam, turning on your camera. How you doing, man? Congratulations on winning the first match of the tournament. How you feeling?
I don't know. I was pretty happy. Obviously, that was pretty cool. I think I was way too nervous. Like I thought it would have been a lot harder, because I've heard like very scary stuff about him. Like he's really good and stuff. And I don't know. It went, I guess, in my favor. Blink Stalker's pretty good.
Blink Stalker's pretty good. Okay, I have to ask.
What's up?
Was the Blink Stalker stuff just a complete mind game of Sonic saying how much he hated Blink Stalkers?
I never heard him say Blink Stalkers, but he when he was talking about what he knows about my playstyle, I had noticed that he had said, my DT drop, my infamous DT drop.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so I guess the Twilight kind of freaked him out, and it kind of showed in the first game because he had built a turret for sure, and I'm pretty sure he made one in his main.
Yeah.
So that was really nice, but Blink Stalker is pretty good.
All right, awesome. But I have to ask also, the next player that you're going to be playing is going to be the winner of Saravati versus Nubrigini. Do you have any guesses on who you think is going to be advancing on, or who you would like to be facing off against?
I'm pretty sure Saravati's going to take it. I'm pretty sure he's I don't know what the word is. I think it's the sheer favorite. No, it's not that. No, it's definitely not that. I'm pretty sure he's the favorite to win it, and I'm pretty sure he's one of the favorites to win it all. I kind of want to play Nubrigini. I don't know how to say his name. Nubrigini more than I kind of want to play Saravati, because Saravati is pretty good, as you guys know. But either one actually works. I kind of like PvP, and I've been starting to figure out PvZ, so either one works.
All right, sounds good, man. Well, we'll be seeing you a little bit later tonight, so thank you so much, Ariam, for hopping on. And do you want to really quickly give any shout-outs to, say, your Twitter account or anything else if people want to check you out, or give them a reason to actually donate money to you? I mean, you just showed some really, really fantastic games, and those donation boxes are just below the video.
I don't know. I wouldn't say fantastic, because I literally just made, a bunch of Blink Stalkers. But there's a couple shout-outs I do want to give. V3 Gaming, the new sponsor for Root. It's a computer sponsor. They're really cool. TT Esports. I also want to give a huge shout-out to my team, Seed, and I guess the main team as well, Root. I want to give a huge shout-out to Panda Bear Me, Estrella, and Intense for helping me train for this match. And who else? I guess everyone for watching. And then my Twitter is Seed Ariam, and my stream is twitch.tv/AriamTV. So check those out, I guess, if you want to help me out.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ariam. And guys, we're going to be jumping to a short break while we get the next game set up. So please stick around, and please also make sure that you're also betting over on goimba.com. And you guys, it's completely free, no reason not to do it. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with our next set of players. And sorry, guys, so much for the delay. We did have a couple of issues with Skype, but they have been resolved. And we have on the show, or I should say the tournament now, for the pregame interview, we have Eternity Games Nubergini and Clarity Gaming Saravati. How you guys doing?
Great.
Great. Doing great, too.
Not so great.
Not so great.
Why? Because you got to face
tired.
I was kidding.
You were always tired, sir. I mean, you were tired during like the breaking out interviews. You're tired during the fun day and everything.
It's a life of
I'm just
engineering students,
perpetually
man.
tired. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know, I did want to get a couple of your guys' thoughts on a couple of things before we actually get started. So, first of all, we have already kind of picked out all the maps and everything. The first map is going to be Belshare Vestige. Now, that was actually the pick after all the bans from Saravati. So, Saravati, is there any particular reason you like Belshare Vestige for this Protoss versus Zerg? And, you know, whether you feel free telling us what strategies you're going to go for or not, considering Nubergini is literally sitting right next to you now.
Skype.
Whoop.
Oh, we've lost him to the Twilight Zone. The
The reason
Skype
why I
Twilight
put-
Zone.
Belshire Prestige is because I'm going to open. Okay, into 13 at.
So, Word, I think that robots are pretty strong
Oh,
in
no.
this matchup right
Am I
now.
back?
You get
Yeah,
perfect
sorry.
micro. You get perfect micro as a robot. Hey, are you back, Brian? All right,
Piecing this
Nubergini.
together, I heard the word open.
All right, Nubergini, we're gonna go ahead and shift it to you. I mean, is there anything you've been doing to prepare for this matchup as we hear Saravati talking behind me?
Am I back
Sleep,
out?
really.
Sleep.
Brian, right there.
Yeah, am I back? Yes? No?
Oh, there we go. Look
Yeah,
at
there
that.
you go.
Actual
Maybe?
sound.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
All right. So which one here? Are we
we're-
going back to him or?
We're just gonna go ahead and say, like, do you guys have, or I should say, Nubergini, do you have any words for your opponent? As we should probably just jump into the game at this point.
I don't know. I'm wanted to play, but hey, yeah, I'm gonna win. I hope I win.
Hype.
That's good mentality to have. But thank you guys so much. Thank you to both Nubergini and Saravati, although Saravati could only be here with us in black and white and terrible ping connection. But, you know, hopefully his game won't be too impacted since we are going to be hanging on them in the Skype call. So, guys, thank you so much for coming, and see you guys in a little bit. All right. But Word, I mean, I have to ask, who do you think is going to be a big favorite to actually get in over here?
Well, I'm gonna kind of have to agree with what Ariam was saying. Saravati's probably the favorite here. I mean, he's just been a pretty established North American player for quite a lot of time. He's got a lot of tournament experience. So I'm gonna have to say that I might be rooting for Saravati, of course, as a Clarity Gaming member. But objectively speaking, he could have an edge here.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see. Now, I do want to remind everyone, you can go ahead and vote for who you think is going to win, who you want to win, whatever. I would recommend doing who you think is going to win because it is on a website called goimba.com, and you guys actually might have noticed some of the numbers appearing, so you can see who exactly is voting how much. You can vote. It's completely free to do. So go ahead and check it out. And I also wanted to give a really quick shout out to, of course, all the people that made this kind of event possible. That'd be people like the SC2/Hearthstone podcast, Let's Kung Fu. Definitely check them out. It's youtube.com/filthyrake. And also remember that there are donation boxes beneath the actual video player itself over on Twitch. So if you decide that you really enjoy the playstyle of any of these players that are actually playing, you can go ahead and donate directly to them, or you can donate directly to the prize pool as well. And we are doing giveaways based on the highest donations to those prize pools.
Yeah, very true, very true. So guys, definitely make sure right below the stream. It's a great way to contribute.
But with that being said, Word, if you're ready, we're going to go ahead and jump into this next game and introduce the players as we spawn down here in the bottom right-hand corner on top of the player representing Clarity Gaming. He is the innovator, Saravati.
And his opponent in the upper left, playing as Zerg, the red player from Eternity Gaming, he is Nubergini.
All right, Word. Protoss versus Zerg. This is a pretty fun matchup. And you and I both know, I mean, Word, you are from Clarity Gaming, and we have a Clarity Gaming player in here. Tell us a little bit about Saravati.
Well, as we were kind of talking about this a little bit before, and the way you've introduced him as the innovator, it's very true. Saravati, his play style is not a style really. He just has a lot of builds, and you never know which one he's going to pull out. So it's hard to pin him down exactly. I would say it's a weird thing to say, but it's kind of the thing that you least expect Saravati's going to do. You mentioned that, for example, in his breaking out game against Suppy, a replay that he gave us from Akalon Wastes, it's generally a macro map. Saravati goes ahead, he goes 2 base with Immortals, Stalkers, and Sentries against the Zerg player on Akalon Wastes, and it works because it's just so unexpected and so well executed. So I think doing the exact opposite of what the meta expects is going to be Saravati's strength, and his repertoire of builds is going to allow him to do that in a lot of situations on a lot of maps.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, on the other hand, we have the Zerg player Nubergini from Eternity Gaming. He is actually known as the Punisher, and I call him that because he is so good at punishing mistakes, whether it be through sending those early Zerglings in at a time that your opponent would just never expect them, or just finding the perfect way to do those correct engagements, doing the Zergling wraparounds, making sure that you get attack angles from a lot of different sides. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going. And we already see something sort of weird from Nubergini. He's gone for 6 fairly early Zerglings.
Yeah, this is interesting. Usually you'll see Zerg players get 4. A lot of them are getting 2 now just to go ahead and scout for pylons and probes. But this Zealot is going across the map on the exact opposite direction. This is a very interesting situation. Going to be kind of counterattacking each other here. And I got to say, I like it much better for Nubergini than I do for Saravati.
Yeah, the Mothership Core is also moving out, actually. And, the Zealot over here might not know. The Zealot's not going to scout anything. Look at that timing for Nubergini. Actually managing to evade that Zealot, picks off a probe, and Is Saravati even going to turn around? He's turning around with the Mothership Core, but not with the Zealots.
This is going to be tough. He's going to delay this Nexus for so long now. Saravati reacting. He takes a second gas. He's going to try to lay down a gate, loses another probe. These Lings pretty much already worth it at this point. They're getting into the mineral line, denying a lot of mining time, and this is where every Protoss player feels so uncomfortable. You do not want Lings in your base this early, or ever, really.
Oh, Nubergini also trying to micro away his queen from the Zealot harassment. The second Zealot also going to be arriving at the same time. There's just action going on both sides of the map as both these players have to micro on 2 fronts. But this queen, I mean, it's going to be running out of creep very, very soon, and it's going to get taken out eventually. But Drone actually getting a lucky kill on a Zealot.
Yeah, how are the trades so far? It looks like the Lings have been cleaned up. Right now we have 3 workers killed for both players. But the Nexus still not down for Saravati, so the trade overall might be pretty good for Nubergini. This Zealot going to deny, well, not going to deny much after all. Some nice link micro here from Nubergini. He's only going to lose 1 Zergling to that Zealot, and it gets taken out. So I like that for the Zerg player more there. This Nexus only just now going down.
Yeah, and I actually love that. I was just watching the APM tab during all of that as they were bouncing back and forth between the two battles. I mean, Zerglings been getting micro back from those Zealots, Queen getting micro back, the Zealots trying to target fire down the correct Zerglings and the Queen. I mean, it was a lot of fun to see, but with all that being said, the wall-in should be completed, and Nubergini shouldn't be able to do too much more damage, but Speed just finished up.
Yeah, good timing there for Ceravati to get that wall shut. And now that I think about it, he got that Queen kill. So I wouldn't say it's objectively better for the Zerg, honestly. Maybe actually better for the Protoss. It's hard to say exactly. There's no particular equation for it. It's just going to matter with how these guys do transition out. Speedling's going to attempt to be annoying, but at this point, we can just assume maybe it'll actually even out a little bit because the Protoss didn't get that strong probe lead that they get sometimes with double Chrono Boost on Nexus. So the fact that that's late is going to play a point as well.
I definitely agree, but I have to say, stylistically, I think Nubergini might feel a little bit more comfortable with this situation. I mean, Ceravati is so much of an innovator, but he's not coming up necessarily with all those builds just on the fly and saying, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and try doing this random thing. No, he comes up with these builds, he puts a lot of thought into them, and finds ways to make them work. But he has sort of been thrown a little bit off kilter. I mean, his build's been delayed a little bit, his Nexus is a little bit delayed, he lost some probes. Nubergini, I think, is going to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of being able to just play it more adaptively in this situation.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. I mean, we see the Rocheborn going down at, kind of later than usual timing, just because everything's generally delayed for Ceravati here. He's got Warp Gates up, but there's literally no pressure incoming at all. Just this Mothership Core trying to pick off a stray drone, which it might be able to get as Ceravati, just runs right by it over in the third. But he's going to come out and clean up these Lings outside of his base at least. And, what's his plan from here? He's got a Robo down. He's only got he's got 4 gateways, a lot of sentries actually. And a lot of players would take a third off of this, but even though this army looks small, it has the potential to do so much damage because of these force fields.
Belcher Vestige is one of those maps that can be a little bit difficult to actually take that third expansion on just because there's that big area that you have to cover with a very sentry-based army. I mean, you're going to have to waste so many force fields if you take a bad engagement, and that is something you can count on Nubergini to do, to make sure you take a bad engagement. But look at this. We have a big sentry move out from Ceravati with a single Zealot actually in there as well.
Well, we have 6 roaches out for Nubergini, and he saw the sentries coming. Oh, force field, they're going to catch one of those roaches. Pretty nice. These sentries are going to get a kill for the first time in their lives. And Ling's going to get picked off as well. He doesn't even lose the probe. So here comes the pressure. And even if it's just a kind of sharking sort of situation, if we're going to go back into Wings of Liberty language, it's working out very well. We have there was 28 Zerglings being produced by Nubergini. This is cutting into the drone production.
Zergling flank. Zergling flank coming in from Nubergini right now as he's actually moved around. He's picked off one of the sentries, and now he's going to be coming in with a sick concave over here. He's going to definitely force a recall, but Ceravati a little bit slow on the recall. We're getting a little bit of lag, unfortunately. And, oh man, Ceravati lost a lot of units over there.
Yeah, he lost quite a bit of sentries. We're just going to see a little pause here, so we hope to settle this out. I think he had maybe 7 sentries at least. He's lost at least a couple there, and just hopefully we can get this settled out. But not necessarily what Ceravati wanted to do. I was kind of pointing out before, Ceravati's actually ahead in workers now, 47 to 45 drones. At this point, generally the Zerg is going to be pretty far ahead, usually by 10 workers or so. So that's something that this attack did successfully do, force out a lot of Zerglings.
Yeah, and I mean, if Ceravati can maybe somehow hold on, defend a little bit, maybe he can transition out. I mean, he has Colossus on the way, and Colossus not exactly the best units against, or Colossus, I should say, are pretty good units against just a pure lot of speed Zerglings, especially if you do still have some sentries left over to actually still force field. But I have to say, it's going to be a little bit rough for Ceravati from this point on.
Yeah, he's going to be contained pretty hard. We're going to see Nubergini try to burn as many force fields as he can out of his opponents so that Ceravati can't take a third effectively. And in fact, look at this. Burrowed Zergling and Overlord over at Ceravati's third. So that is just really great for Nubergini. He's going to try to catch back up in that drone count. Now has the 52 to 47 lead. Colossi are coming out. We have actually 3 more gateways on the way for Ceravati. That's a total of 7 gateways. He could just be going for this off of 2 base as, yeah, he has completely cut the pro production. I'm wondering if this is going to be a fake third.
I actually like this move also from Nubergini because you think about it, there are no observers, or I'm sorry, there actually is an observer out on the map, but it's a little bit on the other side of the map, so it's going to take a little while to kill off this burrowed Zergling. But if there was no observer, then he's either forcing time that Ceravati could have been making more Colossus to make an observer, or he's just guaranteeing to himself that there's never going to be a 4th expansion. All he has to do is throw down a bunch of spine callers and defend against the push.
Yeah, Burrow, never a bad investment. We're going to see a bit of an engagement here, some roaches for free rather than an engagement. Nubergini going to buy himself some time maybe here as, well, the Broodling has been picked off, the Pollen laid down. Link's coming in to check for a Nexus. They see no Nexus. There was a probe there, so that should be a pretty big giveaway here. That's already going for 2 base, but he's going to get some free roaches.
Yeah, speaking about a good giveaway over there, Saravati nabbing a lot of roaches and honestly being relatively efficient with that force field energy, but now we end up seeing the Zerglings trying to move in, but no, that is a pretty tight wall in, and with a couple of sentries actually being warped in, he should be able to defend this no problem. There's actually a lot of roaches over here. Oh my god, Word, are we seeing a base trade?
I think we could be seeing a base trade here. I was worried because Saravati warped in so many units at home, but Nubergini actually sent pretty much his whole army. It is going to be a base trade situation. Saravati, this is Mothership Core, yes, there's actually enough energy for a recall and a photon overcharge. He's going to try to buy time with these sentries while he cleans up his opponent's base. And, oh, there you go, kills the third and he recalls back. So that's going to be nice for Saravati. He really didn't lose anything there.
Oh my god, Word, I think that this has been equalized more than enough. I mean, Saravati just picked off the 3rd expansion. Yeah, there was a 4th expansion going up, but it's still going to be so far away. That's going to be a vulnerable 4th expansion. And Saravati can actually just move out across the map again. There's not really much of an army to pressure him right now.
Yep, he's going to keep doing it, and he's got enough energy for another recall, but, you know, Nubergini knows that, oh, no, that is not good for Nubergini. This could be game-ending for him here, as this was the huge bulk of his army, and he's going to lose it for almost nothing.
Those Colossus so happy right now with being able to kill off all that. And Nubergini's trying to go for a counterattack. He has a lot of Zerglings, but Saravati's already started that big wall in again. He's putting up a 2nd layer as well. He has sentries to now force field out those Zerglings. And at the same time, Saravati just pushing into the natural expansion. I don't know if Nubergini can win this anymore at this point. I mean, it's going to be so unbelievably difficult.
This is so tough. After losing so much army for such a poor trade, there's no way he can kill this Colossus army. He's making actually 14 Mutalisks, but the Stalker count almost equal to that at 13. With these sentries, he shouldn't have too much of a problem.
I mean, I don't know. He's still doing a lot of damage in the main base, and actually he forces a recall. So he lost the natural expansion. But the natural expansion, I mean, it was going to eventually start to get mined out, and he has that 4th expansion and the 3rd expansion reestablished. He has to hold off against the Zealot aggression that's actually going on over at his 4th expansion. But maybe he can buy some more time with the Mutalisks and make this still work out for him.
This could work. You know, when you force a Zerg player to or a Protoss player to recall while you have Mutas out, that opens up a huge window for you to keep them contained. Saravati knows this, though. He's moving out with his army. He does not want to be caught in that situation where he's dancing back and forth between Mutas, but this Muta army, this Muta ball is scary. 15 Mutas coming up now. Oh, one of them gets get picked up by the army there.
The 4th expansion, Nubergini had an opportunity to pick off those 2 Zealots. He left them both alive at barely any health, and now both of those Zealots have about 11 drone kills between them, and now Saravati can be pushing in over the natural expansion.
Well, it is going to be a base trade situation. When you have Mutas in your base as a Protoss, it is just the situation you have to go for. They're just going to try to focus down the buildings in order of importance as Saravati moves in and kills everything in sight. Pretty much no army for Nubergini except for those Mutas. He's pumping out as many as he can, though.
All the Mutalisks taking a lot of damage, and they're trying to just engage directly against these Stalkers. I'm not sure if Nubergini can afford to take this thing, and Saravati taking game number 1.
Wow, GG there for Saravati. You know, he took some bad trades in the beginning. The base trade didn't look to be going in his favor right away, but after he picked off that 3rd and got that just incredibly, it was really just an unfortunate situation for Nubergini losing all of those roaches. After that, it was almost an impossible comeback. He brought it to the wire, but Saravati, just too much of his army survived. He was able to both kill and defend.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like, by the end of it, Nubergini kind of was starting to realize like that he had sort of given away a little bit of a lead with by losing that 3rd expansion. And I mean, I'm not even sure exactly what I would have corrected about Nubergini's play specifically, but Saravati did a really, really good job of coming back from that. And I think that Nubergini kind of was a little bit on tilt by the end of that, because you saw small things like he had 14 Mutalisks, target fired down one of the Zealots that was harassing his 4th expansion, but didn't actually kill it, and then just left it to go harass. And then those 2 Zealots killed off 11 of his drones. I mean, those are the kind of mistakes that you don't want to make in a situation like that.
Yeah, it forced it. It was kind of already in a base trade situation, but after losing all those drones, there's really not even much more you can do after that. You just kind of have to dedicate your Mutas to winning, and there's just too many stalkers going for Saravati. So, he definitely earned that victory, defended well, knew when to attack, when to recall, which is, it's a tough skill as a Protoss. Some people might think recall easy button, but there's times when you recall for 10 mutas and you just let your opponent double expand, their mutas go hit your other base. You've got to know how to use that energy effectively, especially against mutalists, and Saravati knew how to split his army. So that's going to be 1-0 in his favor. And, also want to point out, the way this map situation is working out for Saravati is good. He picked the first map and he won on the first map. That's the way you want to go, of course, whereas Sonic picked the first map and lost, which threw him into probably a bigger funk. So Saravati probably feeling pretty good right now. The next map is going to be Yatsu, which is Nubergini's pick.
Yeah, and this might be the opportunity for Nubergini to really make something happen over here. And I do have to say that Nubergini does actually really enjoy Mutalisk, and I also have to say that Saravati has expressed his disdain for Mutalisk before. So this could very well be a strong opportunity for Nubergini to take this game. I mean, you saw he was actually playing pretty well, honestly. So, I don't know. What do you think might end up happening over here, Word? I want to hear your prediction.
All right, prediction for Yansu. I mean, as we were kind of talking about before, it's hard to predict Saravati.
Yeah.
But in general, I don't think Zerg players just like this map very much. That being said, I mean, he did pick it as a second map, but he was choosing between Yatsu and Frost, so it's not that big of a tell. It's hard to take a third on this map, honestly. I've been paneling busted quite a few times here. I wonder if something, that straightforward might happen for Nubergini.
Yeah, but I do want to remind everyone one more time that if you have your own thoughts and opinions on who you think is going to win, go ahead and vote over at goimba.com. It's a completely free place to do it. And if you actually enjoyed either of these players' play, you can go ahead and click on their donation box below. You can donate directly to the player, or you can donate just directly to the prize pool. Either one works. But with that being said, we are going to be jumping into this next game. As you mentioned, Word, it is going to be Yonsu, and it is Nubergini's pick. If there's any chance for him to come back in this series, it is going to be this game. But, Word, why don't you go ahead and take it away with that first player introduction.
All right, guys, we are spawning here on Yansu on top of our Zerg player, currently down 0-1. He is going to need your support. Go vote for him on goimba.com if you want that underdog prize money. But playing for Eternity Gaming, the green Zerg, he is Nubergini.
And in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the purple Protoss player, thanking his internet, who he definitely wants, he's clearly not being sarcastic. He wants a sponsorship from his ISP. I don't know who it is. It is the Canadian Protoss player. It is Clarity Gaming Saravati, currently up 1-0.
Now, Twitch chat can have the guessing game if we got some Canadians out there of who Saravati's internet provider is and why they might be doing so poorly. I don't know. I have heard some bad things about Canadian internet, that's for sure.
This is a Canada off, man, and they are both stuck with Canadian internet. But we shall see how this ends up going as spawning pool going down for Nubergini, and I've noticed that Nubergini never really ever trying to go for hatchery first. Now, I've seen it happen sometimes, but is there a reason why Zerg players don't really do that anymore?
Well, I'm going to say it's this reason exactly. We see Saravati going Forge first, and that's, he's trying for a cannon rush. There's no other reason you would really go Forge first, unless you're particularly paranoid. You really want to take advantage of a Zerg who's going hatch first. So, it's not going to be the case here for Nubergini and Saravati. I mean, it's not a huge investment or anything. Your next is going to be a little bit later than it otherwise could be. But the pool first pretty much usually guarantees that a cannon rush is not going to kill you.
Oh, yeah, and I like that decision for Nubergini. You're playing against Saravati, the innovator, the crazy one that you cannot predict. One game, he'll choose you. The next game, you'll play the most standard game in the world. And oh my god, actually, that is not something I would predict either. Saravati losing his scouting probe.
Yeah, that's really tough, actually. The scouting probe, you want to have out there to scout the third, of course. That's what you want to see. You want to know the third timing. Some Protoss players don't mind so much. They'll send the Mothership Core out, or they'll send out their first Zealot or something to see that third timing, but obviously you would rather just not lose your scouting probe. Now, we're going to see Forlings this time from Nubergini, not investing too heavily here. Against a Forge first, he shouldn't be able to slip in or anything. Saravati already had the unpleasant experience of having 6 Zerglings in his base early game. He made it work, but it's still not something you want to go through again. The cannon is going to finish, well, not quite in time here, actually.
God.
These Lings could be able to just sneak around, and
God.
This is just... They're not going to be able to get into the ramp without losing a couple of them, but it's still not fun.
Do you remember how I told you that Nubergini is known as the Punisher, and he punishes mistakes, he punishes slightly greedy play or corners that you cut? I mean, that cannon was literally seconds away from finishing. But now he has to deal with 4 Zerglings in his mineral line of his natural expansion. I have seen this happen so many times to amazing Protoss players against Nubergini. He will not give you an inch.
Ooh, and far from giving an inch, he takes a probe away. And this is just such a beautiful spot for these Zerglings to be. These probes can either try to mine and maybe lure the Zerglings into the range of the cannon, but he risks losing probes. Still, all 4 of these Lings alive in the mineral line, and this mining just completely denied. Another pick off there. That is 4 workers killed so far in this game.
My God.
Oh, that's just really brutal for Saravati.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, we do see Nubergini. I mean, this is not an all-in. He didn't even really do a super-duper early pool. He did like a 14 pool or something, which I think is maybe like 1 drone earlier than usual, which is why he kind of got in there just a couple seconds earlier. But, you know, the Zealot going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie, Pocket Full of Posy, and Ash stashes. Another probe goes down.
Many ashes to ashes as these Zerglings round up 5 kills total. Finally, they are going to go down. This one Zergling shouldn't be able to get too much done, but highly annoying for Saravati. He has to focus. He loses probes. He has to focus a lot of his energy on the mineral line. And, I mean, he's just forcing Saravati to do the same.
You know, what's also impressive about this is that Nubergini is... Oh, he does end up losing that Zergling finally, but, I mean, Nubergini wasn't just focusing on that. I mean, you could say, you know, some players... Like a Gold League player could do that, but they can't macro behind that. They can't make sure they're getting up their 3rd expansion, taking their gas geysers, making sure that they're figuring out exactly what to do, and keeping those Zerglings alive. Like, that is a very difficult task. And Nubergini was able to do all that, and he actually managed to also at least delay maybe some of those gas geysers from going down. So he got a little bit of scouting information too.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we're seeing a pretty heavily delayed build by Saravati. We saw the Stargate go down, you know, probably around 30 seconds after you really want it to. The gas is in his natural. I wouldn't necessarily call them late because it's hard to tell exactly what build a Protoss player is going to be doing. You could be going 2 base, really gateway heavy, off of Phoenix if you wanted to. But it's something that the Lings were just 100% good for Nubergini, no doubt about that. And he didn't lose too much in the bargain. I mean, he's still got his drone lead. He's got his 3rd base up and running.
Actually, speaking of what these players are going for, is Nubergini's lair unusually late to you? I mean, he's just now starting it at 8 minutes, or like 7:30.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, how many gases he's got? He's gone up to 3 gases, interestingly, over on his natural and his 3rd. So it could maybe be a Muta swing if you wanted to, but yeah, usually you'll maybe see a lair around 7 minutes. In this case, he wanted to get speed before he got the lair, which indicates to me that he really does want to go for Mutas. So that could be why it was a little bit later than normal, but it shouldn't really be too big of a deal, unless it was DTs coming or something, which there aren't.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is a good read from Nubergini. I mean, he knows that he likes to... I mean, we know that he likes to go for Mutalist, and we know that Saravati doesn't like Mutalist, so why not go for it? And actually, Nubergini gonna get an opportunity to scout out that 3rd expansion with that Overlord. Surprisingly, actually, Saravati not really caring that the Overlord was there.
Yeah, now, if he had Lair, he could have been dropping Creep, which he's doing now, but that timing has since gone past. These Lings actually might be able to get a cancel. Yeah, they do. It's very nice. This is the thing about Yansu, man. It's hard to hold a 3rd base until you get these rocks down.
Yeah, and again, Nubergini just saying, you're cutting corners, man. You're not allowed to do that against me.
It truly is punishing everything, and, you know, breaking down rocks with sentries is not the most efficient way to go about things. Now, we're seeing Saravati go for charge off of the Twilight Council, which we're seeing more and more in Protoss versus Zerg, just because, you know... generally, if you go for Colossus-based play, it's so easily punished by Vipers, but you can go really nicely into Charge Lot Arc Storm Immortal mid-game, which a lot of Protoss players are starting to prefer.
You know, this is going to be a really, really strong push from Saravati, I think, or, you know, he's going to have a lot of really, really strong units soon. But I want to note that we have a Stargate out, and we have a transition into Templar tech, with the Templar Archives going down, Charge going down, and good upgrades. But we have Burrow going to be finishing up for Nubergini. There's going to be 0 detection for those burrowed units, and... I mean, speaking of Nubergini, who likes to go for those really, really solid engagements, those favorable engagements, if he realizes there's no observer, he could easily set a burrow trap for his opponent.
Yeah, this could really be brutal, especially if Saravati does decide to go for some, kind of two-base timing. He's getting Void Rays out. He's just trying to kind of use the production that he has at this point because his third base is going to be much later than otherwise intended. Not sure if he necessarily wants to go for a two-base at this point. Probably not. But it's just delayed, so the Roach Burrow is going to be huge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of Roaches going to be popping out right now, and I mean, with that lair finished up, he's actually going to be throwing down an Infestation Pit. So this is really, really weird. Is it a Swarm Host transition, or you think Infestors?
Well, it could even be for Quick Vipers. I mean, he's taking off 6 of his gas at this point, of course. He is getting him fourth bases up and running, actually a 5th Macro Hatch here. A Swarm Host game on this map doesn't usually work out in the favor of him.
Oh, word! There's no detection, so he can't find... I mean, he's getting some good force fields and killing off some of those Zerglings, but there's no detection, so he can't kill off the burrowed Zergling and expand. Saravati cannot expand. He's forced into a 2-base all-in or taking a very distant third expansion.
He's making a couple cannons over at his third, or only one cannon. He's actually going to get surrounded by the Lings right now. It's going to get picked off. No, if it gets force fielded. This is such smart play by Nubergini. I gotta agree with you, man. He is a punisher. He is not letting anything go.
Yeah, and I'm really, really glad to see this. And actually, look at this. The Roach is moving in at the natural expansion, going to be able to pick off this upgrade, and that gets canceled. A pylon might go down as well, and I mean, the Charge Zealot's not going to be super effective at actually cutting off those Roaches. Some Roaches do manage to make it up into the main base. The force field's going to work against those units. Oh my god, Burrow.
Oh, look at them. They move so fast in this recent patch. He is probably going to be able to get the Twilight Council here. Well, he's not going to focus down. He's instead going to run into the mineral line, try to pick off some probes there. Really, any damage he can do is good damage. And it doesn't matter how many Roaches he throws away at this point because he's just making more.
Yeah, and he has a Spire on the way, he has a Hive Tech on the way. I mean, he's going to be in a beautiful position, and speaking of positioning, he gets right in the middle behind those minerals and is going to be actually filtering those Zealots through a choke. He might even be able to win that over in the main base. At the same time, more Roaches filtering in over to the natural expansion. Could even send some over to the third, maybe.
Yeah, he's got Roaches to spare, that's for sure. He's going in for it. Photon Overcharge down on the natural to try to defend there. The Roach numbers aren't too great, so they shouldn't be too scary. Oh, the Burrow, there's no protection with that cannon picked off. He is making use of this.
Oh my god, and there was an Oracle that was doing some detection, and yeah, it does come around, but actually it does end up running out of energy, and now there's no longer any detection, although he does throw down another Revelation. Oracles do have enough energy for that. And Saravati, surprisingly enough, not making more Oracles or Robotic Facility. There's the Robotic Facility. I mean, Saravati really needs that down right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, just goes down now after being really just torn back and forth by this Burrow for so long. And it's good for so many reasons. Not only because it can't be detected, but against this charge lot-based army, it's so easy to slip under the force fields that make the charge lot so powerful. The harassment continues. There's Zerglings in the main now.
Yeah, and Saravati is on the other side of the map with his Phoenix, but really doesn't have the multitasking right now to deal with this because the Roaches are actually behind his mineral line. He has to make sure he can actually handle those. There's another Zergling attacking a Twilight Council in the main base. These Roaches are eventually going to get cleaned up, but Burrow again! And I want to remind you, Word, there's a Spire completed behind all this, has +1 flyers on the way, not making mules just yet, but I just want you to look at Saravati's composition. He has Zealots and a handful of Void Rays. Guess what? Neither of those do too well against Mutalisks.
Yeah, and Nubergini's actually going to have enough to make, 12 to 15 Mutalisks, depending on when he decides to start them. Pours a lot of his gas into more Roaches because he's just liking the damage they're doing. Even against Void Rays, they are making it work. We do still not have an Observer out. He's going purely with this Oracle here. And Nubergini is controlling this so well. He is in all 3 bases at once.
Yeah, Charge Zealots are starting to clean up a lot of those. Oracle is starting to follow those actual Roaches that are moving around, but there's still only 1 Oracle out on the map right now, and that means that these Roaches at the natural expansion can start to burrow, and the Roaches at the third expansion have canceled the third. Actually, they killed off the third expansion. Forge going to be going down as well, and I don't even think he can build cannons anymore.
This is beautiful play by Nubergini. Now, at a certain point, the trades are going to stop going his way. If we look at the units lost, he's lost considerably more than his opponent, and a 2-base follow-up could really, really hurt him. With 3 Archons here, even Mutas might not save him. He's got to be careful. Army supply 58 to 96, still in favor of Nubergini. I like his chances here, but you can never really be too wary of a Protoss army. You've got to be prepared.
Yeah, there are Archons in the mix, and I mean, they're going to be on inferior upgrades with only +1 versus, I guess, the +1 Mutalisk, but also +2 missile attacks Roaches. And God, this is the beautiful thing. Nubergini is actually, in addition to this, a little run by over here. He is still macroing up behind this.
Yep, he's just continuing to pump it out. His drone count's been at the 70 mark for quite a while during this whole attack, pretty much. And now we have 11 mutas out of the map. Phoenix production just starting here again for Saravati, but it's going to be 3 Phoenix versus 11 mutas. The Voiders are going to help, but they're too isolated. This one is going to get picked off along with the Phoenix. Is it going to be enough? These mutas can just outmaneuver these Void Rays all day.
I mean, there's a handful of Stalkers, and I'm actually not sure if I agree with Nubergini going after that Stargate so adamantly. He is going to actually have to back out, and actually, Saravati's killed off so many of those mutas. He didn't actually take that much damage from them, I don't think, outside of losing maybe some of the Void Rays and the Phoenix.
Yeah, to be honest here, the trade's getting worse and worse for Saravati, or for Nubergini rather, as he's lost 6,000 more minerals or resources than his opponent. The third goes down again. Saravati is mined out in his main. He almost has to make a 2-base work at this point. But as I was saying before, his army is very, very scary. He's actually over army supply than his opponent right now. He has more.
Yeah, Nubergini might actually, I mean, he has to be so careful, especially
the Phoenix.
Saravati has to be careful of those Phoenixes. There might be the last remaining hope for him right now.
Oh, the Stargates get unpowered as well, and the last Phoenix does get picked off. The Blink Stalker is forced to bounce back and forth, and we have Nubergini double expanding. Saravati trying to take his third, but the muta count just keeps growing. He's got money to spare. He just makes more and more units that Saravati cannot afford to replace once he loses them to these mutas.
That's the thing right now. Nubergini is taking these unfavorable engagements because I guess he knows he has the resources to actually handle it later on, and we do finally end up seeing some of those Phoenix that were actually over at Nubergini's 4th expansion get cleaned up by those roaches, or some Zealots, I think, will get cleaned up over there. But honestly, Nubergini is starting to spiral a bit too far out of control. I mean, his Mutals count is starting to build up again. He's expanding like a madman, and he's going to have way more gas than he knows what to do with.
Yeah, and I think even though he doesn't know what to do, he's going to go ahead and make more mutas anyway, because that's the best bet for him at this point. Blinkstalker is going to try to do what they can, but these mutas are a bit too strong. The flock now up to 19 against, how many Stalkers? We got 6 Stalkers, 3 Void Rays, a single Phoenix, a single Archon. They could probably one-on-one them at this point, but that's not a chance he needs to take.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that there's still an Oracle left out on the map right now for Saravati. But actually going to be target firing down the Immortal a bit. Interesting decision now going after some of those Void Rays. Going to be able to focus fire those down very, very quickly. And Force Field on the ramp from Saravati not actually working out that much in his favor, but he is definitely going to lose his 3rd expansion.
Yeah, it goes down for, I don't even know how many times it's gone down in this game. At least the 3rd time right now, probably the 4th or 5th, if you're counting cancels. And he chases the army away, but really to no avail. Oh, the Phoenix is getting a little too close. Nope, he's going to back them up, going to micro those. But, I mean, he is just fighting to make up way too much ground at this point.
Yeah, I think Nubergini is just playing this out really, really safe right now. He knows he has an amazingly devastating lead, literally over double the supply of his opponent, has 75 drones, has +3 missile attacks, +1 Carapace with another Carapace upgrade on the way, even has some upgrades for his Mutals. As long as he doesn't do something incredibly stupid, he should be able to edge out the victory in this game, and I think that I like the decision that he's playing safe with this.
Yeah, there's a decent pack of Phoenixes out, 5 Phoenixes. Micro correctly, they can do a lot against mutas, but I mean at this point, 24 mutas. Every volley they get off is probably another Phoenix dead, and 2 of them go down. Saravati really refusing to give up, but at this point it's so hard to come back. His ground army moving across, but there's a lot of Roach and Ling here, and a nice split by Nubergini is going to get a massive surround on Saravati's army.
Yeah, even a High Templar in the mix over there, but to no avail. The Mutals cleaning everything up, and Nubergini taking game number 2 and tying up the series.
All right, we've got ourselves a 1-1 situation, which is always a favorable outcome in a best of 3 for the spectators and casters alike. Maybe not for the players who want to win, but it is going to go to map 3, which is going to be Frost.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty interesting game, and I have to say, man, Nubergini played really freaking well that last game. I mean, if you had any concerns after game number 1 where Saravati kind of had a bit of an issue with the connection, ended up losing a couple of those sentries, but still managed to come back against Nubergini, you thought, hey, you know what, Nubergini not that good, Saravati clearly the victor. No, Nubergini, man, this guy is competitive, and I am honestly have no idea who's going to actually have the advantage in this next game.
This is going to be tough, man. It's down to the wire. It's a best of 3. It's unforgiving, but it is a group. Neither of these players are going to be eliminated at this point. It's just, the second set of the day. The winner will, of course, face Arium, who won the first match against, oh god, I'm already forgetting, what's this? Oh my god,
against
Sonic. There we go.
Wargaming Sonic.
My memory is absolutely terrible. And then, of course, the loser of this match will face Sonic. And, well, we all know how groups work. I'm sure we've watched a lot of StarCraft tournaments in this day. But, you know, if you're worried about not seeing one of these players, they still have games to play, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, we still have quite a few games to play, and this actually is resembling the WCS group stage format, in case that just clarifies things for you guys. So we're watching the first 2 series, then we're going to jump into the winner's game, the loser's game, and of course the final rubber match to determine who's actually going to advance on as the second player. But, you know, we're still finishing up the second game, and we're going to be waiting for Newbergini to go to the bathroom, just take a little bit of bathroom break. And this is a really, really funny conversation that I always have with people. And it's that I personally believe people play better when they have an empty bladder. But apparently there are scientific studies done that say that you should actually hold it, because you statistically perform better in activities that require a lot of concentration if you actually have to go to the bathroom and you hold it.
Really?
Yeah,
I hadn't heard that. That is that is interesting, because I always feel the most uncomfortable, you know, as amazing as the topic this is, talking about our bathroom habits, but I'm just like squirming in my chair. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm going to 2-base all in, not because I'm Protoss, although I sometimes do that, but because I really have to pee. So, I don't know, Newbergini kind of on mine and your side of things, you know, he's saying, forget science, man.
Yeah, no kidding, man. But, you know, I'm really curious. We are going to be moving into Frost, okay? So Frost is actually a map that neither of these players picked. It was actually just the last map that wasn't banned and wasn't picked. Do you have any thoughts about this map for Protoss versus Zerg?
Well, you know, this map in general, it depends on the spawn positions a lot. Most Protoss players and Zerg players are going to take the third base that's kind of to the north, so their bases are in a line instead of kind of spread out, because you're really vulnerable to counterattacks. But Ling and Muta-based armies are really nice on this map, just because there are decent counterattack paths once your Protoss opponent is on 3 bases. So I think a mobile army, which Newbergini has gone for a lot, a really aggressive mobile army. We had Burrowed Roaches, we had Mutas in both these games. I think as long as he is confident in himself and plays that sort of play style, he can make it work here. But, you know, Saravati opening with Phoenixes and Blink Stalkers quite a bit, it lets him counter that too.
Yeah, that's also a really, really interesting point. And we have seen a fairly consistent style, in a sense, out of Newbergini, in the sense that he does go for that same sort of unit composition every single time. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out. As you said, Frost's going to be a really cool map with a lot of really dynamic things going on. And as the game is picking up, we are getting a little bit of lag. So we are going to just go ahead and... Oh, actually, are we getting any lag? Oh, no, my screen is just frozen. So why don't you go ahead and take away the introductions and see if I can fix this.
Yeah, works the magic. But in the meantime, we are here on Frost, spawning in the lower right. This series is tied 1-1. It is a best of 3. The purple Protoss player losing that last game, playing for Clarity Gaming, he is Saravati.
All right, and I am back. So, yes. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the map as the green Zerg player has just tied up the series 1-1. It is Eternity Gaming's player, the Punisher, Newbergini.
All right, so this series just got very, very exciting. You know, there was some talk about Newbergini being the underdog. He himself said in the interview, or at least what we called of it, that he's out of practice. You know, he's working a lot. I don't know if that was actually in the interview or in the pregame talk, but he said he was working a lot. He hasn't played a lot of games. Saravati kind of in the same boat. But a lot of people were thinking Saravati could take it. He's a strong, established player. Yeah. But this changes things quite a bit. I mean, you know, a 1-1 series can go a lot of ways, man. You can't predict who's going to win at this point. And maybe some people weren't expecting that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But, you know, I have to just kind of talk about these spawn locations. And considering Newbergini has been going for that sort of more mobile style of Zerglings and eventually Mutalisks, and even his Roach aggression is so far into the mobile category where he's trying to attack on multiple fronts. These spawn positions seem to favor Saravati to me, because you think about that last game on Yonsu. We saw Saravati try and move across the map, and then he got to get pulled back because Newbergini would go for some sort of crazy aggression. Oh, we might not even get to that point in the game where forget everything I was saying. We're getting a cannon rush down here from Saravati. I mean, he went for the Forge First opening. He went for this last game too, and Newbergini isn't scouting yet.
Nubrigini, he rallied his second Overlord to the other base instead of putting it above his natural to make sure he can spot this. And honestly, he has no reason to send a drone down here right now other than, the fact that he's worried about getting cannon rush, which he doesn't appear to be because he's even sending his third Overlord back behind his mineral line. This cannon rush is going to be highly successful. And what's the timing on the cannons? They're actually going to finish before the hatchery, so he'll be able to cancel it, but still, you just don't want to have to do that.
Yeah, and okay, here's the really, really awkward thing about these spawn locations, is that if Saravati gets a cancel on that natural expansion, all he has to do is, it might be a smart play to let the cannons are finished up, let them be. Now you know your opponent can't expand over there. Where does your opponent expand? You either expand really, really far away where Nubrigini is actually taking his natural expansion, or you expand directly toward your opponent, and you have terrible creep spread leading up to there. Saravati goes for a 2-base pressure play and kills off the third expansion easily because, there's no good way to get the creep spread over there to actually get the units to rally in fast enough.
That's true. I like Nubrigini's decision to expand here, though, just because it's impossible to cannon this space if there's like a single Zergling there. So whereas the other base, you can put cannons wherever the hell you want, it's pretty much going to work. So it's a good decision from him there. He doesn't leave himself open to a lot of follow-up aggression, but forcing a Zerg to cancel their hatch is always, always good for the Protoss. And Saravati's Nexus really wasn't late at all. It got laid down before 4 minutes. It's almost like he didn't cannon, honestly. And this is a great, great start for the Protoss player.
And honestly, I have to say, this is the first game that things have worked out more in Saravati's plan, and that is where Saravati finds his strength. He is a player who comes up with a lot of really, really cool and innovative builds, and then he transitions and goes into them and makes magic happen with them. But if he gets put a little bit off kilter, he can mess with those pre-planned builds. So I think that this is going to be one of the big first games that Saravati is going to have that big advantage that he is going to rely on.
Yeah, he started off right away with the decision to go Forge first and go for the cannon rush. We saw the same thing on Yansu, which didn't quite work out for him. But in this case, as you said, he's starting off strong. He's starting off where he wants to be. And when you're in that mindset and in that position, it's so easy to transition into a win. Now, Nubrigini, he's killed the probe over on his third. Doesn't have to worry about cannons anymore. Probably wasn't too worried. Going for +1 melee attacks on his Lings right away here, which is very interesting. That's a relatively fast evolution chamber. Generally, you'll get that quite a bit later. So I'm wondering what his overall plan is here. +1 attack on Lings doesn't do a whole lot for timings, honestly.
Yeah. It's not Carapace. That's like the weirdest part about this, is that with Carapace upgrade, you stop the Zealots, of course. It's like so well known at this point. Zealots, 2-shot Zerglings. If they have one more weapon upgrade, then the Zerglings have armor upgrades. But that's not going to be the case. So I have to feel like this is some sort of crazy timing pressure play that's going to hit.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how he plays this out. What is he looking to punish? Maybe the fact that, nice save on that drone there. Mothership Core going to get a couple extra hits here, but we do see a third base here for Nubrigini has gone down. Queen going to work on denying this Mothership Core. I do not think that's an engagement that Saravati wants to take at this point, but kind of what I was saying before, maybe he was looking to punish the fact that, hey, he invested, X minerals, 400 minerals into that cannon rush. Where did that put him behind? How can I take advantage of it? We'll see what the +1 Lings can do. It's not a bad thing to have. It's just an unusual thing to see early.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious as these Zerglings are going to actually lose their lives to the Zealot. A little bit of miscontrol from Nubrigini, but do Zerglings, I don't know, kill probes or anything faster with the +1 weapons? I actually don't know this.
Let's see, it would be 8 hits otherwise. 8 times 5 being 40. Math skills, what up? And then I guess you save yourself 1 hit at the very least. But I don't
know. I'm just trying to think because he has such an aggressive, run by, do damage style that maybe he could be thinking, kill off the probes a little bit quicker, and maybe just helps out as long as he can keep his opponent back. He doesn't necessarily need to get a lot of Carapace upgrades super early on.
Yeah, well, +1 Lings actually do very well against Zealots, just because you will take engagements that you normally take because you don't expect Lings to have +1, and then you're like, why are my Zealots all dying so quickly? And it's because the Lings are the Lings are so strong. But in this case, it's not something that's really going to happen. We see Roaches taking out these cannons. Nubrigini's economy up to 48 drones to the 50 probes of Saravati. Saravati's own third. Being harassed here by these Lings should be fine, though. He's got a couple of sentries. Okay, quite a few sentries as they come up the rear. And these units could be forfeit right now, but he picks off all those probes. That's pretty nice for him. And he doesn't quite take the drone lead, but some good kills.
Yeah, get some good kills out. And I'm kind of curious about this decision to go for that fast third expansion. Do you think that this is sort of like a mind game play, like, oh, I made you expand super far away from your natural expansion with this early cannon rush. Now I'm just going to take a third because that's what you wouldn't expect. You would expect someone to be like, okay, well now I'm going to abuse the fact that I've forced you to take these far away expansions. Do you think that's a mind game or maybe just, I don't know, something else?
Yeah, I think Servati doesn't want to really gamble on a two-base attack here against Nubrigini, who has just really excellent unit control, to be honest. We're going to see the force fields get laid down, prevent these Zerglings. Meanwhile, Roach is behind the mineral line, getting some pick-offs on these probes. So far, 6 workers killed by Nubrigini, doing pretty well here, but is he throwing away too much? The loss is still favoring Servati here, and I'm not sure if you really want to throw these Roaches away when there's this many Sentries and Immortals on the field.
Yeah, quite heavily favoring, I have to say, and with +1/+1 finishing up for Servati, I mean, he's going to be taking that upgrade advantage. He's going to actually be getting Blink, and I mean, has 3 bases up and running, and even though he was having a little bit of trouble defending that third expansion without losing some of those probes, I mean, he has a lot of gameways. He could hit a, not even all in, it's just like a nice pressure timing.
Yeah, it could be very, very strong. Sentry Immortal is so hard to deal with when you're, when you're on Roach Ling. I mean, it's the ideal composition you want because you can produce the most of it, but still, it's all going to come down to these force fields, and this position on the third is going to be so vulnerable because, of course, it's on top of a ramp, and you can get very good force fields here.
Yeah, it's a painful one. And Time Warp going down to stop those drones from running away. A lot of them actually running along the bottom side. Very, very smart drones, and that is what I call AI. Smart AI over there. But they are going to be able to take off, or Servati will be able to take out this third expansion, and without really too much trouble. The question is, does he continue the aggression?
Yeah, I mean, he took that out basically for free. Nubrigini kind of realizing he can't take that fight. He'll just force field him out and recall if he needs to. But at the same time, he's allowing Servati to save that recall energy for further aggression, and he's in a really good position now where force fields are going to be highly, highly effective. And 3 Immortals alive here. The Roaches are just going to get smashed.
Roach is getting smashed indeed. Even the Spine Crawler are going to get one-shotted down as those Immortals with +1 weapons just doing so much damage. And now we're going to be seeing Nubrigini have to engage in a choke. The Evolution Chamber actually working against his favor, acting like a giant force field. Could this be the end of Nubrigini? I mean, he's going up to 5 bases, but did he play a little bit too greedy?
This is going to be a tough one. He's at 71 drones. This isn't the normal timing for an Immortal Sentry attack. Probably not even an all-in from Servati, but he just saw the potential of this sort of thing happening. We got a drone pull here, and the force fields, I can't even imagine a better place to be in when you're fighting against Zerglings.
You don't need force fields in this position, man. I mean, he's just taking out so many of these drones. GG, well played gets called. Eternity Gaming falling to Clarity Gaming, Servati.
Wow, 2-1 there from Servati. That game could have gone in a lot of different directions, but Servati just coming out with Immortals and Sentries, man, and it doesn't matter what time they come out. It can be, 9 minutes, it can be 15 minutes. They can just trade and they can kill.
And I have to say, honestly, to me, that game was Nubrigini saying, okay, I've taken a bit of damage in the sense that I had to cancel my natural expansion hatchery. All right, I have to take far away expansions and everything, but my opponent's going for a third expansion. I'm going to take a risk and go for a double expansion. I feel like that was sort of his mindset, because we saw before that third expansion got killed off that Nubrigini was trying to go up to 5 bases, which is risky. I mean, you're trying to do a bit of harassment and everything. You're losing a lot of those units. And now with your opponent building up this giant army, slowly building up, you're trying to take 2 expansions with a double going up to 5 bases. I mean, that is just a risk, and it can pay off or it can hurt you, like I feel like it did in that game.
Yeah, I feel like he was moments away from the swell of units that really would have crushed that attack, but it was just a little bit too greedy for a little bit too long. And, well, I can't wait to get Servati's perspective on this. I believe we are going to pull him in for a winner's interview.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder, Word. I totally forgot.
Leaving him in the dust. Don't worry.
Like, so what's going on now, Word? What's going on now, Word? I have no idea what we're doing. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and pull him in as I add him over to the call. So as soon as he gets actually to pull up his video, we can start the winner's interview. But, I really have to say that I am impressed, and I am even kind of curious how Servati is going to be reacting to the fact that he will, in fact, be playing REM. So it's going to be a PvP for the winner's match coming up next after this interview. And what do you think about that one, Word?
Well, that one's going to be fun. No, well, I think we have Brian on now.
Yes.
Testing. Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yeah.
Can we get your webcam?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can we get your webcam on if you can if your internet can spare it?
I'm on black. Oh, I'm here. Oh my god.
All right,
I could
black
see,
and
we
white.
can see it.
You're from
All right.
you're from the 30s.
It's okay.
What's wrong with the 30s?
Was
Nothing.
nothing
The
wrong with
30s are awesome. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with the 30s.
Wasn't it the
Oh, man.
Roaring 20s, not the Roaring 30s?
Roaring 20s,
I
the
have
30s had
no
like a
idea.
depression and some stuff. That wasn't very fun.
Stop being so depressing, word. God.
No.
God.
They couldn't afford color in the 30s. Look what happened.
Just go in there. All right, so congratulations, Sarah Vadi, Clarity
Thank
Gaming represent, and you did really, really well in that series. So tell us your thoughts about how those games sort of went.
All right. So before my internet exploded, I thought I was pretty confident in my PVC. The map pool actually isn't that bad as long as they're giving 2 vetoes. He actually vetoed Polar Knight, which is good for me. So I was pretty confident with the maps we had. First game, the game went pretty much exactly like I thought it would go. Minus the fact that I lost 4 sentries because my internet just exploded. Like, pretty much what happened is I pulled my army back, I force fielded.
And then that happened.
Oh boy. And then Skype died.
And yeah, and that's basically what happened, guys. He's doing the live demonstration of what happened as he freezes his hands with his hands up. But yeah, just a little bit of a recap as we end up having a couple issues with Saravati kind of getting back onto the call. Yeah, Saravati was, in that position. He was kind of pulling his army back. He was trying to lay down those force fields, and unfortunately did have a couple issues.
I'm back.
All right, you're back.
Oh my god.
Hey, you know what?
Where was I?
You know what? Yeah, you go ahead and turn on your video. If it happens again, don't worry about turning back on your video. We'll just bring it to the
Alright.
caster overlay. And yeah, so you were saying
Alright.
you pull back your army, you throw down the force fields, and
And then pretty much what happened right now is what happened. My internet just exploded. But I won that, so I was lucky. I'm pretty happy. I know this guy really, really likes Metalisks, and I hate them. So I was just planning on doing timing attacks to try killing him before that. Game 2, I didn't see his breaking out video, but he was dubbed the Punisher, and he did a really good job multitasking with burrowed roaches. I actually underestimated how fast they were after the patch, but really good play by him. It's very tough to micro in 3 places with like 2-second delay, but it was very good pressure, and then he switched into Mutalisks and ended up killing me. So very good game by him. I played it raw in a couple areas, but it was a good game by him. Third game, what happened was I scattered him last, unfortunately, but I was pretty confident in the mid to late game. So I dropped the Forge because I didn't know if he was going to 6-pull me or do something crazy. I didn't want that, so I dropped the Forge. I ended up scouting him last, but I counter rushed him because I saw no Overlord in his natural, so I knew it was going to be a free cannon rush. And the third base and fourth base on the map were pretty spread out, so it's hard to join by creep, and it's hard to saturate all your bases perfectly. So I just decided to macro from there. Not much to say. I just attacked him. I thought he was closer to Mutalisks, to be honest. In the third game, that's why I had an army back at home, like Blink Stalkers. I had like 50 supply at home, but Mutalisks never came, and I won that. But I don't know. Hopefully, I can get this internet fixed for next series, so I can actually show some better games, because these games were a bit sloppy. But luckily, it turned out with a win, so can't be mad.
yeah, fair. But I do actually have to bring up, since you kind of mentioned the next series, you are going to be playing against the winner of the last series, who is going to be Root Seeds' Aryam. Now, Aryam, a very young Grandmaster level player, Protoss player, so it's going to be a PvP. Do you have any thoughts about that matchup?
Not really. I mean, once I know the map pool, I could probably give you just in the pregame interview, just ask me what I'll do. I'll tell you my entire build order then.
In front of Aryam.
No. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. It's PvP. There's a lot of crazy stuff that can happen, so be prepared for some crazy stuff. I might cannon rush. I might proxy 2-gate. I don't know. I might go carriers. You don't know. So the fact that you don't know means he probably won't know. So that's a good thing for me regardless. So we'll hope that the games go well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Aryam is also listening to all of this, so I'm sure he's also thinking the same thing at this point. So good job doing those mind games over there. But guys, I want to give a shout out also again to the players, Saravati and of course Nubrigini. So Saravati, people can actually donate to you as well as Nubrigini. But being the winner, that means that you get the opportunity to tell people. I'm going to give you a couple seconds to explain to people why you think you are worth donating money to, or if they want to donate to the prize pool.
I think people should donate to the prize pool, so the best player can get what he deserves. NAC needs as much help as it can. I am pretty poor. I have like student loans and stuff, but I don't need your donations. I don't think I'm at that level yet. It'd be appreciated, but if you really want to donate, I'd say donate to the prize pool. I mean, it's a great tournament. Having a bigger prize pool, everything will be good. As far as shout outs and stuff, thank you to my team, Clarity Gaming. They've been really supportive of me, even though they know I'm a full-time student. They've been letting me put my studies and extracurriculars first, and I've been still getting as much practice as I can, and hopefully I'll show that this tournament. Shout out to our sponsors. We don't have any announced right now. We'd really like an ISP sponsors so I can get some better internet. But all joking aside, yeah, thanks for Clarity Gaming. Thanks to the management. Thanks to the team. There's a lot of great players in there. And thanks to this tournament for being hosted and all the sponsors for it. I believe there's the podcast that you can probably announce right after this. Shout out to that. And t-shirts that we're raffling out. So donate to people, get some t-shirts, watch some good games, and have a great tournament.
Yeah, what Saravati is actually referring to is we do have a giveaway going on thanks to Barcraft Apparel. Really, really awesome group of people. They are actually donating 3 t-shirts for us to give away, and we're giving them away to the person who actually donates the most to the prize pool, as Saravati was recommended you guys do, because he's a Canadian and he's too nice to actually ask for donations, despite how awesome a player he is. And second one does go to the largest player donation to any one of the players. And actually the third one does go to, actually, you don't have to have any money to do it. Just go ahead and follow at Barcraft Apparel and tweet at them. Say something funny. Say that their t-shirts look awesome. Say that Saravati needs to get out of the 30s because it was the era of depression. Say whatever you want. But someone will be randomly selected from that group of people. But thank you again, Saravati, so much for coming on, and we are going to go to a short break. One more time, I actually do want to give a shout-out to Les Kung Fu, a really, really big sponsor, donated so much to the prize pool. And, yeah, I think that's pretty much going to be it for a little bit, guys. We're going to move into the next series, so stick around, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We had a little bit of a shorter break than the last one because this time we didn't have any technical difficulties. And today we're here, and I are joined by Core Gaming Sonic and Eternity Games Newbergini. Once again, we're seeing these players in the losers match actually. So let's go ahead and just get that pregame interview started. So what are you guys thinking about this next matchup? Do you guys have any thoughts about, Terran versus Zerg or Zerg versus Terran? Starting with Sonic, I guess.
I'm fairly confident against Zerg, so I'm more worried about Protoss players. It would be pretty sad if I didn't make it out of group because I was going into it pretty confident. So next match, I would say it's going to be pretty easy for me.
Wow. Okay. Newbergini, any counter thoughts?
Yeah, like I have the exact same thought process. It's just like I'm not as prepared as I wanted to. But yeah, like I'm gonna just play, right? Hopefully I can make it out of my group. If I can't, then just tries me to play more, or try to play more anyway. Maybe skip work or something.
Sickest smack talk ever from Newbergini. Shit's going down.
I don't need to smack talk. It's okay. Like
It's okay.
it's okay.
It's okay. I mean, he's just... My opponent's going to lose, and it's going to be all right. That's what I heard from Newbergini. That's what I heard from Newbergini. But no, I actually don't want to take your guys too much time, as it is getting pretty late, actually, I think.
Yeah.
So we're
Especially for people on the East Coast.
Yeah,
But I'm
it's like
not.
11
I'm
o'clock
fine.
right now. This is imbalance.
This is imbalance. All right, we're going to go
I'm from
ahead.
the future. This is not fair.
Stalling. Turtleneck.
Oh my god, go Avila style, man. But hey, we're gonna go ahead and just jump into the game. So, guys, thank you so much. Go to your player booths, and by that I mean I'm gonna boot you off from the call because I have power like that as somebody in charge of this Skype conversation. So, guys, thank you so much as booting you out. And with that being said, as I'm an almighty powerful Skype god, Word, are you ready for this game? And I hope that the players are ready as well.
Yeah, I am ready. Our first map is going to be Belshir Vestige. This is Newbergini's map pick for map number 1 because he got second veto. So that's kind of where we're coming into this, Belshir Vestige. And in terms of Newbergini's play style, it's his favorite matchup, DVT. It's because he likes it because it's execution based, so he feels really comfortable with Ling, Bling, Muta, the kind of standard composition that works very, very well on Belshir Vestige. So I'm liking his chances here, but Sonic sounded pretty confident.
Yeah, Sonic was really confident coming into this whole tournament. I mean, I actually got to do him last for the show Breaking Out, and he kind of said in that very, very last episode of Breaking Out, and he honestly felt like he was just like the favorite to win his group. He was easily going to come out ahead. He was going to whoop Arium and, come out, go to the finals, and then maybe have a hard time against his teammate, Core Gaming's Jon Snow. But, the game is loaded up, so we'll have to see how he really ends up faring in this next series as we jump in and introduce the players. Word, take it away.
All right, well, spawning here in the lower right, the Yellow Terran playing for Core Gaming. He is Sonic.
And spawning up in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the green Zerg player representing Eternity Gaming. It is Newbergini.
Now, both of these players lost their games to Protoss players. So this will be the first ZVT of the evening. Ideally, neither of them particularly discouraged. This is the losers match, by the way, guys. We're playing the losers match first so that Saravardi can have a chance to hopefully fix up his internet. After this, we will be going into the match of Saravardi versus Arium. But, as I was saying, these guys both really confident in this matchup. I think they both think they can make it out of here.
Yeah, I have to say that, Newbergini has said that this is actually his favorite matchup. Ever since Brood War, he feels like it's a very execution-based matchup, and if Newbergini's execution had any doubts, go rewatch the second game, I should say, of the match between Newbergini and Saravardi. He has amazing execution with his harassment, and it's going to be pretty interesting. Whoa!
Oh,
whoa!
Misplaced the hatch.
Oh, no, that
hurts.
Oh, man,
Hurts a little bit.
I have to wonder, I mean, he's made a couple of mistakes, let's say in game number 1 of his match against Saravati, and he still managed to come back really, really strongly in game number 2. Do you think that the nerves could be playing a big effect in this game?
I don't think it's nerves. I mean, I think it's just something that honestly just happens sometimes. Whoa, he was surrounding the drone. Okay, it doesn't go down, but I mean, it's never a good thing. If he didn't have nerves before, it goes down. Okay, a couple slip-ups here. I take it back. Maybe it is a little bit of nerves here from Nubrigini. Starting with the hatch, it could snowball. He's taken some losses. I mean, if you look at the units lost tab, 125 units lost already, and not a single attacking unit's been made.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough, but first Reaper is on the way for Sonic, and we'll have to see what it can end up doing. Normally these don't really do a whole lot of damage. They might be able to pick away at the drones for a little bit, but eventually those queens do come out, as well as those zerglings, and it just becomes so difficult to do a whole lot with the Reaper outside of just scouting.
Yeah, it is a double Reaper play, though, from Sonic. Pretty staple Terran opening at this point, so you usually can guarantee yourself at least 1 or 2 drone kills, depending on how quick they are to make extractors or spore crawlers to save, but of course you're also guaranteed that scouting. So we are going to see the Reaper's going to come in. It's going to see no gas, so Sonic knows that he can use these Reapers for quite a while. And look at this, 1 drone kill, no! So I think wow, that was actually I think the Reaper shot. And then only 1 shot connected. I don't know if that's actually how Reapers work, but it's what seemed to have happened, because that drone should have died. But look at this, Reaper doing major damage already, and its buddy is following up.
Yeah, and I like that Nubrigini's actually trying to stack up those drones just to make it harder to target fire them down. And the Reaper does finally get chased out as the Zerglings end up popping out, but I mean, I have to say, Sonic is doing a lot of really solid damage with this Reaper, both delaying mining time, forcing out all these Zerglings, harassing the Zerglings, and behind this, he's going into a pretty fast Reactor Hellion build, and this is pretty much his style, I have to say. Sonic has said that he feels the most comfortable, and he's just obsessed with doing timing attacks in this matchup off of 2 or 3 bases.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about the Reaper opening. A lot of people will play Command Center first, but Reaper opening lets you get Hellions out that much quicker. Oh, the Zerglings slip in, though. I thought they were going to block the factory for a little bit. Not going to be the case, and this is another interesting thing about Reaper openers. Leaves you wide open at home. There's a big window where you don't have Marines out, and your Reapers are across the map, and your Hellions are just nowhere near done. So, a smart move by Nubrigini to send these Lings over here. Do force the Reapers home. Not too much damage, but it's nice. You're almost guaranteed to usually get in there.
Yeah, that's a really nice move over there for Nubrigini. And actually, the Reapers are going to be out of position and deal with these 4 Zerglings coming over here to the 3rd expansion. And this could end up working out a little bit in favor of Nubrigini if there's not too many units at home to defend that natural expansion, especially with the Hellions even on the other side of the map.
Yeah, well, here they come. They're going to be rolling across right now. We're going to have 2 Hellions, 2 Reapers, and soon to be 4 Hellions. But these Zerglings are, as you said, just going to have free reign for a little bit right now. Single Hellion is out, and tried to pin it down, but no. The Zerglings being continually annoying, though. We see the map control really being forfeited here by Sonic as he's forced to bring all these units home yet again, and they get a scout on the starport.
And most importantly, they see the tech lab down for the starport. That means Banshees are coming out, and as long as Nubrigini was paying attention and identified that, yeah, he's going to be throwing up sword callers. This is a really weird play because you don't see Banshees that often in the matchup anymore. But Nubrigini, with his really critical Zergling run-bys, has been able to get that vital scouting information off.
Yeah, that is really highly important, because generally at this point as a Zerg, you are just so pinned back and locked into your base. And now we're seeing the core of Sonic's play here, if I may use a pun, is harassment focused. He's going for these Banshees now. So the fact that he's lost all this potential harassment time could devastate him. And look, it's actually given time for Nubrigini to get the wall off.
Yeah, Queen actually does end up falling. None of these Queens actually have enough energy for a transfuse. No Zerglings over here to back him up. Another Queen gonna fall, and actually the 3rd Queen gonna be under fire. Oh my god, is Sonic just gonna break this front and Evolution Chamber going down? But how long is that gonna last?
Not very long. It gets canceled, put down again, I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's going down. There's no Spine Crawler here, which means these guys just have free reign to micro against the Queens, and well, the window's back open for Sonic as he runs into the mineral line.
And he is roasting drones. Those Reapers also doing some good damage. Some Roaches are popping out, but I mean, so many drones have already gone down. 25 drones to 35 SCVs, and Sonic is going to back out. Nubrigini does not have a 3rd expansion. He's going to be so far economically behind.
Man, 17 workers killed. It's 35 SCVs to 34 drones as we speak. We have a Spire coming out for Nubrigini. That's how he wants to put the pressure back on his opponent, but he's just not going to be able to get a 3rd down for the longest time as long as Sonic stays active with these units. Right now, we've got 5 Roaches out. Still no 3rd going down for Nubrigini quite yet. Loving this for Sonic. The Banshees haven't even played a part yet. I mean, how many do we have out? We have a single Banshee, and now it is harassing the natural.
Yeah, and that Spore Caller are going to be so helpful for getting that cloaking, or detecting that cloak, I should say, as the Queen is starting to wail away at it. He does actually end up losing the Queen, though, and oh man, with no extra Queens, I mean, you have to remember, it's not something you see every day, but Hellions and Reapers killed off all the other Queens, and now Nubergini has one Queen left on the map. He's trying to run it from the main base over the natural expansion, but this Reaper is just wreaking havoc. Or sorry, the Banshee is wreaking havoc right now.
And it's such an important thing to point out. Not only the lack of mobile anti-air, but the fact that he lost all his Queens. That is devastating to his Zerg's economy. And, you know, even if he wanted to just power drone, he simply can't do it because he doesn't have the larva. Now, this Banshee is going to get officially chased away. He can't really take any more than one additional hit before she is taken out of the sky. So going to head back home, but Sonic's got to feel really comfortable. 25 drones killed. Did he scout that Spire is a good question. No, he didn't. So maybe, just maybe, a Muta surprise could be what Nubergini needs here.
I mean, 6 Mutals are on the way, and we see actually siege tanks coming out from Sonic. What is this? This is... Are we watching Wings of Liberty, man? I mean, we're seeing siege tanks instead of Widow Mines. Now, Sonic has said he misses the siege tanks of old. He loves them so much more than the Widow Mines of today, but, I mean, tanks got buffed recently, and people were saying it wasn't that much, but maybe Sonic disagrees.
Yeah, I mean, they're by no means a bad unit, and this is a timing push that's going to do very well, and it's so good to follow up with pressure like this. When you kill so many drones early on, your opponent either has to make a bunch of drones and die to this, or make a bunch of units and end up behind economically anyway. Here it comes up the ramp with Stim done, and what is the freaking have nothing at all.
GG gets called as, I mean, it might seem like, hey, you know, at least try and defend, try and do something with the Mutals, but honestly, it was going to be so difficult. And actually, it looks like we did have our videos cut out for some reason. I think that Skype has some complaints about how long these games have been going, but, you know, I have no complaints, man. These have been some fantastic games, and I have to say, really well executed and played by Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, he had surprisingly successful harass. I don't know if he expected to do so well after units being forced home so many times, but the fact that there was no Spine Crawler in the natural for Nubergini just meant that the Hellions and Reapers had free reign all over, and Sonic did the damage he wanted to do and followed it up exactly the best way with a timing attack.
And, you know, that's going to put Sonic up ahead 1-0, and that was actually on Nubergini's map pick of the 3 remaining maps in the map pool, so he's not going to be feeling too good about that, but we'll have to wait and see. This could still end up working out in his favor. The next map is going to be Yeonsu, and, I mean, do you feel like Yeonsu really favors one side or the other, either Terran or Zerg?
Well, Yeonsu, I like it more for Terran. You can just hold bases a lot easier. It can be tough for Zerg to deal with drops depending on where they expand, which is almost always going to be to the, I guess, horizontal base rather than the north. But there's a lot of places for Terran to dart around, especially with early aggressive play. I like it much better for Sonic. I think it's going to be tough here for Nubergini.
And yeah, it looks like Nubergini really just wants to get into this next game, and I think he just wants to shrug off that last game, just completely forget about it, and just jump into this next one with a completely fresh mindset and just go for the 2-0 on his opponent. So should be pretty interesting, and oh man, actually... Okay, guys, so normally we are watching this all on the Game Heart overlays, but I'm a complete noob. I'm not a Nubergini. That would be a compliment. I'm a complete noob, and I forgot to set all the overlays on, so we're not going to have the awesome team overlays and also the tournament overlay, the little logos on the map. So sorry about that one, guys. That one's my fault, but let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players. Word, take it away.
Well, spawning here in the lower left, currently down 0-1 after taking heavy damage in the early game. Playing for Eternity Gaming, the Green Zerg, he is Nubergini.
And his opponent spawning up there in the top right-hand corner of the map of Yeonsu. Going to be spawning as the purple Terran player with a suspiciously low SCV count. It is going to be representing Core Gaming, Sonic.
All right, well, we do see an SCV heading on out here, and you may have hit the nail on the head. Shenanigans are afoot.
Indeed, and, I mean, is that 300 APM for Nubergini going to be enough to deal with this. I mean, the Proxy Racks #1 is already going down. Will we see a second one, or will we see a Gas Geyser? I'm feeling like we're going to see a Gas Geyser.
Yeah, and there it does go down. This is actually, wow, 8 supply. It's the 888 Reaper. Oh, did Newbergini see it? He did. He saw it with the drone.
Oh my god.
But
That is
he's not going over there to harass it. Okay. He's going over. So this is huge. If he can stop that barracks building, I mean, Sonic may have just straight up lost. This is a huge investment. There's hardly any economic recovery from this kind of attack, and Sonic did not expect this to be scouted this quickly.
You know, I actually don't know. I mean, the SCV is getting low, but if the SCV... Oh, no, Sonic doesn't go for it. I was going to say, maybe the SCV gets to the other side of that wall. It becomes impossible to hit, but no, not going to go for it. He was so close to finishing off that barracks. But as you said, he's going to be so far behind, and Newbergini getting up a spawning pool, gets up a Gas Geyser, but he knows that the barracks isn't going to get... Oh, wait. There's an SCV walking its way across the map. Is Sonic still going for this?
It's going to be the luck of the draw. Is this SCV going to be on a good side of the barracks? This barracks only has 14 seconds left of building to go, and it should finish. The drone, well, it's getting solid hits. I think, oh man, if this SCV dies, that is going to be devastating to Sonic. No, the barracks is going to finish, and that's one small blessing he's got, but at this point, so much steam has been taken out of this attack already.
I mean, not only does Newbergini know about it, he already has his Gas Geyser down. He has his spawning pool down. He's actually potentially grabbing a second Gas Geyser. I don't know if he actually just canceled a Spine Crawler just to defend. I mean, Spine Crawler would easily defend, but I mean, he also has the Queen on the way. This Reaper is going to do about as much damage as a Reaper normally does if you go for some sort of very regularly timed Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, the whole proxy portion has been taken out of it pretty much entirely. He's going to get up into the base here, but as you said, the Queen's going to be out, and they're just pretty much ultimate Reaper defense before Speedlings.
Oh!
He'll be lucky if he gets a drone kill.
Yeah, and actually, while this Reaper gets chased down, there's a proxy hatchery going down inside the main base of Sonic. The Reaper narrowly avoiding that surround, but the proxy hatchery is blocking the wall in for Sonic. He can't actually put down the factory over there, and that's going to delay things so much more.
This is such an interesting move here from Newbergini. I mean, we're going to see how many Lings out. Soon to be 8. And what do we have for defense? 2 Reapers, which can micro 8 Lings to death pretty effectively. But it's an interesting choice, because, I mean, if you were going for, like, I think he's going to go for a Speedling all-in and hope his opponent can't wall. This could work, but I don't know if it's a risk that he needs to take.
You know, no, I actually like this decision, because he forces the Reapers back. That means I can easily just play as economically focused as he wants to. He knows the timing, the factory, and everything. And you can actually see that the evolution chamber now being plopped down instead of the hatchery. A little bit of a mineral save, and he's going to be able to easily stop any kind of wall. And now he can be annoying with these Zerglings. He forces the Reapers back. He can play as greedy as he wants behind this.
Yeah, this is looking very nice. I mean, he's got how many Lings right now? 14 Zerglings. One of the Reapers goes down. This could be game-ending here. I think Newbergini can win this with just these Zerglings. What a brilliant play.
Yeah, almost actually stopping another one of those Reapers from coming in. The Reaper will do a little bit of damage, but honestly, there's no barracks in the main base. Those Reapers have to make their way all the way across the map to be effective, and there's going to be a single Hellion coming out, but it's a Hellion against speed Zerglings. This is not a fight you want to have to take in your main base.
No, not at all. And little Hellion gets surrounded there, and that might spell the end here for Sonic. He's trying to hold up with his bunker over at his main, but it's got 1 Reaper in it, maybe a second one. No, it does get in there, but at this point, this bunker is just dead.
Yeah, and no real surface area to repair that. It goes down. The Reaper gonna fall alongside. No, Reaper does not go down. Going after the Mule, I see how it is. Newbergini trying to get that economic damage in, and it looks like the evolution chamber will eventually get cleaned up, but at this point, Sonic is in so much trouble. I mean, Newbergini has an expansion down and is very soon could have a drone lead if he wanted to, but he's actually going to go after his own evolution chamber and get some of those broodlings out.
Yeah, look at that. He's going to get every little bit of the Zerg force that he can, and the Hellion gets pinned against the command center along with the Reapers, and these SCVs are going to try to defend here. Now, Newbergini isn't following up with any Zerglings. He's going to use the Broodlings as best he can, but with the Hellions, it is finally going to get officially cleaned up. He's going to get a few Zerglings out to defend here, but, I mean, well, this is interesting. I mean, it's actually even on the number of workers, so a second hatch doesn't mean all that much for Newbergini because he can't afford it with just 16 drones.
Yeah, actually, the Hellion count is starting to build up a bit for Sonic, and he's been controlling his out really, really well. As long as he keeps some of those Hellions alive, he's going to lose one of those Hellions. but he managed to take out a lot of those Zerglings, and only now is New Regini really starting to transition out, start to drone back up, and he's lost a lot of Zerglings. You have to remember, as much damage as he did, he also basically took damage to himself because he made Zerglings instead of drones.
Yeah, well, now he is starting to drone back up, as you said. 26 drones to 18 of SCVs there for Sonic. Sonic has 3 Hellions out. That's enough to deal with a pretty good number of Speedlings, which New Beginning really doesn't have. Just these 8 that are quickly going to get picked off by these Hellions. Tries to target down that weak one, but overcommits, loses all the Zerglings. Now, back at home, I mean, he shouldn't lose too much. He has a good number of Queens. He's getting a Roach Warren down. So he's not really in a position to take damage. We're actually seeing Sonic training Reapers from his proxy barracks as well. But I still say, I mean, it's pretty heavily in New Regini's advantage still. If Sonic can come back from this, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic doesn't even have a natural expansion down or anything. And yeah, we saw Hellions and Reapers take out a lot of Queens in that last game, but I'd be very surprised if New Regini was completely caught off guard by that one more time, as he has that Wallen going up and everything. He has the Queens, and this time he has Speed Zorgons already. He has a Roach Warren out. He should easily be able to defend against any kind of Hellion run-bys that could come out.
Yeah, he should be able to lock it down pretty nicely. I mean, his Ling count's really good now, 13 against, well, 6 Hellions, but he keeps running Lings by every now and then to keep them back at home. As long as he doesn't overextend, he shouldn't be in too bad a position. No Spine Crawler again, which is something to point out. He has a couple Queens here, but we've seen great micro from Sonic with these Hellions, and he's picked off like 3 or 4 Queens with them in the last game, so I would not underestimate his ability to break this wall.
Yeah, and oh my god, I just realized is New Regini doing something really smart. I think that keeps trying to send those Zerglings over into the main base to see if the supply depot is down, because that's actually something you can do. The Zerglings will auto-path to the main base through the ramp if the supply depot is down. If it's closed, they'll just go up against that wall that you see over there. That is actually a brilliant maneuver. I have not seen anyone do that before.
He's really using every feature the game has to his advantage. The Lings here, most of them going to be picked off for that, though. And, however, he did force the Hellions back. Now, what is moving across the map here? Is this 3 Queens and 4 Roaches? Was this intentional from New Regini? I mean, he's got both of his injecting Queens. This is certainly an interesting attack. I don't usually see Queens moving across the map this early.
I mean, I suppose this could end up working out because he's going to have anti-air for 1, and 2, he's going to be able to transfuse his Roaches against Hellions and Reapers. Neither of them really take out Roaches very quickly. He shouldn't have any trouble doing that kind of micro as long as he's on top of it. But, I mean, Cloak is going to be out, and there's no Overseer on this side of the map. This could spell disaster for New Regini.
Yeah, this might not be the best. These Queens are going to be nice, but yeah, because you said Cloak's about to finish here. We got some burrowed Roaches right there on the top, just regaining that health very, very quickly. But, I mean, Sonic really shouldn't have any trouble here. And, well, New Regini's trying to do what he can, but he might just take more losses than he really had to. Look at that Pearl micro, though. That is cute.
Yeah, really, really cute moves over there from New Regini. And the Cloak actually does come up at the absolute last second, saving that Banshee. A second Banshee going to be out on the map now. And, I mean, Transfuse is going down, and there's no repair on that supply depot. The Zerglings could run by, but these Queens are most certainly going to get picked off.
Yeah, and that is going to be the mark of a lost investment there for New Regini as his resources lost tab climbs high above his opponents. A drone count right now 59 to 26, however. So those are losses he could very, very much afford. At this time, though, any kind of harassment counterattack could do pretty well here for Sonic. These Cloak Banshees are going to be strong.
I would agree with you, Word, but I have to say I'm looking at the army composition of Sonic, and you see, okay, yeah, Siege Tank, a very strong unit. Needs an army to support it. Banshees, nice harassment unit. Needs to actually be able to do damage before they're actually really scouted out and able to be prepared for. And then you have Hellions, which are a nice unit, but you need some big DPS units behind it. So I'm not sure if Sonic is really going to be able to do a whole lot of damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have 4 Spore Crawlers up so far. We have 3 going down in this third, but they are going to be targeted down and picked off as Sonic plays this right in there. Cloak goes down. They are targeted. Queen's nowhere near the space. Going to take quite a while for them to get there. Honestly, this hatchery could go down at this point. These Banshees are going to be out of Cloak energy pretty soon, though.
Yeah, and, I mean, the Spore Crawler are going to be over here just trying to buy time, and honestly, the more time that New Regini buys, the closer he's going to have or be to those Mutals actually popping out. As the Spire has just now finished up 5 Mutals on the way, but that hatchery is taking a lot of hits. I'd like to see maybe one last Queen come out, as one last Queen is going to try and buy a little bit of time. It's going to have enough energy for a Transfuse to buy even more time if he can get it off.
Oh, well, the cloak energy is going to go down. He can at least take some pot shots at these Banshees at this point. There's the
Beetle's gonna pop
transfuse.
out right on top of him. Oh my god, the
Can he
Queen's
actually save this hatchery?
Oh my god, the Queens actually managed to take some of those hits, and the Mutos pop out at the exact right moment. He saves the hatchery, and has actually saved the majority of those drones.
That is a very, very nice save there for Nubrigini. Now he's still doubling his opponent's worker count, 61 to 30. And he saves the third hatch. Amazingly, it is in high danger of being sniped, though. All the Banshees have died, but I mean, all it takes is, honestly, those Reapers coming over there could do it if he doesn't have transfuse energy. The Mutas are in the main, though. Pick off the building reactor. Marine's going to chase them away for now.
Yeah, and it's a vulnerable target for later on, as we end up seeing a couple Zerglings do get cleaned up over at the front, the natural expansion. But, I mean, honestly, can Sonic actually move out and harass with the Mutals coming in over here at this point in time? I mean, he's only now getting up a natural expansion. His opponent is on 4 bases. When is this Mutalist harassment going to stop?
Well, if Nubrigini plays it right, it shouldn't ever stop, at least until it can be actually defended. But right now, turret's not in the right places. The Marines are in a good spot, but, I mean, they don't have combat shield. Do they have stim? No, they don't have stim, so they can't even, like, stim and get under these mutas. And Nubrigini can contain his opponent really effectively with just a small amount of mutas. There's only, like, 5 or 6 in that flock. More are going to join in soon, but it's very nice so far. However, you know, Sonic has expanded at this point. He's starting to get his SCV count up. He's really locked down defensively with these tanks. But it's up to Nubrigini. It's really his game to lose. He's just got to make sure he makes the right composition choices and doesn't take a bad engagement.
And, I mean, Nubrigini normally is not... Oh, losing a couple of Mutals over there. I was going to say Nubrigini normally not the kind of person that takes bad engagements, but he has been making a few mistakes in this, I guess, today. And I don't know if it's nerves or what, as he has lost a couple of Mutals at certain points. He's made, again, a couple of mistakes that could cost him the game. So it's not over yet, and I like the fact that Sonic is still sticking around in this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to give up. If you're able to actually get your economy back up and going, a strong Terran army in the mid-game can do wonders against a Zerg who might not be prepared for an unplanned attack. Now, the reactor is going to get picked off nice. He is not quite going to lose a Mutaforce. That's very good. Of course, the regen going to make these mutas much less pumpkin-y in just a little bit. But we are going to have Stim finishing up, Medivacs out, so he can't be as willy-nilly with these Mutalisks, and Sonic is going to have time to get those turrets up. This third hatch, by the way, still so weak. A drop could pick that off a little bit later.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting point that you bring up. Drops could be very effective, but I'm also worried, you know, again, Nubrigini is the kind of player that will maybe catch or drop trying to move out. You have to be so careful with that. You have to be really hyper aware of where those Mutals are actually at right now. And Mutals actually going after a Siege Tank, managed to pick it off, managed to also get a missile turret down to the burning health point. So if he doesn't get an SCV over there, a missile turret could also go down.
It does get picked off. Another victim of the Mutalisk attack. Oh, he's down. And
that poor missile turret guy, man, he didn't stand a chance.
I forgot about him. Oh, he burned to death. That sucks.
I like to think that he has an eject button, but he's cloaked, so we can't see him.
Oh yeah, cloaking missile turrets. That'd be good. Well, the mutas are going to move into the natural the moment Sonic moves out. But look at Nubrigini's supply right now. 114 army supply to 83. But a lot of it is in mutas, and these mutas are over here not defending this attack. This could be scary, because where are the Banelings?
Yeah, the Banelings are actually not really in high numbers right now. The Zergans now trying to run on top. They actually managed to get a great position over on the Siege Tanks, and now we end up seeing a bit of a late flank coming over here from Nubrigini. Not quite able to clean it up, but he takes out the Siege Tanks, and with it, a lot of the power.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Marines left, though, and these Banelings do not have speed. They do not have speed. It is not on the way either, and with good splits, Marines are just so effective against Banelings. Could Nubrigini lose it here?
Oh man, that would be a devastating loss. Taking some big hits on the Mutalist also. That is not what you want to have happen at this point. Some big Baneling hits actually going off. And actually, you know what? I think Nubrigini has done it. I think he has managed to hold off this aggression. And with it, I mean, with all the damage he did with those Mutals earlier on, he's going to be in such a good position. But there is a drop at the natural expansion.
All right, yeah, this damage is not over yet from Sonic. He took some heavy losses, but he's killed quite a bit of the Zerg army as well. However, his SCV count is down to 27 after that Mutalisk tearing apart his natural. I'm not sure if he can recover from that.
Yeah, it is hard as a Terran when your natural has been tearing apart. But, oh, well, I don't even know what building that was that just got canceled, but it had gas, and that is not something that he can afford to give up at this point. I mean, he is... Seriously, well, I guess actually you can give up gas, but minerals not is something that you can actually give up as... Man, he is just having so much trouble even trying to deal with this Mutals harassment in the main base.
Yeah, the mules can really only do so much, and his Marine count was really devastated by the attack, the failed attack, I should say. So his Marines are pretty spread out. He's not able to deal with these mutalists effectively. Going to try to hold his Natch for just a little while longer as he pushes across the map in a desperation attack.
He's going to actually be able to pick off a couple of these queens, as amazingly enough, New Beginning doesn't seem... Well, I mean, actually, he has a couple of... Oh, he has a lot of Banelings prepared for this. And on creep, this is going to be favorable for New Beginning. Even without Baneling speed, he's going to be able to get off some good hits, and there goes the army of Sonic, man.
And that is going to be a GG. New Beginning ties it up again. He is making sure that he is a contender in this tournament.
Yeah, Nuragini, the player that seems to like to, I mean, just give everyone a little bit of a heart attack in game number 1 and then just turn it around completely in game number 2.
Yeah, and always leaving us to wonder, will he win the third game in this series? The third map is going to be Star Station. Now, that was nobody's pick, of course. It was, you know, the one that wasn't picked. So
luck of the draw.
Luck of the draw. Just the process of elimination map.
I like to think that the players have some thought process going into it, though, and it's not just like, it's not worth banning, but it's not worth picking. But yeah, I do think that it is going to be like a little bit of that to an extent. So I'd actually be surprised if either of the players felt incredibly comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly new map, quote unquote, just a new style of Star Station, I guess I would say. But in general, Zergs probably like this map a little bit more. Really, really wide open. The third base still the same situation where it's hard to defend. So, yeah, if New Beginnings's looking to stay in this tournament, this could be the map that he needs to win.
It could very well be, and as soon as these players are ready, we are going to be able to jump into game number 3 again on Star Station. This time, word, I had the logos on.
Oh yeah, we are rocking and rolling, firing on all cylinders. Eternity and Core represented heavily in this particular best of 3. And, well, it's time. Time to load into Star Station. Currently 1-1, guys. It is the third game in this best of 3, and the loser of this match is out. They're out.
Out of the tournament entirely. Now, they still do actually get a little bit of the prize winnings, but it is a frustrating feeling to be in that situation. So we'll have to wait and see how this ends up going. Guys, you guys can go ahead and bet on who you think is going to win over at goimba.com. All the matches are listed over there for Breaking Out. It's really easy registration, and you can go ahead and do that whenever you get a chance. But with that being said, Word, let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players. Take it away.
All right, well, spawning in the lower right, losing that last game after some very inventive play by his opponent. And, of course, originally feeling confident. Will he make it out of this series? Playing for Core Gaming, he is Sonic.
And his opponent, spawning up in the top left-hand corner of the map, Star Station, a 2-player spawn map now, is going to be the green Zerg player representing Eternity Gaming, managing to tie up the series 1-1. It is Nuragini.
All right, so we're here on Star Station. New Beginning coming off of a victory that was, well, pretty much a rollover. He scouted that proxy racks, and he made sure the game did not go out of his grasp until the very, very end. So how will he play it here on Star Station? Well, he's sending out a drone scout pretty early. He's really looking for those proxies. Yeah, I can't blame him for that.
Last game, man, why would you take a chance on it? It worked out for him in game number 2, and, I mean, if you're up against a player that's willing to cheese once, why would you take the risk that they aren't willing to cheese twice in a row?
Yeah, I mean, why would you lose a game for that? No, you might as well scout. You're losing some mining time, yeah, but, I mean, you're not losing the game. At least not yet. So, certainly not a bad thing to do, not a bad investment, that's for sure. Now, he does place the hatch correctly this time, incidentally. And with an early drone scout, one benefit is that you can be super annoying to the little producing SCV here. And at least force one off of the match. But it's definitely a much different start than Nubrigini had in that very first game with the misplaced hatch, the dead drone. Ouch.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Nuragini was so in control of that last game with the Mutal harassment and everything, and that's honestly just going to have a little bit of a psychological effect on any player. I mean, being in that dominating position for such a long period of time in that game, you're going to be feeling good about yourself, whereas Sonic may not be feeling like in his top form. I mean, playing from behind is never something fun to do.
No, it's stressful, especially when you play for so long. That game went on for quite a while, longer than I thought it was going to, and Sonic knew the whole time that him winning was such a long shot, and he tried his best, and he did a damn good job, but unfortunately it did not seal him the victory. So that's something it's going to be wearing him down, weighing on him. He's not an East Coaster like Nubergini, I think, so he's not worrying too much about the late times, but it's really the psychological portion. Now we're going to have another double Reaper opening here from Sonic, allows him to transition nicely into those Hellions, and so on and so forth, which he did very well with in the first game. And he also seems to like his Banshees. I wonder if Nubergini is going to expect that again.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic, again, is an aggressive player. He says that he is obsessed with timing pushes in this matchup, so we could very well see that again. And it could actually be effective. I mean, even in that last game, he managed to do a decent amount of damage, almost managed to pick off that hatchery in that last game. And good job, I want to note, actually, from Sonic, keeping alive that Reaper is so important for a Terran player to keep her alive, that Reaper, so that he can do a little bit of damage. And cutting it close, man, especially on creep.
Oh, man, yeah, that Reaper was literally inches from death, and microing it away here.
Zerglings.
Oh, so scary, this Reaper. Its life is flashing before its eyes, but then it takes its combat drugs and pretty much forgets everything that ever happened to it because it is back. It's basically a whole new Reaper built from scratch. A $6 million man. Wonder how much a Reaper suit actually costs. Can't be cheap. Those are jetpacks that work in space somehow. It's got to be expensive.
Dude, I don't know, but that Reaper definitely studied under, like, Mr. Miyagi, man. He was dodging those Zerglings, and he has a really awesomely expensive suit. And there was one more thing I was going to say, but I have no idea what it is anymore. So we're going to cut it out over there. So what do we end up seeing the actual transitions being from these two players so far?
No, well, no surprise here. Sonic swing right into the starport, loving the Reaper Hellion Banshee pressure, and really don't expect him to change it up. That's clearly his comfort zone. Nubergini, meanwhile, taking just a pretty standardly timed gas. He's going to get speed out at a decent time. Only 2 on gas in is natural. I don't think that's intentional. Generally, you just want to get a quick 200 gas so you can get both speed and a lair as quickly as you can. But we'll see if he fixes that up in just a moment. But overall, pretty just standard transitions. I'm curious to see how Nubergini is going to deal with the harassment, because over these last games, Hellions have been tearing him apart.
Yeah, they really have. And, I mean, Banshees potentially with Cloak once again. Are we going to see Cloak? Oh, whoa, a Viking! What? No, wait, no way.
Maybe, I mean, you make Vikings to kill Overlords. I mean, it's not unusual, but when you're going for harassment, it's usually go for a Banshee right away. Of course, this is not what we expect.
Oh wait, okay, you know what? I'm checking Nubergini's vision. He saw the tech lab, and I think he saw the factory swapping, the starport swapping onto it. So I think he's thinking, okay, you know what? It's been scattered out already. Now I just go for a Viking, and my opponent is probably dropping Spore Callers right now, and I take a bit of an advantage in that sense. But actually, Nubergini is making a lot of Zerglings, has a Baneling nest finishing up, and I think he's just going to get really aggressive.
Man, that is such a meta play from Sonic here now. Sonic's actually producing Marauders, like, right away, and he's throwing another Barracks onto a Tech Lab. Yeah, this screams 2-base Hellion Marauder all in. As you said, he's really into those timing attacks. Is an aggressive Zerg going to going to be able to really beat down a Terran who's going for an all-in off a 2-base? I don't know. Maybe if the Hellions get surrounded over here.
Every single one gets surrounded, and now the supply depot wall is going to be a little bit under fire. All of them do complete, though, so we can actually repair that, and Nubergini going to have to back off for a little bit, but the remainder of those Hellions have come back home, and they spot the Banelings.
Oh, but are they going to be able to catch them? The Zerglings making sure those Banelings stay safe. This wall is going to go down, but there is at least one more that Nubergini has to go through. He's trying to save as many Banelings as he can, breaking down the supply depots with the Zerglings. And there are 5 Banelings left. That's exactly what he needs to bust in this wall, but are there enough units?
And the answer is actually no, and Nubergini just saying GG well played, good luck in the tournament. And Core Gaming Sonic gonna advance on from the losers match.
Wow, Sonic is taking it. He holds that attack, and if he wasn't going for a 2-base himself, he might not have held that attack. He might have had a lot more trouble. But congratulations to him, as his confidence in this match did eventually get him that victory.
Yeah, and honestly, I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that Nubergini decided to go for that second wall-in with the remainder of the Banelings. I mean, he was sort of running low on units. I feel like he actually still would have been in a decent position if he had maybe gone for those SCVs at expansion after busting through that supply depot wall-in. I don't know, what do you think while I go ahead and get Sonic on the call?
Well, I just think he really wanted to go for that kill. I mean... You don't just want to, when you invest that much into early banelings, you don't saturate your natural. You pretty much have to go for the win at that point. And he tried to go for the main. He didn't have enough units. It's pretty much GG after that. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he knew what he wanted to do and he executed the way he should have, but he kind of, it was almost a build order loss because the Terran made so many units.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult from that situation. And, you know, as we try and get Sonic over here onto the call for that winners interview, I do want to note, guys, the next match is going to be the winners match. It'll be between Saravati and Aryam. So if you actually have some time right now, either between after the interview or during the break or whatever, go ahead and vote over on goimba.com, or I should say bet. Completely free. This is actually not real money betting. But goimba.com has all the matches loaded up and running, and you can just go ahead and bet as many credits as you want on whichever player that you want, either Aryam or Saravati. And yeah, I also want to give a shout out to some of the other people that have also helped make this whole thing possible. Of course, if you want to obviously support the players who clearly are necessary to make this whole thing possible, you can go ahead and donate to their donation boxes just below the video right now over here on Twitch. You can see profile pictures for each one of the players. Click on any one of those pictures and you will be able to donate directly to one of those players. And actually, we have a giveaway going on, so the person who donates the most to any one of those players will get a t-shirt. And if you want to just donate directly to the prize pool, you can do that too by clicking on the words breaking out below. And there's also a t-shirt giveaway for that as well. If you don't have any money to donate and you still want a t-shirt from Barcraft Apparel, who have awesomely been providing all these t-shirts to do the giveaways for, then you can go ahead and follow Barcraft Apparel over on Twitter and send them a funny tweet, send them a serious tweet, tell them go, I want Sonic to win, or the entire thing, or you can tell them that your hair smells funny, but Breaking Out sent you, let them know. And unfortunately, it looks like we're having some trouble getting Sonic over here onto the call. And, you know, just in the interest of time, guys, it is getting pretty late. We are just going to go ahead and jump straight into the break, set up the next series. So, guys, sorry, we're going to just cut it a little bit shorter for the sake of time. But, oh, yeah, sorry. For a second, I thought Sonic caught onto the call, but no, unfortunately, just disappeared into the oblivion. But, guys, thank you so much, and we'll be right back. Oh, one thing I do want to note actually about that giveaway, there is an addendum that I've completely been neglecting. The giveaway is for citizens or people residing in the United States. You don't have to be a citizen in the United States. Delivery can only be done to the United States, guys. Sorry, that is actually an important thing to note. But, you know, I'm sure that the players and the prize pool, of course, will also be very, very happy and thankful for any donations that you give, regardless of whether you're in Mexico, Canada, Europe, or wherever. So, guys, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into the winner's match. It's hard to believe that this has actually gone on for as long as it has, but we've seen some really awesome games here in day number 1 of the Breakout Invitational, and now we're going to be jumping into the next series with Root Seeds is Arium and Clarity Gaming Saravati, the winners match, and it's going to be 2 Protoss players. What does that say about the balance? I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this.
Protoss overpowered. I mean,
Protoss overpower.
Confirmed.
I don't know, man.
Consensus.
I don't know, man. I like Muta Regen is pretty good. I'm pretty sure Saravati will agree.
It's
Muta
pretty
Regen
good.
is pretty good.
I think Mutalist in this matchup is going to be a pretty strong choice from either of these players. But guys, we are actually running really short on time in terms of how long this has all been going. So we're going to really quickly get your thoughts. Do you have any words for your opponent before we start this match?
I'm probably gonna make some probes in the start.
Yeah, I'm
That's
probably gonna do
about
like a cannon rush or like a proxy 2 gate or like something with carriers.
Guess we're having 3 mirror matchup, legitimately. Cannon versus cannon, 2 gate versus 2 gate, carriers versus carriers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's meta.
To me, that just said anything can happen, except Saravati said he's going to make some probes, so he's not going to 6 gate. And by 6 gate, I don't mean make 6 gateways. I mean make a gateway on 6. So, with that being said, guys, gentlemen, go to your player booths.
Okay.
Also, thank you for being in your player booths. We're going to boot you off of the Skype call and jump straight to the game. So, are you guys ready? I'm just going to ask you now instead of asking you in the chat.
Yes. Good
Yeah.
luck. Have fun.
Go, go, go. Go look, have fun.
Alright. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's going to boot you off of the Skype call now. And jump into the game. It is again going to be game number 1 on Derelict Watcher. It's going to be a PvP word. What do you think about this map?
Well, this map, I mean, PvP, it's hard to say anything about maps ever, but Derelict Watcher, a good map for Proxy Stargate is what I'm going to say. So I'm laying 10 to 1. GoImba.com. We're going to see a Proxy Stargate from one of these guys.
That would actually be pretty cool to see, man. But you have to remember that it's a possibility. Saravati could do it because he said he was going to make some probes. And RM could do it because he said he could go for carriers. And Stargate required for carriers. But, with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the game and introduce the players as we spawn down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Derelict Watcher, it is going to be the purple Protoss player representing TT Root Seed. It is Arium.
And his opponent in the upper right portion of Derelict Watcher, playing for Clarity Gaming. He is the red Protoss, Saravati.
Word PvPs are an interesting subject because they are either really, really quick or they're really, really long. And I have to say, Saravati, again, we know he's a very unpredictable player. But Arium, I mean, we have some kind of data points for him. I mean, he has said that actually PvP, he's been practicing a lot with Astrea, and he said that he had a few builds he kind of had prepared for his Protoss versus Protoss matchup for his group. So I'm really interested to see what exactly he has planned.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think PvP has the most variety of builds of any matchup at this point.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to predict your opponent. And on the same, I guess, different side of the same coin, Saravati, one of many builds, and PvP is probably a chance to where you can exploit that the most. Now, so far, 2 gases for both opponents, or both players, I should say. Not unusual in any way at all. It's really hard to read exactly what we're going to see until somebody lays down a Proxy Stargate. I really think it's going to happen. Saravati's sending out a sneaky probe. But he's probably just scouting for proxies. Okay, never mind.
Proxy Stargates.
I just really want to see it. I just feel like it. I feel like it's happening.
Well, probe going to be a willing way to pile on and going to get chased off. Do you remember back in the way early days? I remember there was a Day 9 daily where Day 9 was like, you should always stick that probe on your opponent's pylon because 1 in every 100 games you will kill that pylon because they forget about the probe. I have not heard about that kind of stuff going on in a very, very long time.
Yeah, that is not the most prideful thing to have happen.
Oh my god, that's like an
getting
insta GG situation, man.
Oh, it's just the scary. It's just the most devastating thing. So let's hope neither that horrible situation befalls either of these players. Right now we got 2 gates for Arium. A lot of places you can go with this. Usually you're going to get out 3 stalkers pretty quick, though. From there you can transition into Blink, but mostly you want 3 stalkers out in case your opponent does the ever popular 3 stalker and Mothership Core pressure, or you want to do it yourself. So pretty much the safest way to open in PvP, really.
Yeah, the big difference that I saw was that Saravati kind of kept his guys in 3 guys in each gas geyser for a little bit longer, and you can see why. He's throwing down that Twilight Council, whereas Ariam kind of using that extra minerals to get up that extra gateway. So we could very well be seeing either Blink Stalkers or Dark Templar. Now, based on the map and kind of layout, which one would you like to see a little bit more?
Well, I think Blink Stalkers are pretty nice on this map. Just in general in PvP, they're nice, but there's a good area for Stalkers to blink in, and Photon Overcharge doesn't cover the whole base, so you can really get into a good position.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you over here, and we do end up seeing Blink actually going to be popping down, so looks like Saravati agrees with you as well, but I mean, we're not seeing the proxy Stargate, but we're seeing the Stargate pop down from Ariam.
Well, I guess I felt it coming in some way or the other. I just see so many proxy Stargates on this map. I'm honestly surprised when I don't see them sometimes. But, all right, Blink versus Stargate. I mean, Blink is pretty much the favored one. The only downside is if he goes for an Oracle, which I feel like he probably... actually, Oracle's got buffed. He's probably going for Oracles. So your Stalkers are usually across the map when the Oracle comes. So that can be a bit of a... Oh, he gets the probe. That's pretty nice. He did get a Pollen laid down, though, so it's not the biggest deal in the world, but still.
Yeah, but I mean, Saravati automatically knows, okay, hey, there's something going on. I mean, you have a probe out on this side of the map, you have your 3 Stalkers, you're being aggressive. I mean, there's some kind of aggression going on, and we end up seeing Photon Overcharge does go down. Whoa, Ariam, are you going to sacrifice these 3 Stalkers for some probe kills?
He's going for it, and looks like, oh no, he's going to recall. Very, very nice. And managed to get 3 probe kills. Some interesting decisions there. And, well, did he see the Twilight Council? No, he actually didn't. Just barely. It was the last thing that he could have not seen, and he didn't see it because it was all the way in the back. So, well, follow-up pressure from Saravati could be strong.
Yeah, a Void Ray going to be coming out from Ariam, though. So, you know, I'm wondering if he kind of just intuited what was going on. I'm sure that he's seen Blink Stalker builds time and time again, but question is, I mean, he sees a pylon on the low ground and is actually able to pick that off. That is going to be a huge tell in and of itself. So Ariam should have some idea that something's coming. But will the Void Ray be able to actually help him defend?
Man, is Ariam going to be able to hold here? I'm not sure, because these Stalkers can blink right on top of the Void Ray is the problem. But a lot of DPS from a Void Ray and an Oracle, and it is going to start going down. Saravati quick to blink away, though. He's not losing Stalkers here. An Envision goes down here, which is interesting, because... I mean, what else are you going to use the energy for? This way you know where the Blink Stalkers are going to be coming from. I don't really mind that. That's an inventive use. That's
true. You know, at first I was kind of like, I don't know how much I like that. And actually he's going to send the Oracle to the other side of the map, but will he actually be able to defend against these Blink Stalkers? Once again, Void Ray does not have that charge up right now. He's taking a lot of damage on it. Some Stalkers could just blink up to the high ground and try and pick it up, and Saravati, unable to do so, ends up losing a couple of those Stalkers, but I have to say he's picking off a lot of his opponent's Stalkers.
He is, and there's some pretty nice micro here. The fact that he's, blinking individual Stalkers makes it so that he can't go for the Death Blink if he really wants to. So that's something that Ariam is able to micro this Void Ray around now. Oh, well, he does lose 1 Void Ray. Got 1 still remaining, though, and the Stalker count is thinning out for Saravati. I think Ariam has held here.
I honestly think that Saravati is just getting ready to transition out, and the Oracle spots out the proxy, or not the proxy pawns on the low ground, but now we end up seeing the Stalkers trying to move down, and once again, I like the warp in choice of a Zealot from Ariam. He just says, hey, you know what, this has a little bit extra health points. If you want to actually take out those units, you got to take out the Zealot, because that's actually going to start dealing a lot of damage, and we're getting a little bit of lag coming out from Saravati, so we're going to go ahead and toss out a pause really quickly. Yeah, Saravati pausing for a second, and I don't know, what do you think about this situation?
Game resumed.
Well, I like it for... I'm not sure. I like it for Saravati, actually. Just because he has the far more ideal tech that you really want in this position. The probes are dead even at 26. The ideal composition, really, for mid-game and PvP is going to be, oh, well, hold on, we're going to see a bit of a blink up here, but no, he's officially been chased away. But Zealot Archon Immortal is going to get you places in PvP. And the tech is already set up there nicely for Saravati. So honestly, I think he's in a good position to take a strong lead in the mid game, as long as he doesn't take too much damage from this Oracle, which he really hasn't.
Yeah, both Nexus going down at the same time, and really the big difference, honestly, is going to be the unit composition choices for these two players. As you said, Zealot Archon going to be coming out for Saravati, and actually Ariam throwing down his own Twilight Council. I'm curious, Ariam famous for his DT play? Could we be seeing DTs?
It's never the wrong time to go DTs. That's how I like to think about it, and it's always relevant in every point in the game. I think that Twilight Council in this case is more of a play. Just it's something you need in PvP, and really every matchup, of course, to get into the mid game. But I think he's probably. I mean, look at his Stalker count. He might go for Blink, but he's more likely going to go for Charge, unless he wants to go for a 2-base. Then he might go for Blink, but. With warping and more zealots, he's probably just trying to transition out. Oh, it is Blink. That's interesting there. I understand because he's made so many Stalkers, but it's usually an upgrade you want early if you're going to get it, not in the mid game.
Honestly, I feel like Arium just has a little bit of a better army right now. So yeah, once Saravati actually gets a chance to warp in a ton more zealots and everything, he will have a pretty strong army. But it's still a little bit time off from that, and if Arium is able to just warp in a couple more units and just really hit up that aggression, I feel like he can maybe hit a timing. What do you think? Ooh.
Well, it depends how many Stalkers he gets. I mean, what is Saravati coming up with here? He's got 8 Stalkers, 2 Zealots, a Sentry. It's not the most hard-hitting army. Blink Stalkers don't do super
the Oracle!
well against Charge
The Oracle
Zealots,
actually in the natural expansion right now is up to 10 kills!
Oh wow,
my god.
11 kills, 12 kills, and Blink Stalker's not enough to chase this Oracle away, as 16 worker kills overall here for Arium. That's nice. He's ahead by 2 probes now at this point, but otherwise it could be a lot worse if this Oracle didn't get these kills, that's for sure.
Yeah, 12 kills on an Oracle, even up the worker counts. But I mean, still, I have to still hand it to Arium in terms of his unit composition. You were saying something about that word.
Oh, yeah, I was saying Blink Stalkers don't fare particularly well against Charge Zealots. Maybe if you're out in the open field and really the ideal world, they'll work if it's like pure Blink Stalker, but you have to micro other units too, so you can't blink them in really ideally as you want them to. So overall I like Saravati's composition a lot more. Charge Lot Archon, especially if you start mixing in Immortals in at some point, can really trash your opponent. But I'm wondering if Saravati might just go for a 2-base here. Well, as I say that, he lays down a Forge, so probably not. But overall, Saravati's position I like quite a bit more.
It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. We're not entirely 100% sure, and that's why we're kind of saying like slightly different things. But it's going to be really cool to see because it looks like these players are going to be meeting out. But Saravati doesn't have that many charge cells. I don't like this timing that he's moving out with.
Yeah, this might not work out for him. Saravati's Mothership Core goes down. Time Warp does manage to go down, but it's not really going to do too much at this point. He's actually going to go for the engagement. This is something he has to commit to with this Mothership Core being gone. He's going to charge in here, but oh god, these Void Rays doing so much. You do like this composition, but usually when you have more than 76 supply, the Archon going to get sniped as well.
Archon may make it out, but he's going to have lost a lot of his shields. Didn't need some time to regenerate. Saravati doing a nice blink, but Arium countering with his counter blink. Manages to pick off a Stalker, and right now Arium is looking so strong. Will Saravati actually be able to defend? He's actually managed to pick off the Oracle, but now his Archons are going to take some time to get to the front.
Oh, he's doubling the army supply, Arium of Saravati. A lot of army here with no Photon Overcharge. There's not much of a defender's advantage. These Void Rays just refusing to die. The Archons get picked off a little bit too quickly, and I don't think Saravati's going to be able to hold here. Arium is going to take game 1.
GG, well played gets called, and I have to hand it to Arium, actually, a really subtle note that he was controlling those Void Rays really well. He was taking damage on each one of them and kind of pulling them back, so really well done over there. And, we're going to be moving into the next map, which will be Polar Night, with Arium having that 1-0 lead. I have to ask, what do you think we could see in this next game, or what would you like to see maybe from Saravati to change this stuff around?
Gonna have to go with Proxy Stargate.
Honestly,
I see Proxy Stargate a lot on Polar Night too. Maybe I'm just unlucky. I get Proxy Stargated a lot. I'm pretty good at defending it at this point, but Polar Night and Derelict, I feel like both these maps are there is so many places, not necessarily on Derelict, but especially on Polar Night, you can put a proxy pretty much anywhere and do serious damage. I would genuinely, speaking honestly from the heart, like to see a Proxy Stargate on this map. I think it's great, especially with the new Oracle, it can do serious damage. But if both these players want to play conservative, they're probably both going to go for Blink. They seem to like at least some form of early game aggression, and you're pretty much going to be safe against almost anything with Blink.
Yeah, definitely. And, I actually would not be too opposed to a Proxy Stargate. And, again, you have a player like Saravati who likes to mix it up. Going to be a good choice, always, to try and mix in a little bit of really heavy aggression. And another thing that I would really like to see is actually Dark Templar. We really did not see that much detection. Outside of that Oracle, I actually think, and of course, Aryam had no way of knowing this because we are omniscient observers. We can see everything. But if Aryam had gone for Dark Templars, he could have done an absurd amount of damage because we saw Saravati going from Blink into Charge Light Archon without ever making a Robo or a Stargate. There was literally zero detection. There wasn't even a Forge out.
Yeah, it's something you could definitely take advantage of. I mean, Dark Templar always scary. I'm not sure if Aryam's PvP is equally, not necessarily Dark Templar focused, but maybe not as Dark Templar notorious as his PvT is. Yeah, I'm sure Saravati and Aryam have met a few times on ladder. I wonder if they're metagaming each other at all. That's something I'd like to ask them in the post game interview if we do end up doing one in terms of time and internet connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and oh man, I tried to invite Saravati to the game, and as soon he wasn't actually. I think he's still having some internet connectivity issues. So as soon as he got in, I accidentally removed him. So we're gonna delay this a little bit longer. But I mean, Polar Knight is going to be a pretty interesting map for this. And you were saying that you think proxy Stargates are pretty good on this map. Tell me, what do you think about Blink Stalkers on this map?
Blink Stalkers on this map they're pretty nice. It's interesting because it's like a 360-degree base, well, at least by air, but there's a lot of space to blink in. However, a lot of it is on the low ground. So if you want to go there, you have to go really, really far around, so you can't make the most use out of it. So I actually don't like Blink Stalkers on this map as much as I do on other maps. But that being said, I mean, in PvP, Blink Stalkers, you can just force them to work anywhere you want. I just think there's better maps for it.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like both these players really want to get this game started. So we're going to go ahead and jump into it. It is once again going to be a Protoss versus Protoss game number 2 between Clarity Gaming Saravati and Root TT Seeds Esports' Aryam. And a long name over there. But guys, vote for whoever you think is going to win over at goimba.com. You guys can go ahead and place your bets right now and get those juicy credits. It's all free betting, so you don't have to have any real money for it. And yeah, it should be pretty interesting. Also, feel free to donate to the players. The links are just down below the video. And with that being said, the players are loaded up. The game is ready. Word, would you like to go ahead and jump in and introduce the first player?
I truly would. Spawning here in the top portion of Polar Knight. Currently up 1-0 in this best of 3. Playing for Root Seed, he is Aryam.
And his opponent, spawning in the bottom side of Polar Knight as the red Protoss player representing Clarity Gaming. Currently down 0-1. It is Clarity Gaming Saravati.
All right, so just to catch those up who not quite sure where we stand, this is the winner's match. Nobody has advanced yet. However, Nubrahini has been eliminated in the loser's match by Sonic. The winner of this will advance. The loser will face Sonic in the Deciders match. And then, of course, only one of those two players will advance. And, of course, this is currently 1-0 in favor of Aryam. So, odds-wise, Aryam has a pretty good shot at advancing.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really interested to see how this is going to go. And is that a forge down from Saravati?
That is a forge down. I can confirm by looking at it. That is a forge.
Hold on, I need to double check my spelling. Word, buy time. I'm buying my dictionary so I can look up the spelling of a forge, because this is something you don't see very often, especially not normally time with a 9 pylon and then 12 forge.
Well, I guess my proxy Stargate dreams are dashed, but Cannon Rush is certainly a lot of fun for everybody except Aryam at this point. It is it's about to go down. It's kind of like the Yansu Cannon Rush quite a bit, where you started on the low ground. Saravati going to come over here, and of course you can't place cannons on the high ground anymore with well, basically Heart of the Swarm, but well, he's going to know what's up now, but can he stop it? This is the problem with this sort of Cannon Rush. Sometimes it's just unstoppable. We saw a lot of problems on Yansu.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, those pylons, or that pylon is actually going to go down almost certainly, but the question is, how much damage will he take trying to do so? The cannon is going to finish up. A second pylon is thrown down. It gets canceled. The pylon on the high ground also going to cancel as well, and those probes actually manage to snag a surrounding position, but Saravati escapes.
Oh, it's down to the Zealot. And, well, you can't Cannon Rush without a probe, that's for sure. And Saravati immediately abandons it, throws down a gateway, throws down two gases, And, well, he speaks of delay, and it happens. The curse.
It is the Saravati curse right now, man, and we are still getting a little bit more lag, and we are going to just go ahead and ask the players if they actually need a pause, and, well, looks like they're okay. Yeah, it looks like they're okay, so we're going to continue with the game. Really unfortunate, but Saravati took a risk, and now he's going to be really far behind. Now, Word, how exactly is he behind in this game?
Well, it's the tech, which is the highest point. We're going to see the cybernetic score finish for Ariam around the same time the gateway finishes for Saravati. So, I mean, this leaves a wealth of options open to Ariam. He didn't lose anything in that cannon rush. He lost 2 workers. Okay, I guess anything is a strong word for what he lost. But, whoa, okay, hold on. He's pulling all the probes to deny this. Saravati going in again. This is, oh, well, he loses the probe. And that's probably not the best thing that he could have done. But it's interesting that that's a nice move. He pulls all the probes off mining.
And look at this. Okay, I want to actually note something. The first time that Ariam had pulled off all of his probes, he put them back on. He only had 2 guys on 1 gas. This time, he actually put 4 guys on 1 gas geyser and 1 guy on the second gas geyser. So Ariam is, like, every single time he's doing this, he's kind of throwing Ariam off a little bit. He's pushing Ariam out of his comfort zone. So I would say this game is not over yet, and we see a really interesting move. I mean, Saravati, again, a very innovative player, throwing down cannons in his main base to try and stay alive against any kind of early aggression. But I don't know. How do you think this is going to go?
Well, we see Ariam going for Blink. His tech is just ages ahead of his opponents. And we have Saravati going for Stargate, which is probably going to get pretty demolished by Blink. That being said, Ariam held really well with a Void Ray-based defense against Blink, but, I mean, it's a situation where he was at least dead even, whereas this Blink is going to be out well before a decent Void Ray count is out, so I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's pretty heavily in Ariam's favor. Can Saravati hold Blink on this map? He probably can, but it's another map where Photon Overcharge doesn't cover the whole base, so Ariam can camp out.
Yeah, I don't actually know if he's going to be able to hold this because there's a huge ridge up along the top side, and immediately as soon as Ariam actually blinks up to the high ground, he's going to be able to pick off a pylon. Then he's going to be able to walk over to the main base, and Saravati's invested 150 minerals into a cannon. He has a Stargate, and he's making Phoenix instead of Void Rays. Photon Overcharge will be helpful, but, I mean, to what extent?
Yeah, I mean, there's really only so much Photon Overcharge can do. Especially against Protoss, those units can really take a beating. Now, we're going to see Ariam moving across the map here, and these Phoenixes would be a good way for Saravati to get back into the game if Ariam wasn't going for really aggressive one base with the Blink Stalkers, because, a lot of harassment. You can pick up the Mothership Core, do a lot of stuff with the Phoenixes. I actually really like them in PvP, but they are just not good defensively. Not in this low number.
Yeah, this is going to be rough as Ariam is now moving over there with that Mothership Core. He has the high ground vision, and oh man, we're getting still a little bit of lag. I'm thinking that we might just pause the game, see if the lag kind of irons itself out. Yeah, let's go ahead and toss out a pause, and let's wait for this to actually clear up. But you were kind of saying like, okay, Saravati gonna have a hard, have to defend against this really well. What are some things he can do? Because I can imagine maybe getting some really good positioning with a Phoenix, maybe picking off the Mothership Core if he's really, really lucky.
Yeah, that's one advantage you could have there. But, I mean, the Stalker count is obviously going to get really high. It's a pretty big uphill battle. Really, really hard for Saravati to actually defend here. And well, here it goes. He's going to Blink actually pick off the Mothership Core before the Photon Overcharge goes down. There's not enough energy. It was at 99 and it died. And just everything's going on with Saravati here.
And at this point, the Phoenix trying to lift up a single Stalker, and they actually will be able to potentially pick off that Mothership Core. That would actually stop any of these Stalkers from blinking up to the high ground. And Saravati, you can see him debating it. Does he go in or does he not? And ends up deciding not to. But, I mean, he's kind of holding it. Honestly, he has a 10-worker lead and a little bit of an army supply advantage. Maybe he can make this work.
Maybe he can. There's not enough Stalkers here to really kill the Void Ray quickly enough, and the Phoenixes should be able to finish up the Mothership Core this time. No, doesn't want to sacrifice them for that. And Saravati, yeah, I mean, now that you look at it, his army supply lead is pretty substantial. 6 army supply in these low counts, and as you said, a 10-worker lead. So it's going to be hard for, Ariam to recover from this, and Saravati actually has a pylon blocking Ariam's natural too, so Ariam's even going to have trouble expanding.
Oh man, this is a little bit painful, but unfortunately, I don't think there's too much that we can do about this guy. So sorry, gonna have to stick with it. Unfortunately, Canadian internet not a sponsor of esports. It's actually killing esports. But guys, I do want to note actually, Saravati has a proxy pylon, and he can actually warp in some zealots and maybe actually, you know what, guys, I have an idea. We're gonna just go ahead and pause the game, and clearly it's a little bit worse than it was before, and we're just gonna go to a really quick break, and we'll hopefully see if this actually resolves itself, and if it does, then we can go ahead and just jump back into the game. So guys, we'll be right back. Stay tuned, and we'll jump back into the game. We're just gonna wait like 1 or 2 minutes for Saravati's internet to iron itself out. All right, guys, we are back in the game, and the player's just going to try and do it. Saravati playing about his parents' stream in Chinese news. Apparently, Chinese news is now killing esports, but ended up seeing something else being killed over here, word.
Yeah, it's the Forge. It's going to go down. Forge dead confirmed. Cannon still lives, the last remaining remnant of the Forge, except for the cannon on the low ground by Arium's base. But, well, we got 2 Void Rays out now. We have 7 Zealots out. I mean, he can hold this, that's for sure. Arium... he's going to want to try to transition out. He's actually resuming pro production at this point. He's trying to do as much damage as he can with these Blink Stalkers, which there's no reason not to. You've got to take advantage of all this investment that you've made, but it's probably not going to be a kill.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The longer that he waits and doesn't transition out, the bigger Saravati's big not Blink Stalker army. Oh, losing a Phoenix over there, not ideal. But the bigger the Void Ray count is going to get. And when you have pure Blink Stalkers, it's not going to go well if Saravati goes for a big counter-aggression push, unless he goes for some kind of crazy base trade, I can think.
Yeah, not to mention we have Immortals in this army as well. Final Phoenix does go down, does not manage to pick off that Mothership Core, but I mean, we're going to have 4 Void Rays in just a moment, we're going to have 2 Immortals. All it's going to come down to is how long can Arium really keep Saravati in his base. Just now he sees the Proxy Pylon in his base, but okay, here we go, Time Warp going to go down, going to blink back quite well here to deal with these Void Rays, but it's just a brute force situation. He can't quite break it. Saravati going to warp in a Zealot over at that Proxy Pylon. Going to walk into his opponent's main. Unfortunately, the lag, it's not something, unfortunately, we're able to take away. Oh, nice blink there.
Wow.
Arium, that was real cute. Using that Stalker to its full advantage. The Zealot going full dirt mode as well. And he's going to go back into the natural here. Arium is to try to pick off some Void Rays.
Oh, Saravati, actually a little bit of a misplay from Arium, just barely managed to miss that last hit on a Void Ray. Actually, the Void Ray, 12 hit points left, and I think the Stalker would have actually killed it 1 more Stalker shot, but I have to say, as long as Saravati can hold this, he's going to be in a really nice situation.
It truly is. His worker lead is just, it's still there. It's actually 5 probes now. Pretty substantial in a mirror matchup, of course. His tech advantage is going to be there as well. He's got Stargate and Robo versus Twilight Council with Immortals mixed into this army against the pure Stalker. It's just good news all around.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Saravati finally spotting that proxy pylon. I want to note, that cannon proxy pylon, still there. Saravati could actually just use that as a reinforcing pylon and turn this into something a little bit more aggressive, but it looks like he's not going to. Just going to go ahead, sit back with his natural expansion, and take this out to a little bit more of a macro game.
Yeah, and it's exactly where Saravati's going to want to be at this point. His probe advantage, his tech advantage is going to continue bulking up his army. Arium is coming back, though, with these Blink Stalkers, going to try to use them to their fullest potential. We have the Temple Archives down for Arium. He's going to go for that Charge on Archon style, which you can transition to so quickly out of the Twilight Council there. Time Warp and Blink. Well, Time Warp, Saravati, Blink from Arium. Not able to get the kills. I cannot believe this Void Ray is still alive with 12 HP. He's a survivor.
Indeed, and apparently the counter to being slowed down in time is to just teleport out. So if you have that capability, good information to keep in mind. Hopefully, again, this will iron itself out. Fortunately, I'm going to be running out of pauses very soon. But, I mean, honestly, this is going to be really, really difficult. I actually don't like this push in from Ariam. He's doing a little bit of damage over here, but, I mean, what do you think about this continued staying on Blink Stalkers from Ariam?
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, he's continuing to warp them in. Honestly, if you want to have a harassing pack of Blink Stalkers, you know, just have 8 to 12 maybe. But he's got 18. He's not making anything else. He's just continuing to try to do damage. But, you know, since he killed that pylon like 5 minutes ago, he hasn't killed anything with these Blink Stalkers. Maybe a spare Zealot here and there, but none of the big, heavy-hitting, expensive units. And they're just continuing to pile up.
And it looks like actually Saravati is starting to greet out those Blink Stalkers, takes out that proxy pylon finally, so that means no more reinforcing weapons, and actually that looks like it's going to cue Ariam to just back up all the way back home, and hey, maybe he's going to go take out that photon cannon with the pylon, and yeah, that's exactly what he's going to go for. Freaking cannon rushes, man.
This cannon rush, the longest cannon rush ever, actually went to about 15 minutes and 40 seconds into the game before it was fully cleaned up, so bully for that cannon rush, and these Stalkers do finally prove useful. Now, Saravati transitioning, got his Templar Archives down. Both players getting charged now. Saravati a little bit ahead in that regard, even though his Twilight Council was considerably later. So, you know, all in all, with a 50 supply lead, 9 worker lead, Saravati, it's his game to lose, that's for sure. Ariam really needs to do some kind of crazy damage with these Blink Stalkers, but he just can't find the position.
Yeah, actually a couple of Zealot, or one single Zealot actually trying to do a little bit of harassment over there. Wow, actually, looks like it was on an attack move, but it was like, Blink Stalkers attacks once and then immediately gets picked off by giant lasers of death. But, I don't know, I still am giving this game in favor to Saravati right now. He's doubling in army supply, and he has a bit of a scarier army compared to what Ariam has.
Oh, Ariam is miscontrolling a little bit there, loses Stalker very quickly to the Immortal Fire Charge Lots going in here, and, Blink Stalkers just don't fare very well against them. They can't run away as effectively, and they take huge, huge damage. Now, Saravati coming for a big attack. 79 army supply to 48 in favor of the Clarity Gaming player, and Ariam is going to have trouble holding this.
Yeah, the probe actually manages to sneak away, even though the pylon does get picked up. He's actually going to be setting up a pylon just above, so completely undefended by the army. And actually, he might even chase back those Blink Stalkers into that proxy pylon, but no, proxy pylon going to be safe for now, and that's going to be a very scary thought for Ariam.
Yeah, he does not want his opponent any closer than he is right now, but the attack is coming strong for Saravati here. Warps in a good number of Templar and Zealots to make some Archons in here. And, well, Photon Overcharge does go down. Ariam going to try to buy as much time as possible.
I think he realizes that, you know, he cannot afford to wait on that Photon Overcharge with a high Templar out. That means I could easily get a feedback off on that Mothership Core, and that could really dampen the chances that he could actually defend against this aggression from Saravati. And I think Saravati is going to wait for one more reinforcing warp in and then just go for it.
Yeah, that's what he's looks like he's rearing up to do here. His army supply 99 to 64. Now is going to be the time. There's not a lot here to deal with. Charge lots, not a wall-in or anything like that from Ariam. So he's just going to have to hope for the most favorable engagement possible. Saravati just waiting out the Photon Overcharge. It's going to be a while, though, because the Mothership Core does have enough energy for another. Oh, the Void Rays are going in.
Void Ray harassment over in the main base. Oh, they're going to be so vulnerable. One Void Ray goes down, second Void Ray goes down, third Void Ray goes down. Every single Void Ray just went down.
Oh, I don't know if that was worth it for Ariam or Saravati. We're going to have to see how this battle pans out. These Blink Stalkers not engaging in the battle at all. He needs to get them down there, but he doesn't want to blink into those Immortals. This Nexus is going to go down so quickly. A lot of Archons here for Ariam. He blinks behind to flank the Immortals, but there are 7 Immortals here. I'm not sure if that's what he's looking to do. Look how quickly those Stalkers evaporate.
But the Archons are staying alive. I think that Ariam may have actually done this. A war reinforcing warping of Charge Zealots does end up buying some extra time as those Stalkers have to move back. The Archons still doing a lot of damage, and those Zealots gonna be able to wail away, but the Archons should be able to clean up those Zealots. This is so back and forth, but you have to remember that Ariam has lost the Nexus.
He has, and that means there's almost no coming back from this. He's gotten some amazingly good trades, taking out way more of this army than I thought he could. But the numbers might just be too much in favor of Saravati. Well, only 5 Immortals left. Charge Lot's going to clean that up pretty quickly, but Saravati's got a third on the way. He has the second Nexus, of course. And, I mean, Ariam just can't keep up his production.
Yes, Saravati, please. for the sake of your own health in this game, just go back at this point. You've killed off your opponent's natural expansion. You've traded armies, so your opponent can't really be aggressive. The only way Saravati can fall further and further behind in this game, or fall actually far behind in this game, because right now he definitely has an edge, is if he loses his army in an unfavorable engagement. And by sticking around there, he just takes that risk.
It's a very scary situation, but the risks might be what he needs to take. Now, Ariam is going to move across the map. He's got Charged Out Archon Immortal of his own. These guys are just going to keep producing this until one of them feels comfortable enough to switch to Colossi. But right now, with such trades going on, it's going to be tough for either of them to make this decision. Now, Ariam moving forward. Army supply 61 to 36 in favor of Saravati still. And Saravati actually has an observer right on top of his army, or his opponent's army.
Oh, that's going to be a real big boon for Saravati, especially when you're defending 3 bases on a map like Polar Knight. I mean, knowing where your opponent's army is just saves you so much headache of, oh, your army's positioned at your 3rd expansion, and suddenly there's a bunch of Blink Stalkers in your main base, or natural expansion. But we do end up seeing that, engagement's going to go down over here. I feel like this is going to favor Saravati a little bit, especially with all those Archons decimating that Zealot count.
These Immortals just refuse to die. It doesn't matter what they're going up against. It doesn't matter if Zealots are getting against them. GG! Saravati wins the battle of numbers and has tied it up 1-1.
Indeed, and that means that we are going to be seeing our 3rd tie game of the day, and really none of these players actually want to back down right now, so we'll have to wait and see. This is going to come down to your favorite map in the world, Gwerd. It's going to come down to Belcher Vestige. Have we had a series where we did not see this map?
I think so. Could be wrong. I keep writing the maps down in sticky notes, and then I throw them away when the series is done.
I know, same.
Assuming I won't need them again. Foolish move by me. But I think we've only seen this. No, I'm not even going to say it, because I can't even remember like what happened like 2 matches ago, so I'm not even going to try to remember whether or not we've seen this map. I'm just going to say something wrong. It's going to be ridiculous. So, no, I've never seen this map before in my life. I'm really excited. Belcher Vestige.
Yeah, it just won the Team Liquid map contest. I'm kidding. I did not. I don't want to misinform people, but we are going to get these players back in here for game number 3. Let's get this going. And again, it's going to be Ariam from Rootseed Academy, a very young 14-year-old Grandmaster Protoss player who's known as the Young One, versus Clarity Gaming Saravati, a bit of an older player, not like super duper old, but he's in his 20s, he's in college, and known as the Innovator for his really, really crazy innovative play. But yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how this is going to go. All right, it looks like both the players are ready. Apparently, I have not selected Team Rootseed. Yes, got it in time. Didn't fail in the logos this game.
All right, Clarity and Seed got to be painted all over this map. And we'll see which army's blood is going to be painted all over the map as well, though I don't know if Protoss have blood. They have something. They have, like, lighter than air,
blue
ether.
Goon. They have blue goo from Dragoons, right?
Yeah, Dragoons have blue goo, which is like some kind of, not embryonic fluid, but whatever people put in jars to keep things alive, because they're like dead warriors or whatever. But, well, I guess we're spawning into our map. Fear Dragon, will you go ahead and tell me who we're looking at right now?
I will happily do so as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of Belcher Vestige. We are on top of the red Protoss player representing Clarity Gaming. It is Clarity Gaming Saravati.
And his opponent expressing his generosity, willing to buy Saravati a better internet. The purple Protoss playing for Rootseed. He is Ariam.
Well, the question now is, does Saravati throw the game so that Ariam will donate to his better internet fund? Or will Saravati just say, you know what, I can get even more money because I think that I can win the entire thing as long as I can make it out of this group stage. Maybe he can get some better internet by Friday for those finals. I mean, it's really going to come down to how well he can do this. But you have to remember, this is the winner's match. We still have one more match after this, believe it or not. And that means that whoever loses this series is not necessarily out of the tournament just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be between Sonic and the loser of this game right here to decide which who's the second player who advances, and who, of course, is the second player to get knocked out. These are really the final 2 deciding matches, the most tension-filled where both players know they can either secure their victory or maybe have a shot at really being knocked out. Now, you can proxy Stargate at Belcher Festus. Just want to point it out. It certainly happened, but this is probably the least likely map. I'm saying that so that it happens, of course, but it is the least likely map just because there's very few places to hide it. And that's how it goes with older maps. The more you play on it, the more you know where people hide stuff, and the less successful it's going to be for the proxying player. So, Sarvati's already had his cheese. He's already cannon rushed. I doubt he'll do it again.
Yeah, he does like to mix it up, and generally doesn't. I haven't seen him really too often go for the exact same build multiple games in a row, unless he just absolutely stomps his opponent with it or something. Yeah,
I mean, if you can take your opponent by surprise in PvP, it's kind of similar to anything versus Zerg, where if you're not prepared for it, if you just have the wrong tech, if you have not been making enough units, it's very hard to. It's just very unforgiving. Like with Zerg, used up all your larva on drones, you're pretty much going to die. With Protoss, if he comes with 2 base, like Blink Stalker and Immortal, and you just have not been pumping units, you can find yourself in a rough position. Like, the same thing goes for 1 base attack, of course, but I don't know. Both these players should be pretty active with their scouting. I believe they're both have drone scouted. They have, so they're not going to leave anything to chance at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call. This is the ace match, and you really don't want to leave things too much a chance. But we do end up seeing Twilight Council coming out from Saravati. Both of these players, I mean, we keep seeing Blink being done, and I mean, I have to get a little bit meta here. I don't know if it's not something casters are supposed to do, but we have been getting lag, and honestly, it has been influencing the games just a little bit. So I'm kind of curious about this decision that both players seem to just constantly be okay with going for Blink, which is such a micro-intensive and split-second type of build.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, it's the metagame. You have to take into account factors that don't actually occur within the StarCraft 2 engine, and look at that. Ooh. It is a Dark Shrine. He is going for it, and it's against a Stargate build. So even though the Oracle can have detection, it's usually across the map by the time the DT gets there. So, I mean, this can work out very well for Saravati, but it's all up to chance, honestly.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how exactly Aryam decides to move out with stuff. And actually, Aryam might be able to pick off one of these Stalkers completely for free. Does get it, and that's going to allow him to seize up so much map control. Amazingly enough, Saravati does already have a proxy pylon, now just getting set up. But, I mean, Aryam's going to be able to push up that ramp. I don't think that Saravati can do much to stop it.
Yeah, what does he have? He's got 1 Stalker against 3. The numbers are not going to lie there. Saravati cannot hold this ramp unless he photon overcharges. That's going to be the only thing he can do. Belcher Vestige, there's a little bit of spot where the Stalkers can camp out, but it's really not big.
But here's the thing.
Go for it anyway.
Yeah, we saw Aryam do this last game. Or in game number 1, and he's going to pick off a couple of these probes. Amazingly enough, he is he's 1 pixel away from scouting the Twilight Council.
Wow, the same thing happened when he did this too. In whichever game it was, he didn't see the Twilight Council.
Void Ray. He's making a Void Ray. He doesn't. His Oracle's on the is moving out to the other side of the map, and the Dark Templar are actually moving into the main base now.
It's not going to see the proxy pylon either. Saravati's proxy pylon over on the left side, going to go unscouted. These Stalkers pick off the one in the natural, but the DT's already in the main.
Oh, man, and he immediately goes after that pylon. Little does he know that there is an Oracle heading back home to actually try and detect these Dark Templar. But honestly, with 2 Dark Templar, you should actually be able to split them up and just continue to be as annoying as possible. Maybe just hold position them in the corner of the base. But no, it looks like both of them may get picked off. Wow.
Saravati, are they actually going to escape? Okay, one of them should go down at least.
Oh my god.
Okay, he's going to hunt it down. Saravati only killed 4 workers with this. He invested 2 DTs. Now, the 1 DT isn't dead. Revelations, or Envision rather, is going to wear off in 20 seconds-ish. I forget the actual time that it was started, and the Oracle's not going to have energy for it for a little bit. If this DT can do the damage that it should have done a little while ago, Saravati's going to be in a good position.
Yeah, but I also want to note that he did do a little bit extra damage. I mean, he pulled probes off, so those probes weren't mining for a while, and now we end up seeing the DT coming back in over here, getting up to 5 kills now, 6 kills. Will he actually be able to get 7th? I doubt it is. Now this Oracle is just like, no, I'm just going to right-click on you, man. You are not getting away anymore.
It does go down. And, actually, Envision is 50 energy. I was looking at Revelation, which is 75, which means the DT would have a window, but no, it wouldn't have in that case. Saravati gets 8 workers, loses 2 DTs in the process. I don't think it's horrible, especially since he can transition into charge, which he is doing. So, I like it. it prevented also the Oracle of Arium from doing any damage. So that's a double victory there.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but like even once the DTs are cleaned up, even though we see another DT moving across the map, there's not that much energy left on this Oracle. He goes after some of the probes, manages to snipe off 2 probes, 3 probes, actually getting a lot of damage done. Photon Overcharge killing off the Oracle eventually, but I mean, 5 probes go down, and considering how useful that Oracle has been, I can't really say that it was an unuseful Oracle.
That's true. I mean, he's actually killed more probes than his opponent. Arium with 10 probe kills and Saravati with 9. So it did work. It definitely did work. Saravati's Nexus is up at the same time Saravati's just gets laid down. So, you know, that's something to take note of course. If we look at our army supplies, Saravati's actually in the lead. So, assuming no giant swell of units from Arium, he's going to be able to hold this Nexus. So it's still going to be pretty nice for Saravati at this point.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. Oracle going to be coming back over into the natural expansion. Not a whole lot over there to defend just quite yet. A couple more probes are going to go down, and Saravati's trying to run away, but there are a lot of Zealots and not that many Stalkers over here.
Yeah, he just cannot pick off this Oracle. Another nice probe pick off there from Arium. And
wow! Oh! Pieces fly down to the ground, but once again, a useful Oracle indeed. We are now up to 16 probe kills for Arium. Another Dark Templar moving its way across the map for Saravati, but will he be able to make a whole lot happen over here? Actually, do we have another... I don't think we have any more Oracles out on the map, but we do... Okay, we have an Observer, though.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the same thing. I was like, oh my god, he's got no Oracles. He does have an Observer. He hallucinates an Oracle to be extra super duper meta. So many Pro-Mass players are actually doing this now. And look, Saravati sticks the Dark Templar over behind the Natural Nexus, just waiting for its opportunity to strike, which is pretty nice. Going to wait for a little bit heavier saturation, maybe, as Arium's busy protecting his ramp with this army. Hallucinated Oracle going to go in. Is it going to force the probes off of the mineral line?
Saravati does pull his probes, and then he's like, "Oh wait, no, it's hallucinated. You would have keyed it off by now." And yeah, he's not gonna care too much about that. But nice little move over there. I mean, just delays a little bit of mining time. It just puts the fear into your opponent. It's a good thing to do.
Yeah, it makes him uneasy. But at that point, he'll also know there's no Oracles left on the map if he would have just sent the hallucinated one in. So it kind of plays Arium's hand out a little bit. Now, if we take a look at the game status right now, we got 40 probes to 35. That's in favor of Saravati. And army supply-wise, 40 to 25 still in favor of Saravati. However, we do have Arium going for a Colossi. And now a DT into the natural, and a DT in the main gets picked off.
DT managed to get like 3 or 4 kill. No, not going to get a 4th kill. He is going to die cornered and very, very sad as he gets warped back to IR. Actually, I've always wondered this because I've heard that people say that Protoss units get warped back to IR right before they die, but I've never been certain if that was actually true.
I'm not sure. Probably not IR anymore, because if anyone lore geeks, I'm pretty sure IR got destroyed or something by the Zerg. So I think they live on Shakuras now, and they lost all their warp technology in the battle. So I'm going to say no, because I'm a huge dork, but I could be wrong.
That could be very true. Hey, if you know the answer, tweet at... I think it's C-Word now, right? No, it's Clarity Word.
Clarity Word, yeah.
At Clarity Word and at FearDragon64. But, you know, we do have Colossus coming out right now for Seeds Arium, and Colossus pretty strong, but, I mean, Saravati, he was in a bit of a difficult situation, not really doing a whole lot of damage with those Dark Templars and taking a lot of damage, but he has a lot of Immortals out right now, and he actually has a probe lead somehow.
Yeah, I think Saravati might be going for it. He's actually cutting probes. He got 8 gateways, as our lovely observer Current did point out, and he has a beast of an army. He's got a bunch of charge loss. Neither of these guys have any weapons or armor upgrades. Saravati actually getting a Warp Prism to benefit this army and maybe even drop the Immortals on top of the Colossi. That would be the sexiest thing I ever saw. But Arium knows his attack is coming. He is filtering off the front so the charge lots aren't as effective.
Oh, I know what Saravati's doing. Saravati did this in his episode of Breaking Out. He's loading up two Archons over in the Warp Prism. This is an unbelievably hard drop to deal with, because what do? You warp in Zealots, Archon's going to clean it up. Stalkers, you have to micro. The only way to defend against it is micro, but he's going to be busy with this attack in the front.
Oh, well, we got a nice hold from Arium so far here, with the wall really doing work for him, but the Archon drop is now swinging into the main, and Arium could lose everything there.
Yeah, those Archons going to do a lot of damage, but he has to actually focus fire down those Archons on the probes. They're going after the cannons instead, and actually, now we end up seeing Saravati losing all those charge zealots at the front, and honestly, this was not worth it, although there is a warp in of Charged Zealots over at the main base as well.
Well, he's trying to pull his opponent in 2 directions, but is he going to take too much damage in the meantime? He's going to try to focus down the Nexus, and I think he's going to get it. I don't know if there's enough DPS to take down these Zealots. We've got about 5 of them surrounding the Nexus. It's going to be very, very close, and Sarvati charges into the natural again with the remainder of his army. Immortal's getting on top of the rest of this army. The wall is getting taken down, a huge Zealot warp, and the Nexus is going to go.
Oh. The Nexus goes down, and actually Sarvati wins the fight at the front. Could this actually be it? Sarvati was looking down and out for a lot of the game, but he's killed off every single Nexus that RM has. RM has 360 minerals. He cannot build a Nexus anymore. He's all in. GG!
Look at that. What a ballsy play by Sarvati, going for the Nexus snipe, sacrificing a lot of army. Arium with 3 Colossi. Maybe, just maybe, Sarvati could not have taken that in a direct fight, but he didn't have to. He just went around, and God, he just killed everything. It all died so fast. It was incredible.
It worked, man. I'm going to get Sarvati on here for the call, and you know what? I'm just going to tell our lovely observer, Corinne, to just leave it on the caster overlay. I'm going to just because Sarvati's been having some camera issues and all that kind of stuff and internet issues, we're going to let him just tell us what his thoughts were in that game, and then we're going to immediately jump into the next game. So congratulations to Sarvati for that game. He definitely played it out really, really well, and I'm really curious to see what his thoughts were about that game, because again, that Dark Templar harassment didn't really work out. Hey, Sarvati, don't worry about turning on your camera. Tell us about that game, that very last game, before we jump into the final series of the night. And congratulations on qualifying to the semifinals now.
Thank you. So quickly note, because we don't run out of much time, that was actually the build I showed in my PvP breaking out.
Yes!
Where I open Twilight or DT, either one, and then I do an Archon draw 8k.
Mm-hmm.
And then I push and I kill. It's pretty standard. There's not much else to say. I was kind of lucky. His first Oracle obviously left his base before my DC got in.
Yeah.
But I feel that the push, the push was still way too strong. So even if I did it a bit better earlier, I think I still could have done well. I have to apologize first to him because he's playing with similar lag.
Mm-hmm.
It's not constant for him, but he still has to deal with that lag spike. And I know it's annoying for him, so sorry again for that lag spike, but I'm kind of...
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you so...
Hopefully, I will have it figured out, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarvati. And guys, please consider... I know that he actually said to just donate directly to the prize pool, but maybe you can donate to him and help him get better internet. Donate to the Clarity Gaming Sarvati Fund. But thank you so much, Sarvati. We're going to be jumping straight into the next game. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
Okay. We are going to be jumping. Okay, we are going to be jumping into the next series as Sarvati is going to be saying goodbye to us, and really looking forward to this. So, guys, please go to goimba.com, place your final bets for the final series of the night. It is going to be TT Seeds, Root Seeds is Arium. I almost said esports.
There it is.
Facing off against, I believe it's going to be oh my god, who is the other player? Is it Nubergini?
No, it's Sonic.
Sonic won the losers game, and guys, you can just tell how long of a day it's been. We've seen so many ace matches, but I wouldn't give it up for the world. Thank you all so much for sticking around. We'll be back with one more series. Go to goimba.com and place your votes. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Breakout Invitational, the final series of the night for Group A. Word, we've almost made it. We've almost made it.
We've almost made it, and these two players have almost made it. All that's standing between them and, well, a spot in the round of 4 is going to be this series. Ariam versus Sonic. Ariam started out so strong. I thought for sure he was going to go 2-0.
Yeah.
But Sarvati did end up taking him down there. So which of these two players is going to advance? These guys actually, interestingly enough, these guys played in the very first set. They've played before.
That is actually true, and if I recall, Ariam actually came out ahead, and
maybe Sonic had Protoss selected.
Oh, I was like, another PvP on our hands today, folks. So we're gonna go ahead and get that next game going. But you were saying, like, I don't know how much you remember of that first series, but whatever you do remember, what kind of happened? And if you don't remember, I wouldn't blame you. It was a while ago now. It was actually like the first series of the day.
I remember.
Yeah, okay. All right, tell us. Remind us.
Sonic got meted super hard by Ariam's alleged DT drops, and he built blind turrets in the first game and ended up way behind, and then he got murdered by Blinkstalkers in the second game. It's unfortunate. It was brutal and painful. Hopefully he's learned his lesson, because it is going to be round 2 for this guy.
Yeah, no kidding. And I have to say, you know, Sonic has had some time to think about this. He's had some time to say, okay, going to be playing against the winner of Saravati versus Ariam. Either way, it's going to be a Protoss player. And that basically means that he says, okay, you know what? Regardless, I think about how I lost to that last Protoss player. Don't want that to happen again. So we're really going to be waiting to see exactly how this all comes up in the end. But looks like the races are properly set, making us all good old referees so that we can pause the game in case of any issues. And we're going to get this game started once again. But I have to say, again, I think that Sonic is going to have a really good fighting chance this time, because it's a little bit harder to meta game your opponent when they've not only seen your meta game twice, but they've had time to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic, he's had time to chill out. You know, he had that whole series of RM Saravati to figure out, you know, how he was going to play. Either way, he was going to end up playing a Protoss player. So, you know, there's that guarantee for him at least. Now, well, we are here spawning. I'll go ahead and introduce our first player in the lower right portion of Belshir Vestige. The Terran player for Core Gaming, he is Sonic.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left-hand corner of Belshir Vestige. We have the red Protoss player representing TT Seed Root. It is Ariam. I want to take this opportunity to thank Kurin TV, our lovely observer who's been sticking it out through all of this, all those lovely little intros and everything, managing everything, and handling all of the Skype problems as well. Thank you so much to Kurin TV. But with that being said, Protoss versus Terran, again, players we've seen play each other before. What would you like to see out of Ariam, I would say? Because Ariam has already metagamed twice. Would you like to see another metagame?
Might like to see Proxy Stargate. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, his Blinkstalkers worked out great. Honestly, it wasn't this map though. What map was it? My brain is mush. It's I'm an East Coast guy, so it's getting late for me here. Whichever map it was Derelict. Okay. No, maybe it was Star Station. Whatever. Stupid tiles. It was definitely Star Station. Anyway, Blinkstalkers aren't super duper good on this map in particular. I mean, they're okay. They've got some room to maneuver, and they're never really bad against Terran. So if he did it again, I think he could play possibly into his opponent's weakness. I mean, in the post-game interview, he was just really energetic. He was like, yeah, I nailed that. I knew exactly what he was going to do, what he expected from me. So I expect him to really take advantage of that meta again, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really weird play from Core Gaming Sonic. I mean, we see a second barracks coming out, and we see a reactor coming out with a gas geyser, and a second gas geyser being thrown out. Oh my god, okay, Word, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, this was looking like some sort of crazy 3-racks, like a really old school 3-racks. But now with the second gas geyser coming down, I have no idea what Sonic is planning.
I can only assume he's going to produce a lot of Reapers. Like, there's nothing else to spend this gas on if you're getting two barracks right away.
Wow.
So he is going to reactor out the Reapers.
He could produce 3 Reapers at a time with that 3rd barracks coming out. I mean, this is insane. Oh.
This is really cool. I actually haven't... I may have seen this a really long time ago, but it was so long ago that I don't remember if it actually happened or if it was all a dream. So this is awesome. How much do I like it? I like it a lot, actually.
Yep.
I mean, Ariam's going for a Twilight Council. He's going to have a really, really low unit count. He's probably going to have maybe 2 Stalkers. 6 Reapers will kill 2 Stalkers, I'm pretty sure. I feel confident in the Terran's ability to kill 2 Stalkers with 6 Reapers, so... And not to mention how much of a surprise this is going to be. I mean, Ariam hasn't even scouted at all. This is going to hurt.
This is going to hurt really, really badly as more and more Reapers are gathering up at that Zolnago Watchtower. He could move out with just 3 of those. Stalker positioning ready for a Reaper, but I don't think he's ready for this many Reapers.
Is anybody truly prepared for 6 Reapers knocking on their doorstep? I'm going to say no, and he's actually waiting for 6 too. It's like a Protoss waiting for a second warp in before attacking. This is going to be brutal. Warp gate is about to finish, so he can warp in Stalkers if necessary. The problem is he's only got 1 gate. Photon Overcharge might be his saving grace, though.
Whoa, Marauder coming out to follow this up. What on earth is he planning? This is so weird. And he's transitioning out into like Stim and everything. I feel like Sonic is just blowing my mind right now with whatever this push does, and whatever it is either going to be unbelievably geniusly successful, or it is going to flop like a fish out of water.
Yeah, he's either going to look like a genius or he's going to look like an idiot. It's all going to depend on the success of the build. Already 1 Stalker going down. The second one is going to get targeted down so quickly, but there's the Photon Overcharge. Now, if these Reapers had their D38 charges or whatever the hell they were, this Nexus would almost certainly be dead. We're not playing that game anymore, though. We're playing the really fast Reapers that you can produce out of a reactor game, and I think what he really wants to do is force out a ton of Stalkers from his opponent and then walk up here with Marauders so early that the Stalker count's just going to get overwhelmed. And we're seeing Ariam playing that really skimpy, greedy game again with 3 Stalkers. He's got a Forge, a Twilight Council, a Robo on the way. He just does not have units.
Okay, now the one nice thing he'll have is that with Blink finishing up right now, he'll warp in the Stalkers, and then he'll have Blink on his side, and of course he's going to be up against no Metavax, so that means that any damage you can do to those Marauders is going to be permanent, although not so much true of the Reapers, but Blink has its own purposes for that.
Oh, and here comes the big ball of bio. Well, relatively small ball, but in relative situations here, it looks pretty big to Ariam, as that is not what he expected. Didn't lose a Stalker, though. There's a nice, quick reaction from him. No concussive shells on these Marauders, so he's not going to be able to really use them to their full effect. We have an Immortal immediately coming in here from Ariam. This is great reaction, and I think the window for Sonic is closing. He's not being as aggressive as he should.
You know, we say this, but I have to say, I don't think Sonic feels that way because he's gone up and teched up to Metavax, gotten a reactor for them, and he's not throwing down any kind of command center. So I feel like he thinks he can still do damage, and a lot of Reapers just got into the main base. Gonna be able to, wow, they pick off probes fast.
Yes, they do. I believe 5 Reapers one-shot probes, if I'm not mistaken. It's 8 damage. Well, either way, they're probably gonna get pinned down here. They do 8 damage apiece. 8 times 5 is 40. Yes. That late night stream math. They will one-shot probes. Not anymore, though, as they do get picked off, trapped, killed. But here comes the bio up the ramp after finishing off the Nexus.
Yeah, and actually, amazingly enough, you have to remember that with that Nexus finished off, that means that if Sonic can somehow do an extra amount of damage, he could actually come really far ahead. Blink coming out from those Stalkers, the Immortal a little bit too far away, and this Bioforce is slowly getting cleaned up, but he's doing a lot of damage to these Stalkers.
A lot of them going down with this Immortal with 5 kills, probably soon to get up to 6 or 7, trying to pick off these weak Stalkers, but it's not quite going to happen. And the bio does get picked off for Sonic, but he takes with him a Nexus, a good amount of Stalkers. He's killed himself 2 probes, not the biggest deal here, but he's expanding himself. It's 24 SCVs, 28 probes. His command center is about to finish. He's going to have double mule action going on, and all of his tech is up already, which is really nice.
Yeah, this is actually really, really crazy. I mean, Sonic, he is either going to look like a genius or an idiot. And right now, I mean, considering he has relatively even worker counts, he still has a decently sized army and has the potential to keep his opponent at home with drops, and he's ahead on his expansion, looking a little bit more on the genius side.
Feeling that genius vibe right now. Here comes the drop now from Sonic. Now, you got to be careful. Blink Stalkers have been out, which means drop is pretty much a commitment at this point. Luckily for him, the count isn't too great to where he can 1 or 2 shot medevacs even at this point. But you still got to be a little bit careful about that. We have Colossi out here for RM. His Mothership Core has been remade, and he actually does have a Forge out, so he can get his upgrades as he needs to. I believe the Forge... Wasn't he upgrading before? Did that get killed or canceled or something? I could have sworn I saw him get +1 on the way. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it looks like he did actually end up canceling it. But, you know, I have to say that that little drop did get a little bit of a good scout out on exactly what RM is doing. And with that knowledge, he can start producing Vikings, which is going to be so effective against the Colossus-based army that RM is trying to build up to.
Yeah, it's very true. You know, he's got this starport out this early. It's pretty nice, so he can react really well in time. The medevac count is already pretty good here too. 5 medevacs out, and well, the Viking production has begun. Now, in terms of the worker count, we're seeing 33 probes, 32 SCVs. Of course, that is going to favor the Terran with the mules. And REM's army looking pretty skimpy right now. Like, if you look at his natural, 1 Colossus, a couple Zealots, and a Immortal, the Stalker's here to defend drops, and I thought he was maybe going to pick that one off, but a nice reaction from Sonic does not get that targeted down.
Yeah, I have seen armies that could, like, that kind of army almost looks like it could die to, like, a 6 pool right now if one somehow came out with, like, 8 Zerglings or something, man. That's a pretty skimpy army. I'm exaggerating, of course, a little bit, but, you know, we do end up seeing Sonic taking a couple precautions, actually. Throwing down some missile turrets, just preparing for any kind of way that he could lose this advantage. Because I have to say, he's down 6 workers, yeah, but he has mules, he's a Terran player, blah, 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 Terran Imba and everything. And I still feel like he's in a really good position.
Yeah, his army could use a little bit of bulking up, and his Viking count is going to need to get up there as well. It's 2 Colossi, soon to be 3, and he's only producing Vikings 1 at a time. He's reactor, but he just doesn't have the money to produce the Vikings. So at this point, he might fall a little bit behind. But here we just see a drop make its way into the natural. Are these enough to take on 5 Stalkers? Ooh. Not with additional weapons, but wow, actually, never underestimate Bio against Stalkers, man. They just do not mix very well for the Protoss.
Yeah, managed to take out a pretty decent number of Stalkers. Of course, he does lose the medevac, but, I mean, again, he's going to be annoying. Actually managed to take out another probe, even. Every little bit counts, man. Every little bit counts.
Very true. Now, one thing to point out also is that the upgrades are going to be pretty far behind for Sonic. We have +1 weapons on the way for RM, and he's going to be able to chrono boost that. Actually, I thought he already had +1 done. I know he didn't. I thought he had gotten it since then. Never mind. He's not going to be that far behind. I take it back. Ignore me there, but
ooh,
I still like Sonic's army better, or REM's army better, until the Viking count gets really scary.
That's definitely true, and RM is actually going to be getting aggressive, but at the same time, double drop coming in to the main base of RM, and RM is going to be so far out of position. The Mothership Core should be able to recall. It definitely has the energy for it, but he needs to gather up. He doesn't gather up his units. He recalls with only a handful of those units. 2 probes, that's our 2 Stalkers. That's not going to be enough.
Gives away a bunch of units, including his Mothership Core, and a couple of Stalkers going to go down here. The Bio just has free reign in the main. Oh god, is he going to be able to get this Nexus? I don't think so.
I don't think
he's going to try to boost out, and yeah, the Stalkers can't get in there, but let's see. He's killed a total of 8 workers at this point. Still a 3-probe lead for RM. But, yeah, I mean, that was just not the best recall there for the Protoss player.
Yeah.
It gave away more units than he needed to, that's for sure.
Yeah, RM making a bit of a blunder in this stage of the game. It's really going to cost him. I mean, I like that Sonic especially didn't just try and focus down the Nexus and give up those units. I mean, you've done guaranteed damage. Just get out of there and take the lead. Just take it and run. You can see right now, he definitely has a bit of a lead in terms of having a 35 supply lead right now. And yeah, he's actually, okay, I was going to say he's falling behind in upgrades, but honestly, he's like dead even in upgrades right now.
Yeah, he's with only 1 Forge, and the fact that it wasn't used for so long, Sonic has been able to bring it up really big time. And now we got another double drop back into the main. Good number of Blink Stalkers, but they don't do well against the Bio, as we pointed out before, and he's going to get some nice trades there and still does not lose these medevacs. He's picked off like 4 or 5 Stalkers.
Yeah, 3rd Nexus under fire, I think, from a single Marine. Probably shouldn't do too much. But, I mean, that's important information for Sonic to know, and I don't actually see a 3rd command center out on the map right now for Sonic, so I don't think he's looking to expand right now. I think he's looking to be aggressive.
Yeah, at this point, he really wants to take advantage of the fact that he keeps picking off Stalkers. So either his drops are going to be highly effective because his opponent doesn't remake them, or he forces Arium to just make more and more Stalkers and waste all that money. Dropping in the main again, going to scare the probes away. Just 2 units, denying so much mining time.
Yeah, this is typical Sonic, and actually those High Templars looking for some feedbacks. Love to see Sonic just stem up those units a couple times, get rid of some of that energy on that medevac so it doesn't get just insta-killed fed back. But I do have to say Sonic did drop down a 3rd expansion, and he kind of clears up some of those units, but Arium should realize when that 3rd expansion finally finishes up with that Observer. I'm just curious how much damage Sonic is going to be able to do over here, because he has a lot of Marauders, and they're easily going to be able to take a lot of damage, but he's hitting at the absolute worst time, because Storm is finishing up, and +2 weapons.
And this Marauder-heavy army, you know, it's always good against Storm, always good against Colossi. The Viking count, really nice as well. 12 Vikings to 3 Colossi. That is a great ratio for the Terran player. And he really wants to pick off the high-value units. He wants to kill all of these Colossi and at least a couple of the High Templar if he doesn't kill Arium right here. And here come the Vikings getting a lot of free shots. The Mothership Core goes down in 1 volley, but Storm is out. Is Sonic ready?
Oh, a couple Storms going down on the Vikings, actually getting some really good hits off, and actually the Stalkers also getting some good hits off on the Vikings, but the Vikings just taking out so many of those Colossus. Another big Storm goes down, but I don't think there's only 1 or 2 more Storms left over. Arium has to make sure he makes use of them.
Yeah, as at this point, all the Colossi going down. Already a very successful attack for Sonic, and he should be able to get this Nexus too with all of these Marauders firing at it. It just goes down so fast. Not much that Arium could do about that. Sonic going to pick off the valuable Archons. That's a nice Storm, but Marauders just take so much punishment.
Yeah, nice feedback also going down from that High Templar. It was doomed to die, and he managed to get a medevac in exchange. The Vikings a little bit out of position. Sonic losing control of them for a second as he was just busy trying to snipe off that 3rd expansion. But honestly, a successful attack, as you said, clears the entire Colossus count, maintains a couple of those Vikings, and kills off the 3rd expansion.
Yeah, definitely a successful attack there. Really bringing it back right now. And his own 3rd command center is taken care of. It's finished. It's going to be floating over to the 3rd now. We are going to see Arium take an interesting 3rd base position over at the 9 or 10 o'clock there, as it'll be a little bit more defendable as long as his army is in a forward position. But if Sonic gets wind of that, it's a very vulnerable overall. And somehow, wow, these Vikings actually escaped. I thought for sure that Arium was going to corner them with the Stalkers. But lucky Vikings today. Sonic producing ghosts now. He should have what he needs to win this game.
Yeah, he is continuing those upgrades, whereas Arium just hasn't gotten a chance to actually continue them. So very soon we're going to see +2/+1 versus just +2/+0. Thing is looking a little bit dire for Arium, but word as a Protoss player, I have got to tell you, it is not over as long as you have 6 High Templars, 5 High Templars out on the map right now, and enough energy to Storm.
Yeah, Storm changes things, man. Storm rewrites history. And even with a Marauder-heavy army, you can only take so much punishment. Now, if we look at the upgrades, we have 2 weapons for Sonic here. Or for Arium, I'm sorry. And 2 weapons, 1 armor for Sonic.
Yeah.
Now he's got Ghost out. He can EMP if he needs to. Can he weather the storm? That is the question. How good will his micro be? Right now, he has the momentum, at least a little bit. His drops have slowed down, though. The army supply is evening up. He could be relinquishing that momentous position. But the upgrades are a little bit better.
Yeah, upgrades are a little bit better, but Arium has to do something, man. I mean, his 3rd expansion is so late. He has to put on some kind of pressure. And Personal Cloaking actually coming down on that Ghost Academy. That's going to be a scary thought. If actually those Vikings don't have any kind of Colossus to target after the Colossus get picked off, Observer's going to be the next target. All he has to do is lay down the scan, and boom, no detection. Ghost instantly get a golden opportunity to EMP.
Oh yeah, Cloak Ghost, extremely scary. Suddenly you think you're fine, and then bam, where'd all my shields go? Where'd all my energy go? Oh my god, that ripple just ended my life. Now these Vikings are going to be in a good position to get some pot shots off. Only 6 Vikings left here, but against 1 Colossus, that is plenty. Honestly, especially if they don't get all targeted by the Blink Stalkers. Only 7 Blink Stalkers at this point. Not a devastating amount. It'll take them a little while to whittle down those Vikings. But you don't want to engage here. This is just Storm Central. This is the Killing Valley.
Oh, really awkward position over here as it looks like, oh no, Arium gonna back up just a little bit. No, Sonic is once again moving forward, and he could get, I mean, I felt like Arium had a great position to just go after that 3rd expansion, but he's not gonna go for a big EMPs, go down on all of the sentries, but the Psionic Storm is still around.
Nice spread on the Vikings, making sure they can't just all get stormed too easily. The Ghosts, the force fields, all getting picked off. Beautiful force fields by Arium. There's literally no EMPs left in this army, and the storms are free to drop down.
Oh, Storm City going down, but Sonic has a great split. It hasn't been enough. Has he been able to hold one more storm going down on the bottom side? And it looks like it's so close. The Blink Micro coming out for Arium, but it's just barely not going to be enough, as it looks like Sonic able to take that engagement. And once again, I have to remind you that behind all of this, Sonic was just a little bit ahead in terms of his expansion timing. He's going to be able to make 4 ghosts at a time and clearing off the Colossus count. This is definitely going to favor Sonic just a little bit.
Pretty even economy at this point, but Arium's losses were really huge. Lost, a good deal of his Templar. The Archons were, of course, taken out as a result as well. But the army isn't getting remade particularly quick for Sonic. Look at this. He's preemptively landing the Vikings. There's 1 Colossus on the field, so he might want to get those back up in the air, but he's actually floating his main over to the 4th base as well. He is looking for that max econ position.
I mean, no sense in building a 4th base or another expansion command center if you don't need it. But now we end up seeing Sonic coming in over here. There's a lot of charge zealots over here, and actually Vikings doing a decent damage, but wow, big storms going off in the entire army. Is it enough? Actually, the Colossus getting
landed
down.
Vikings.
Yes.
Killing a Colossus right now.
Vikings counter
Vikings.
Colossus word. And
Doesn't matter.
oh my god, this army is gonna get cleaned up by whoa, actually. Wait, okay, tell me we did not just see Vikings in a legitimate game between really good players get picked up in a medevac.
I don't know if I'm more amazed by that or the fact that that landed Vikings actually got killing shots on a Colossus. What'd you kill your Colossus with? Your missiles? No, my bullets. Like, what? Remember that time that guy landed against the Ultralisk? Wouldn't it be the same? No, apparently not. Apparently a Viking. Pretty good unit. So now we're going to see the momentum swing into Sonic's favor. Even more here. He's got a lot of EMPs. He can make those Archons turn to dust in seconds once he's ready to engage. And look, he loads up the Ghost into a medevac. A nice low-energy medevac, too, making sure it's not going to get feedback. He's actually just going to bring them over here, drop them, cloak them, and snipe probes. I think that could be it. Or did he make a nuke? Let's actually check. Always hope there's a nuke, but there's not. That's okay.
Oh, unfortunate. But, that medevac, as you said, should be able to do some nice little damage because, they will be able to a 2-shot, it looks like, those probes. And, hey, he's going to drop 1 Ghost over at the 3rd expansion and 3 over at the main base. Actually, this is a really smart play because they have Cloak, and not only that, but they'll be able to pick off Zealots, which are normally the reinforcing warp-in to defend against kind of drop play.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the best use of his Ghost, honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he's got 5 left. And there's no Templar.
Yeah, but this 4th expansion, very vulnerable as he moved in with a small group, and now he comes in with the entire group, and now these probes are going to be so vulnerable. The probe count is getting decimated right now. He's down to 23, 21 probes, and now he's going to lose this 3rd expansion. This is actually turning out to really work really well for Sonic, and actually he still has a Ghost in the main base.
Man, Sonic is just doing damage everywhere right now. This game should pretty much be in the bag for him. Such a good play, forcing the units out of position once and for all, and killing that Nexus. He got a good number of probe kills with the Ghost as well. He's killed 45 probes this whole game.
Wait, but here's the thing, and this is something that you were actually mentioning before, Word, is that we're not sure if that's the best use of his Ghost. Right now, he literally has 2 Ghosts with his army, and there are still a decent number of Archons, and actually a lot of Charge Zealots in this army.
True. Oh, that Time Warp could make a difference, but I think it might just be a numbers battle here. The even upgrades mean these Zealots just can't be as effective as they otherwise could be, and once these Colossi get cleaned up, I think that's going to be it for Arium. He might have to GG out and give this first game to Sonic.
Yeah, the Time Warp really helping out a lot, but it looks like those Colossus gonna get chased down. 1 Colossus falls, the 2nd Colossus falls, GG gets called, and Core Gaming Sonic taking game number 1.
All right, so we are going to see the Terran start up 1-0 here against the Protoss player Arium, who looked surefire to get out of this group, and now, well, he's only 1 game away from being eliminated.
What a crazy day that we've had over here. And that we'll just jump straight into it because I'm sure a lot of people are getting pretty tired, especially the players. They've had a very long day behind them, but they still have at least 1 more game to go, potentially 2, as we move on to the next map, Derelict Watcher. And I feel like we've seen this map a decent. We've never seen Alterzim Stronghold ever
That is just like the first veto. Well, it's not the first veto, but it always ends up in the vetoes, obviously, as here we are. But yeah, not a lot of players like the map, and not just because it's new. It's just it's really big and it's weird. I mean, not to
big.
talk down on it, but I don't like it either, to be honest. This next map, Derelict Watcher, was Ariam's choice. He actually the 3 maps remaining were Derelict, Frost, or the 2 maps remaining were Derelict and Frost. So he wasn't too excited about either choice, but he ended up going with Derelict. I wonder what he'll do here.
Indeed. But, as we go ahead and get this game ready to go, the players are already saying that they are ready, so let's get this game started. And once again, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 between these 2 players. Currently, we have Core Gaming Sonic up 1-0, and this is quite a bit of a turnaround because you have to remember these 2 players played this series out as the very first game of the night, and now they're the last game of the night. And Sonic is turning it around from that 2-0 he suffered at the very beginning of the day. Let's see if he can close it out with his own 2-0 in revenge.
That's a very good way of putting it. Could flip things around here. Sonic's certainly getting his revenge so far, going up 1-0, but we're spawning here on Derelict Watcher, and we are on top of the player who is up 1-0 for Core Gaming. The Purple Terran, he is Sonic.
I have a really good joke for Sonic if he just ever decides to cheese again. I thought of it like 3-4 games ago, and I really want to use it. But spawning up there in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player who's representing TT Esports' Root Seed. He's going to be Seeds' Ariam.
All right, so you're saving this joke for if Sonic cheeses?
Yeah.
The situation?
I'll bust it out now. I was basically waiting to see if, during the intros and everything, we see early SCVs moving across the map to go for some sort of proxy. Wait. Hold up. It looks like Sonic wants to end this game at Sonic speed. Oh!
Oh, it burns. Truly burns me now.
Please don't unfollow me, guys.
Oh my god.
What? Okay, that is a really aggressive proxy location. I have to say, that was a really aggressive proxy location from Sonic. I mean, that's proxying in the natural expansion. That's actually not something you see players do that often, and I think Sonic was hoping to make it work, but I don't know, man. I guess he's up 1-0, so it's not the worst decision to go for that kind of stuff, but man, that's really aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you are taking a huge gamble there. You can, put it farther away. Your opponent probably won't scout it, but it'll do less damage. Or you can put it there and, hope nobody probe scouts their natural. But a lot of Protoss do now to make sure they're not being eBay blocked. So, I honestly don't really know what to say there. I mean, it's still too early a probe scout to send for an eBay block. But, I mean, that's just pretty... I don't know if it's really unfortunate for Sonic necessarily. Like you said, it was really aggressive. It just happened. It is the way it is. And now we're going to see Ariam going for a proxy of his own. What will he proxy? Probably a Stargate.
You're finally getting your wish word. Ariam has just been waiting for the perfect opportunity, and this is going to be really, really strong, I feel, because you have to remember Sonic's barracks is going to be delayed. He's actually gotten a gas geyser up, but he's not going for a Reaper opening. I mean, it's a little bit late to go for a Reaper opening, I have to say. Oh, wait. Do we have a Reaper? No, okay. That was an SCV. Yeah, no Reaper opening coming out from Sonic. So he's going to have some Marines, but is it going to be enough to deal with an Oracle?
It shouldn't. I mean, even normal time barracks, which would have had a first Marine out a little bit earlier. I mean, it's not the latest barracks in the world. There's still a couple Marines out. Wow, he's actually proxying a factory. Sonic is up in the north. But all right, it's gonna be a crazy game. I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out, but overall, a proxy Oracle should do a ton of damage, if not outright kill Sonic here. Just because the Marine count, he has to keep them clustered together. He has to make sure that they just don't get picked off one by one by the Oracle.
You know what would be the funniest thing in the world? Actually, I think that the Terran would win this situation. But if we ended up seeing Sonic eventually transition out into, like, Cloak Banshees, and we ended up seeing a base trade between Cloak Banshee and Oracle. But
oh, man. I can't I don't know if my brain could handle that right now.
I don't think it
the Stalker almost scouts the landed factory.
Oh.
And then he runs away. I mean, Arium can't get that lucky twice, right?
Anti-timing,
Too much. Oh, wait, Sonic is floating it elsewhere. What the hell is going on with this factory? He was going to land it in the main for like 2 seconds, then he stopped.
Well,
no,
the Oracle in the main base. The Oracle in the main base is actually doing some nice damage. Actually, he's forced off all of the SCVs from actual mining. Killed off 4 workers, going after a 5th one that was building that command center. And although the SCVs are coming back.
Oh, well, he knows it was out of energy, so it's not the worst move in the world. He's going to have enough time to get Marines up, which is nice, before the Oracle has enough energy. Now, the proxy factory is in the base, and no, Arium does not see it. And even if he did, it's so hard to do anything about it. You can try to kill the Widowmine with your Stalker, but you usually end up just losing the Stalker.
Okay, this game is not over yet. Widowmines can do devastating amounts of damage, and then maybe somehow Sonic just holds with like 6 bunkers. But it's gonna be really, really rough, guys. I cannot lie to you.
Is he gonna react? He does react. Oh, okay, this is not how I'm gonna react. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh, it goes for the wrong probe. That is lucky for Arium.
Oh my god. Giving me a heart attack. But that, I have to say, that was not like a fluke. That was really good control. He splits up his probes in 2 different directions and then leaves one going in the last direction, but leaves it close enough. But actually a Hellion popping out next. That's mixing it up, man. Mixing it up.
Yeah, and this Widowmine is still here, and it's charged. But oh, the Hellion gets surrounded. Is he gonna keep the probes there long enough to? Oh no. Oh, okay. Wow, he was watching his timer. That is good.
And
okay, and look at that. Wow, well handled by Arium.
Yeah, Arium is playing this out so well right now, and yeah, he's taking a couple of losses to that Hellion and stuff, and it's 21 probes to 20 SCVs, but honestly, Arium just has a much better tech result right now, and he's going to be trying to bust up this ramp, has 2 Void Rays charging up on that bunker, not enough SCVs to repair it, it's going to go down.
Oh man, and how many Marines are actually here? 7 Marines against 3 Stalkers, 2 Void Rays, 4 Stalkers, no, that's not going to be enough. I think Arium is going to take the second game here.
I don't know where these SCVs are repairing themselves pretty quickly, but okay, it's not going to be enough. And Arium honestly can just walk up this ramp and start to do a ton of damage. Sonic kind of sticking around, but I mean honestly, he's still in the series. He's only down 1 game, and obviously he went for a proxy barracks. It got scouted out immediately. This is kind of the expected result from something like that happening, and he's going to go for one last pull with those SCVs. Doesn't quite manage to get that. Well, he's going to get that last Voider, it looks like, but with that, I think he's going to have to tap out pretty soon.
Yep, he's out of Marines, and that's GG. Arium is going to tie it up. He is not giving up, and we're going to go to Game 3, the final game of tonight. One of these players will advance. One of them will be knocked out. It all comes down to this for these 2 guys.
It really does come down to this last series, and the map is going to be Frost, a map that nobody had the balls to actually ban or pick themselves. And that may just be because there are 7 maps and, you know, 1 map is going to be in that situation every time. But when I say it like that, it sounds cool and analytic.
Analytic.
Meta.
Using the word balls.
Hashtag meta.
Hashtag meta. Now, Arium himself, he was like, basically he expressed doubts about Frost. He was like, well, I'm just going to pick Derelict as the second map because I don't like either of these maps. So, I don't know. He didn't say he didn't like Derelict, but he definitely said he didn't like Frost. So, I can understand that. It can be tough to hold a third on Frost. You're pretty much forced to expand north, which is almost always towards your opponent. So it's not the most ideal situation, but it's certainly something you can deal with as long as you got your army. You got your army towing the line. You got to make sure you control them nicely.
Mm-hmm. And guys, this is going to be absolute match point, last game of the entire day, and it's going to be pretty exciting. And Arium just asking for a couple of seconds, maybe just to clear his head, think about, okay, what do I do on this map? It's going to be really, really crazy, and we could be seeing some more mind games, man. We've already seen so many mind games in this particular matchup between these 2 players. We've seen Blink Stalker plays. We actually saw Arium try to go for Blink Stalkers in game number 1, but Sonic was just even weirder and went for like that 5 Reaper rush into Marauder timing into... That game went to like the late game somehow. I don't even know what happened there, man.
Yeah, I can't even wrap my head around that. It's if we plug that into a computer, the computer will probably explode trying to figure it out. So we're just gonna have to let it be. It's not natural. Literally does not compute. But Well, here we are. We're on Frost, and spawning here in the lower left. Currently tied in this series 1-1, playing for Core Gaming. Will he advance here? He is the Purple Terran, Sonic.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, horizontal spawn position, representing TT Root Seed Academy. It is Seeds' Ario.
All right, so it all comes down to this, guys. Just as a quick recap, in terms of advancing players, Sarvati has advanced in the group as number 1. Nubrigini has been eliminated, and now it is between these two players to see who stays on and who will be the second eliminee of the Breakout Invitational. And of course, guys, don't forget, tomorrow, Group B, at the same time, right?
Yeah, same time, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time zone, and you have the access of Google if you live in a different time zone. I'm sorry.
It's true. Ideally, they would have access to Google if they can also watch the stream. Now, Frost as a map, I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit. It's mostly revolves around the third base. And Terran drops can be pretty strong here as well. It's a lot of area to cover, a lot of angles to come from. So that's probably why Arium doesn't feel as comfortable. We also have horizontal spawn positions, so that's gonna be nice for Sonic if he wants to be aggressive, which he's shown. He is a very aggressive player.
Yeah, he really, really is. And we'll have to wait and see how he decides to play this one out. He does get up enough gas to start producing a Reaper, and yeah, Reaper going to be spawning out immediately. And Arium getting a little bit lucky with those spawn, I guess, scouting locations, and Sonic not so lucky. He's actually going to be scouting out his opponent last.
Yep, Sonic going counterclockwise. No, he went clockwise. They're both going clockwise, but it worked out better for Arium.
Don't do location math on stream, word.
Just regular math.
Convert the degree that SCV is traveling into radians now.
Oh God, no! My calculator is in radians. What the hell happened? All right, but, now I forgot about calculators being in radians. I saw like a comment on Reddit the other day, and I was like, oh, I forgot that was like a thing. Used to be part of my life when I used.
So where's the third pylon of Arium?
Oh, is it over here? It is. Oh my God, where's this Reaper going?
Oh my God, that SCV!
Oh, not doing your job, SCV. You're supposed to be scouting, bro.
Oh, that Reaper, it's going up, but it's a little bit too high right now. He's paused it. He's so close. He's gonna scout it.
He is. Oh boy.
Twilight Council.
Boy.
Oh, he does not show the Twilight Council at least.
He can't even lay down the tech. All right, so
he throws.
If I were Sonic, I would assume that was going to be a proxy Stargate.
Yeah, so would I. And, you know, we see that it's actually not that. We see that it's actually a Twilight Council back at home. So you gotta think, what exactly is Sonic gonna do? He throws down a bunker and an engineering bay. Okay, he has some idea. It could be a Dark Shrine, and he's gonna play it out safe.
I feel like Arium's the kind of person who would proxy Blink, especially against Sonic, who has expressed weakness against it, and it worked really successfully for him in the first series.
You are right. Oh my God, you are so right. It's Blink being researched right now for Arium. Oh my God. We are seeing the final game come down to a meta game that has been going on between these two players for the first 2 games of the day and the last 2 games of the day, or at least the first game of the last series. And it's going to come down to this. What exactly is Sonic going to be doing to prepare for this?
Well, he's got his eBay up, and no bunkers on the high ground. This is looking
shells.
Eerily similar to the first game between these two, where he got blind turrets. No blind turrets in this case, but still an eBay really quickly.
Oh my God, I think that Sonic is 100% onto this. He has not even seen that Twilight Council, by the way. I want to just note, he just seems onto this because he's making Marauders and getting custom shells. Basically what that means is if those Stalkers blink into the main base, there's going to be no room for microing back or anything. Those Marauders are instantly going to hit them with concussive shells, and suddenly, until they get blink, they are immobile. More or
Yeah,
less
that's very
immobile.
true. You know, concussive shell, people might not think, oh, they can just blink away. It's actually a really big deal. It affects how close you can get to the edge if you blink into the base. Just generally, a faster stalker is better than a slower stalker. You can see that in the gameplay now. Arium's timing here is the timing where you can pick off stim. However, Sonic did place it in a nice location, tucked away in the back of the base. It's unlikely it'll get picked off, but if he abandons his natural, it actually is pretty vulnerable towards the top side. Now the bunker's up, but there's only Marines in it. But look at this army. It's really, really big from Sonic.
Oh, time warp going down over on that bunker, and that's actually going to stop any of the army from actually moving down. A second time warp goes down for some reason in the same location, but the mothership core gets picked up. That means no blinks up to the high ground.
Oh, and this is not good for Arium. I expected to remake the mothership core right away. No, he's warping in more stalkers. He's just going to try to break the front, and you know, after losing a stalker and a mothership core for that bunker which didn't die, I don't know if that's the best move.
Oh my god, and now the time warps are going to be expiring, and even though some of these Marines taking some damage, I'm not sure if there's enough stalkers to actually take down this bunker just quite yet. Maybe he warps in another one. He's making another mothership core, and it's going to be walking its way across the map. But how long will it take to get there? How much more preparation will Sonic have? How much closer to Stim will he be?
Well, this close by air is actually working out pretty nice for Arium with the reinforcing mothership core, and he can blink in from pretty much anywhere he wants. There's a bunker on the high ground, but the army's nowhere near it. Oh, he's got sentries. He's going to force field the army out and blink in.
Oh my god, this could be actually really solid play over here from Arium. But he has to hit his timing as soon as that mothership core gets over there. He starts to poke over at that bunker. Can't afford to lose any stalkers. Does some good blink micro. And actually managed to force field off a lot of those Marines, but there's still a decent number in the front.
The bunker survives. He loses both sentries. He loses a good number of stalkers. He just cannot break this position. And now he's lost all the gas. He time warps the ramp. He's going to go for the blink into the main. It looks like targets down the Marauders. Isn't going to be enough. A lot of these stalkers miss pathing. And I think Sonic... Oh, he has such a good chance of holding here. The stalker count's so low.
Yeah, but the stalkers do have to blink out, and you know, with the time warp actually delaying those Marines, the mothership core will survive for a little bit longer. But the Marauders actually pushing forward and taking out a couple of these stalkers. Actually, this is a really sick play from Sonic, and oh my god, I don't know if Arium can even try and blink back in at this point.
Wow, he's going to be making a Nexus. He's going to try to transition out, and Sonic's scouting factory will see it. And, you know, the position just so much better for Sonic. He's got 33 workers to 24. He's got mules on top of it. He's got many, many kills. The unit's loss tab showing that the Protoss is just so far behind. And honestly, Arium should not be able to come back from this. It would be a mistake from Sonic to not get highly aggressive with his medevacs as soon as he sees this Nexus.
I know, and also +1 weapons done for Sonic. If things weren't bad enough for Arium right now, Arium has to do something. He went for the metagame play, he went for the Blink Stalker play, but Sonic says, no! I've had it up to here with your Blink Stalker shenanigans, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And he has held it off very, very beautifully. But, actually, I say that, but Frost is a goddamn good map for Blink Stalkers.
Truly is. There are a lot of angles you can go from, and you know, your opponent just might not expect this aggression to continue, especially after scouting the Nexus. The factory's right on top of it. He knows exactly what's going on. Here comes the army coming out. Of course, Stim has been done for quite a while now. Concussive shells as well. Arium can't play around anymore.
Yeah, and oh man. So okay, you were saying what you would like to see him do. You would like to see him get aggressive, especially after seeing that Nexus. Do you think he should just go for a big push in at the front, or do a lot of drop play at the, maybe move in at the natural expansion and drop in the main base?
That would be good. He could probably almost guarantee a kill on the Nexus, honestly, as long as he doesn't wait too long. He's going to come up here with the medevac. Looks like just to kill that pylon. That's pretty
I like
nice,
it.
But,
I love that play, because you know what? The last thing you want happening is a random zealot walking into your mineral line, and for some reason you just don't have the units there to defend, and suddenly you're like, oh, well, you know, I did okay damage, but I don't have any SCVs in my natural expansion. Don't want that to happen.
Very true. No, you don't want this game to turn around on you like that. Now, is this Colossus going to be out in time? It might. He's loading up 2 medevacs, though. There's only like 5-6 stalkers here. He could probably even pick off the robotics bay, honestly. There's no way the stalkers could go toe-to-toe with this. If he can prevent this Colossus from coming out, this game could be pretty much won. He's going to go for the pylons.
Oh, 1 pylon goes down, 2 pylons left over. No, it looks like Sonic going to back out a little bit. And actually, that's going to buy time for that Colossus to get chrono boosted out. And I think that Sonic is going to have to pick up. But honestly, pick off. Hey, you pick off 1. Oh, medevac goes down with a full load of units. I was gonna say free damage, free pylon, but not the case. Ariam taking a nice little win over there.
Yeah, the Colossus is out now, but there's a lot of bio here. Army supply 54-30 in favor of the Terran player. One Colossus without Thermal Lance. Thermal Lance is halfway done. That means it's 70 seconds away. It's a big period where Sonic can continue to be aggressive. His medevac count at 4. Ton of bio, very Marauder heavy.
No photon overcharge.
Good.
And, oh man, Scan going down looking for Observer or something, I'm not too sure. Big Time Warp going down, and some nice Blink Stalker Micro. Ariam might be doing the best job he could possibly do with the units that he's been given, but I'm just not sure if it's enough anymore. The Marauders pushing through, the Stalker's getting taken out, no more Blink, it's on cooldown. The Colossus now incredibly exposed, it's gonna go down, and with it, Ariam's chances in this game, GG! Sonic taking the final game of the series.
Congratulations to Sonic from Core Gaming. He will advance alongside Saravati, and unfortunately, Ariam and Nubrigini will be knocked out of Group A for the Breakout Invitational.
But you know, guys, I know that this is Sonic's moment to shine, but I do want to give a huge shout out to both Nubrigini from Eternity Gaming and, of course, Root Seeds is Ariam. Both of them fantastic players, showing some great games and some great strategies. So if you guys feel so inclined, please consider donating directly to them. You can actually donate directly to them through the links that are actually just below this video over here on Twitch. And of course, if you also feel so inclined, you can donate directly to the prize pool. We have giveaways thanks to Barcraft Apparel for them. But, you know, with all that being said, let's bring on Core Gaming Sonic for that final winner's interview for the day. All right, for the day. He hasn't won the entire tournament just yet.
Winner's interview for Group A.
Winner's interview for Group A. And, you know, once Sonic gets on and is able to turn on that camera, go ahead and talk a little bit about that game. But, you know, I have to say, like, really, really sick games over here today. And Sonic, congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm pretty sure Ariam feels, you know, pretty bad right now since it's so late and he has to go to school tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But I've been there, so and I'm just really happy I made it through. I thought I would, you know, like 2 everyone because I did really feel confident. I got 2-0'd by Ariam right away, and that I thought, oh my gosh, maybe I'm gonna lose in group stage, but barely pulled through, barely. I'm just really happy right now.
Awesome, and I have to ask, how big was the metagame in your mind about is Ariam going for Blink Stalkers this game? What the hell? Did he lie to me in the first interview, the first pregame interview, when he said he didn't watch the actual interview?
The first series, the first game, that really caught me off guard, the Colossus Blink, because nobody ever does that anymore. It's an ancient strategy. And when you pull it out, I just forgot how to deal with it. You're supposed to pull SCVs to repair the bunker right away. And second game, I knew the Blink was coming, but I'm just not really good at dealing with it. Like, he picked Star Station, and I was like, this is Blink. He's gonna go Blink, and he did. But my factor was late because I did the 2 barracks with tech labs, and I just committed a lot to Marauders and combat system. I was just not experienced with that situation, and I got really far behind. I sort of clawed my way back in the game, but yeah, that 2-0 was pretty hard on me.
Yeah, and another question I have to ask, since you just brought it up, that build on Belshire Vestige, I believe.
Oh, that's the rough build.
What? Okay, you have to explain that to me, because 5 Reapers, we were freaking out, man. We were like, what is going on? Sonic is either a genius or an idiot. You're a genius.
With that build, I saw it's not a very good build against what he was doing. But if they expand quickly, then I would go double reactor, and I would make a ton of Reapers, like up to 12. And you would just you would try to do damage, force overcharge the one base, go to the next base, and you can fight Stalkers head on, like 3 or 4. You can fight them head on very easily. It's because they're very mobile. They ignore overcharge and just go to the next base. So it's a legit strat, and I can transition out of it pretty easily. Command center, swap the tech lab, add more barracks. But I was afraid he might go 1 base Oracle or Blink, and I immediately transitioned out of it. I didn't add on the second reactor. I just went for a Marine Marauder.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that was...
It's supposed to be a really aggressive build. I got it from Rough. I watched his stream, occasionally. And I was like, oh, that build is mine now. I am stealing that. It looks goofy, but it works.
It does, man. I've never seen anything like that. But I mean,
all credit goes to Ruff.
All right then. Well, if we don't actually have any more questions, I would have one last question for you, and that is, do you have any shout-outs to give / do you want to tell people why you are worth donating to as the second person to advance in today's group alongside Clarity Gaming Saravati?
I don't want to ask for donations, but well, I can just say save it till I win the tournament, because I will win the tournament for sure next time. Next on Friday, I'm gonna win it. So just watch, and if you like my play, donating would be nice. That's it. And shout out to my team, Core Gaming, and my teammate Jon Snow, who plays tomorrow.
Yes. Are you looking forward to playing Jon Snow in the finals? Is that what you're hoping for?
No, I hope he gets second in his group, in which then we don't have to play each other.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would want to face him in the finals instead of meeting him in the semis. That would be bad.
All right. Well, best of luck to Jon Snow from Core Gaming. Sonic, a nice, friendly teammate. But Sonic, thank you so much for your wonderful games. We are going to be seeing more of you on Friday. But guys, again, you can donate directly to Sonic, or you can donate directly to the prize pool. Either way, very much appreciated. And of course, there are going to be giveaways involved with that. And of course, one last shout out again to Barcraft Apparel, as we actually say bye to Sonic. If you want a chance to win one of those nice little t-shirts from Barcraft Apparel, you can actually donate either to the players or to the actual prize pool itself, and the highest donors will actually be able to get a nice little t-shirt. And this offer is only applicable to members of the United States, because Barcraft Apparel being so nice, they're handling the shipping and everything, and unfortunately they're only shipping in the United States for now. So unfortunately, that's the truth of it. But if you're in the United States, definitely take us up on that offer. And if you're not, still consider donating. But
yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot to contribute. And, as we wrap up today, definitely a lot of shout-outs to give.
Yeah.
I think, this first day of the Breakout Invitational went extraordinarily well. We had a ton of cool games. Everything went really smoothly. And I just want to, start by thanking Nubity for, it's kind of the art assets here for the Invitational. A lot of what you're seeing, created by him. And it's just been a visual marvel. And thanks for Cybert. When we first started the hype video trailer in the very beginning. Very, very cool. So big props to those guys.
Yeah, and actually, I also want to note that, big shout out to Killcap, who actually did a lot of the original art assets for the breaking out the show, not even just the Invitational. And Nubity actually expanding upon a lot of those, or some of those art assets, using some of the similar logos, as you guys might have noticed if you tuned in for the show. But also, I want to give a huge shout out, of course, to our actual big sponsor, and that is actually the SC2 Hearthstone podcast. It is Let's Kung Fu. This guy actually donated $1,000 to the prize pool. He's actually been amazing for this. So if you guys want to donate a little bit more, please feel free to. And I mean, there are a couple more people to thank. Do you want to go ahead and pull that up? And actually, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the list of people who have donated to the prize pool today.
But yeah, I want to give some credit as well to some of the player photographs that we received. Christopher Steele for Saravati's photograph, and unfortunately an unnamed MLG photographer for Ariam's photograph, and Ghost Claw for Hello Kitties, which well, if you hadn't seen it in the Team Liquid Thread, you will see tomorrow for his group, of course. And huge thanks to Ryan Shutter of GameHeart. As you saw today, we were kind of debuting GameHeart Lite here, its first tournament use, and I definitely liked what I saw. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as well. Always definitely give feedback to Ryan at GameHeart. I'm sure that's what he's looking for. Any way he can improve, that is his goal, and just awesome member of the community. And of course, big thanks to GoImba.com, one of the partner organizations here. A lot of fun betting on the matches. Definitely go check it out tomorrow if you guys haven't bet, or even tonight, because you can place your bets tonight in advance of tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely something you guys should consider doing. Again, it's completely free, so it's no harm in doing it. It's basically just like Liquid Bets, but even more awesome in a lot of ways, because you get credits, and You get to feel the rush of gaining something, not just kind of like, oh yeah, I was right about that. Woo! You get more credits to bet with, and it's super duper awesome. But guys, also, I do want to give some shout outs and thanks to the actual people who have donated directly to the prize pool. And we're going to start off with actually one of the donations that came in actually a decent bit ago. And there's no actual name on it, but it looks like it's from a company called Edge Emulation. So go check out, or thank you so much to Edge Emulation. If you ever see what Edge Emulation does, or you feel like Googling it, now is the right time to do it. They donated $100 to the prize pool. It's super duper awesome. And the next donor actually is Jeffrey Eisenberg. So Eisenberg clearly not making this money from the same way that they made it in Breaking Bad. Not making... Oh my god, I am actually completely blanking. Crystal meth? Was that crystal meth? Crystal meth.
Are you smoking crystal meth? Is that why you can't think of it?
Clearly, that's how I got through this cast, man. It's been a long day. But I'm joking. Sponsors, I'm joking. But $100 donated from Jeffrey Eisenberg. So thank you so much, Jeffrey Eisenberg. You have been absolutely amazing. And we do have one more donation that was actually made as well to the prize pool. And that is from... I believe his name is Dan Keppen. So thank you so much for your $5 donation. Every bit counts, and you're super duper awesome for doing so. And guys, I do know that there have been a couple more donations to actual players, but unfortunately, just logistically, we are going to save those and kind of go over those tomorrow when I've had a time to talk to all the players and see who accumulate everyone who's actually donated. So thank you so much. And I want to give a really unbelievably big shout out to Current TV, our observer for the entire day. Observers don't get enough credit, and they do so much work. And he's actually going to be observing today, or has been observing today. He's going to be observing tomorrow and Friday, so be sure to tune in for that. And Word, I want you to go ahead and give your shout outs, because I am so thankful for you coming on today as well.
Oh, you know what, man. I just really thank you for inviting me here to cast. It's been an excellent tournament. I really look forward to see how it all turns out. And I guess my shout-outs, as a member of Clarity Gaming, got to give a shout-out to Clarity Gaming. Of course, Saravati representing the Clarity Gaming brand, coming out first in the group. Way to go, man. And you can check us out, claritygaming.com. Check out our roster, check out our news, all that good stuff, and see a lot of our media as well. And I guess you can check me out on Twitter. It's @ClarityWord. You can see it right there on the overlay. And I just also want to give my love to Curran, our excellent observer. He makes everything just so great. So I guess that'll be about all the plugs for me. You got anything, Fear Dragon, that you didn't mention already?
I actually just want to thank everybody who has been so supportive of all of this. The North American scene, I am actually really happy with all the people that have tuned in, and it shows that there is an interest in these up-and-coming North American players. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's games. I know I certainly as hell goddamn did, because we saw some insane stuff from the rough build where it was like 5 Reapers were being rushed for and going for crazy aggression. I mean, we saw crazy Mutalisks like trying to go for base trades. We saw insane micro. God, it was just such an action-packed day. We saw Warp Prisms dropping double Archons while pushing it at the front. And I gotta say, I'm really loving it. I hope you guys are too, and I hope you guys decide to tune in tomorrow as well for the Breakout Invitational as we end up going into Group B, and that is actually going to be casted. Unfortunately, I love you. I love my co-caster Clarity Gaming's Word, and but unfortunately, this is going to be his final day. We're going to be casting with Team Tempo StarCraft, formerly of Team Infinity 7, but Team Tempo, all the love to him. Has some amazing songs. If you haven't heard of him before, When You're Grandmaster, You Will Play Faster, and I don't have any other clever puns for that. Team Tempo StarCraft. I was also tuning in for a lot of this. He might have actually gone to bed. It's gotten pretty late. But also, please consider following the channel over here, and you'll get notifications about when we go live tomorrow. Of course, this will also let you know more about Breaking Out when that does start up for Season 2. This is like my pre-announcement of the announcement of the announcement that there is going to be a Season 2. So it's planned for now, unless something crazy happens. I don't know. I might get Proxy 2-Rex tomorrow, and suddenly I don't have a base anymore, and I have no more prize pool money, but hopefully that won't happen, and we'll get to see a Season 2. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in. And I just also want to note that if for some reason you're busy tomorrow, maybe you have a friend that was watching earlier and just had to tune out because it's been a long day, you can catch all the VODs over at youtube.com/FearDragon64. It's the exact same username as this Twitch stream, but over on YouTube. And if you are watching the VODs by some miracle, well, big hearts out to you. And you can follow the stream over at twitch.tv/FearDragon64. But I think with that being said, have a wonderful night, guys, and enjoy this trailer one more time by Cybert. He did an amazing job putting it together. I am actually going to get so excited after... I actually can't watch the stream for this trailer, because if I watch it again, I'm going to call back Word and Kurt and be like, no, we're starting Group B now. I need to cast more StarCraft. I'm going to get so excited. So guys, enjoy this. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow at the same time. This Reaper harassment has already done a ton of damage. Sonic sees Zealots rallying across the map. And now the Tempests are actually vulnerable to